There's a show in town, it's going down. Every week we're back on solid ground. Steel toe slipping, but we're gripping. Got the tea to spill, it's always flipping. From April's script to Aaron's glee. Oh, this drama's just a spree. Polydrama, legal trauma. Another win, oh, that's the karma. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on Rumble now. This little piggy's begging for dollars. And this little piggy's breaking down loud. Every week we'll recap it slow. Tune in for this little piggy show. From revenge porn to felony, it's a circus, can't you see? The toe is bent, the goal is spent. His empire crumbles, all hell sent. April's playlist on repeat. Aaron's lies we can't defeat. The countdown's on, it won't take long to see this piggy squeal his song. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on Rumble now. This little piggy's begging for dollars. And this little piggy's breaking down wow. Every week we'll recap it slow. Tune in for this little piggy show. Oh, this little piggy ain't missing a thing. Just sit back, laugh, and watch the king.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to This Little Piggy, the roundtable discussion show about the Steel Toe Morning Show and its semen-sucking host, Aaron Imholte. What a busy week. Let's get right to it. It is only myself and the Moody Man today. Hi, Moody.
We're done with Carl. It's over. He's running a competing show at the same time.
Point dabble point today, as if Stuttering John's done anything new in the past week. I guess he did get pulled. There was a DUI video. There was like a not DUI, but police cam video of him getting pulled over, which was pretty interesting to watch a 60-year-old man not know. So I go to registration and I got to get my, how do I, it's like, have you owned a car in your life? So I get it, but you're right. Piece of shit.
It's like this week has been like, decades happen in a week, right? This has been one of those weeks for Steel Toe.
If ever there was a week to merge and bring Shuli over here and cancel Point Dabble Point.
Shuli would never.
Shuli would never make fun of Steel Toe?
He would never join forces with you.
Yes. Shuli and I met in Rochester. Everything was fine. But from what I hear, things are tense. I have no idea why. Anyway, lots to get to this week. And I know everybody's main event is the court stuff. But we're going to put that off because, believe it or not, there was a ton of other stuff that went down this week that needs to be discussed. And I know if the minute we get into the court stuff, which is a big L for us, it's a big L for
totally. We're seething. We've renamed our group chat the Seethe Chat.
Yes. So I get it. Big solemn day over here at the Piggy Network. Hit the like button and help us hit the goal to try to make up for what amounts to a massive win for the toe this week. What was your favorite thing that happened this week? Now take the court thing out of it because there was a lot of other stuff. What was your favorite event of the week, Moody?
I liked him shopping around for new women to abuse. That was the new thing.
I missed this. What is this?
Right. So he started to direct a lot of anger towards Pretty Antisocial. And the Aussie guy, Dean, from the United States of Australia, has posited the theory that Aaron is looking for new woman opponents for him to abuse because that's what he needs.
He likened him to Andy Kaufman, that he only wants to fight girls.
Right.
So yeah, I forgot about that. He did seem to take he did seem to take up a mantle for fighting both Jackie and Haley. He's trying to do this very juvenile divide and conquer thing with them.
Yeah, calling Jackie attractive, calling Haley spiteful and angry and ugly.
Right.
And it's this
says
stuff
Jackie
would work.
sticks up for him. He says, like, Jackie always has my back and sticks up for me. And it's like, do you watch the program?
This stuff would work on the right person and in person. I think it would work really well for him. But
if he on the internet, Jackie alone. But he does this thing where it's like complete spin. I guess, like Haley got Jackie this big picture of Aaron's mugshot, and Aaron pretends like Aaron. I mean, why not make believe? Aaron pretends like, oh, she loves me so much she hangs up my picture like a teen boy or a teen girl would hang up a poster of a famous person they liked in high school or middle school. So like she's basically decorating her locker with her crush.
Well, that's the joke. Like, it's supposed to be a joke.
And also, he went hard after Haley's voice this week, which is very low and mannish. And he says that basically she sounds like a scruffy dude and she's trying to change it. But he also said he had never listened to the show, which is crazy since he's played clips of the show on his show.
One thing that slipped from him talking about them is he was purposefully trying to call Haley Tiffany, even though he knows that Haley's name is Haley.
Yeah,
and so he would be saying, Tiffany, Haley, I mean Tiffany, or Tiffany is Haley.
Haley, yeah.
right. So he's always doing this thing where he's pretending that he's never heard of someone or gets their name wrong, and that's a power move on his. It's all manipulation, but it's spread on so sloppily.
It's such a transparent power move that anytime you legitimately say, like, I don't listen to that person or I don't know that person, like, for instance, it came up this week, Chrissy Mayer came up on the show, but like, I've never really watched the Chrissy Mayer show. I don't know her comedy, and I can't really comment on it. And people go like, oh yeah, pretending like you don't know Chrissy Mayer. It's such a power move that's used by so many of these insecure dorks that if you genuinely haven't watched a person, like, I know who Chrissy Mayer is. I'm not retarded. Yeah, I don't watch Chrissy,
but
like, that's just honest. But people
OP did the same thing, right? It's
you watch everything Chrissy Mayer does. Like, okay,
the OP does the same thing, which is like, I don't watch that show, but that entire show is, and then explains their perception of what happens on there. It's like, how do you know if you don't watch?
Also, how do you know that Jackie's your girl and Jackie always has your back and defends you, but you've never heard Haley's voice? This was the thing he was saying this week. Like, oh my God, somebody sent me a thing and I never heard Haley's voice before. And it's like, well, A, you have because you played clips, but B, you talk about what Jackie does and says on the show all the time, and she always has your back and sticks up for you. How are you getting a copy of the show without Haley's voice in it? Like, what are we?
I think there is a market for that. Pretty antisocial minus Haley, like Garfield minus Garfield. It's just Jackie talking to herself.
Yeah, if we could get isolated recordings of you guys and split them up, that would be fucking great.
Jackie sipping out of a Stanley mug and talking to herself.
Well, we have to start. I want to start this week with the members only show. As you know, the members only show is getting shorter and shorter because summer. I guess.
Yeah, the weather is not. Well, it's summer for you. It's not for me. The days are getting shorter and colder.
Yeah, sorry about that, Southern Hemisphere. But it's interesting too because at one point he was making fun of Pretty Antisocial. He said, "Oh my God, we should do a show where I just rip on their show for members only." And it's like, you won't do any members only content. Quit pretending like you're gonna do content for people who pay you money.
He's also said that he won't concern himself with lesser shows.
Yes.
Which, I mean, through that,
also,
what does he concern?
2 weeks ago on a Friday when he called into Johnny's show because he was trying to get his Rumble hours up. He was doing that Rumble only thing. And Johnny was streaming a show with his make-believe girlfriend who lives in Canada. He called in and he said, see, I can't rip on shows. I'm not good at this. I'm not good at doing this kind of comedy. But it's like, no, you want to do it and you wish you could do it. But the fact is, the thing about why he won't rip on shows is because he wants to rip on shows that rip on him. And he couldn't play clips of shows because it would make him look bad. If he played any clips of Pretty Antisocial or Melton or Carl, he'd be owned to oblivion. Everyone does it better than him. Everyone owns him and shows receipts. So like he'd be embarrassed to show.
He used to show shows. Like he used, if you go back to when we first found him.
Like Chad. When he was ripping on Chad, he would always show Chad show. But Chad sucks. Chad doesn't make any points. Chad doesn't have any proof. Chad doesn't show receipts, and Chad sucks at making fun of people. So it's very easy to like own Chad. Steel Toe is better at running a show and insulting people than Chad.
At DSP, he used to show his when he'd watch DSP, he'd do that. Right. What is it? That guy from Jackass, Bam Margera, he would show clips of Bam Margera. So yeah, this is a new it's a new era of steel toe. Don't show the don't show era.
And the desperation is getting like, honestly, I would guess 20% of his show is goal related, 20 to 25% of his show is begging for the goal. 50% or more is him answering haters. Whether they're in the chat currently and he has to like set the record straight, or he has to like, oh, somebody sent me this thing. Have you seen Nick's latest? Like, it's like the content of the core show now. He's losing it because there's nothing to take to radio and go like, this is what my program would be if I was on air.
Right.
Anymore. There's like very little.
He also, when he's watching like a news clip or something, he'll take an aside and say, this is like Melton when blah, blah, blah. And
out of nowhere,
it would turn to talking about haters.
And I don't think he has the impulse control to, once he does go on FM radio, to separate the two in his mind anymore. Like this is, he always does this thing like, I leave this stuff behind. This is the internet. No. Your world is all entangled and twisted. And I think if you were live on air, like on FM radio, to locals in Minnesota, you couldn't help going like, it's like Patrick Melton. It's like Nick. Right. It's like they wouldn't know who Carl is, you fucking idiot. Like,
yeah, you'd be limited to talking about Superman. That St. Cloud Superman's like the guy. But yeah, he's... The amount of reading that you have to do, like pre-watching stuff in order to contextualize his show and understand what he's talking about is nuts. Like yesterday, you were going on, when he was talking about Pretty Antisocial, you went on their show and you said, oh yeah, they're not getting a blowback or anything from anyone.
Right.
But to understand his comments about that, you need to know that Alyssa Clips had clipped Pretty Antisocial, put that up on her.
They were getting hate on her channel.
Because there's
all their
Nick
listeners
Rekieta
are
people.
siloed, right? Those are people who hate Nick Rekieta, and Alyssa Clips hates Nick Rekieta, so she clips anti-Nick Rekieta stuff. So her comments and those people are siloed to be like Nick Rekieta haters, versus Pretty Antisocial people are over here clowning on Aaron. So it is like everything has to be in context. For instance, but he doesn't. For a guy that does radio or claims to be a pro radio guy. This is a skill radio people have. It's called resetting. You constantly are going to break and you're coming back. And anybody who does drive time radio knows you have a new audience about every 15 minutes on average. That's about what your audience turnover is, because people listen on their way to work, on the way home to work, in and out of the store, whatever it is. People are listening for these brief windows. So when you're doing this longer segment that you're talking about something for an extended period of time, you do have to reset. You have to catch the new audience up on what you're talking about and what's going on. And he doesn't have that skill. He's always just launching into a diatribe about a thing where, again, imagine being just a solely steel toe listener. You say this all the time, but like, imagine just listening to steel toe. You're over here going like, what's happening?
It's even worse than that. So yes, that is a skill and it's something that radio people need to develop, but he also prides himself as a stand-up comedian. And something that stand-up comedians do is if they're interacting with the audience, they know they have a microphone, but the audience doesn't. Podcasts or these broadcasts are very similar, where you are speaking to a chat room and not everyone might be reading the chat room. So when there's an interaction, they'll be like, what do you do for a living, ma'am? And she'll be like, I'm a nurse, but no one hears that. And so you go, oh, you're a nurse. Blah 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 about nurse, like, and you repeat what they say to you,
you have to
so
repeat
that
the heckler's line to everyone in the room before you own the heckler, or your own doesn't make sense.
He doesn't do that with his chat, and so he will respond directly to people.
He will he'll put up a chat sometimes and just respond to it without reading the chat, but sometimes he won't even put it up. He'll just go, Lobster Monster, we're not doing that today. We're not getting into that today. And it's just like, why say that? Opie does this too. Like, you can just say that. You can just ignore it.
You can just not get into it and no one would know.
All right. This week, something crazy came out. He's been keeping a secret from us for almost 2 years.
Right. It's a long time. Okay. It's a long time in Steel Toe secret time.
Now we know this about Aaron. He can't shut his mouth up. He can't run. He can't keep anything under his hat.
Yeah. He wrote "Shut Up, Aaron" on the board behind him.
Right. To remind him.
His lawyer, because he looks at his own screen to look at himself. So
Stalin 19's been on top of the clips for Aaron lately, and this is Aaron letting us in on a little secret that he's been hiding from us for 2 years. This is unreal.
I'm very excited for us to go back on the radio. I told you guys when I started meeting with these people, I met with Gary in 2009, 2010 for the first time.
Hold on. When he deleted his hairline, did he leave feather on? Like this?
2020.
No Photoshop jokes.
Right. I'm sorry.
It hasn't even been 2 years that I've been talking to radio people, and I f***ed up one of those 2 years with my antics. So I would say, look, could something happen quickly? I got offered something. I can say this now. I got offered something back last. It would probably be summer of 2023. I got offered. I won't say where because I'm still speaking with them. I got offered an afternoon show somewhere. And I'll tell you this, if I'd have known that my life was going to take the twists and turns that it was going to, I would have gotten divorced then before anything bad happened, and I would have grabbed that afternoon show.
So he's telling us that this is a lot. He's telling us he got offered an afternoon drive radio show in 2022. This is when he was with April. This is famously the summer of abuse, the summer of domestic abuse that April alleged in the court documents.
Right.
And he's saying I should have got divorced then. Or sorry, 2023. So I guess
which
it's
is
not.
An insane thing to say, because when he was getting divorced, he said that both of us were at fault with this. So if you want to go back in time to when your marriage was good to an extent from your own perspective, would you not fix the issues that were coming up ahead and try to solve them rather than enter into a divorce?
This is my mistake. It was 2023, which was 2022 was the summer of domestic abuse. He's saying this is 2023. This is right after I found him and started covering him. But he's kind of letting the cat out of the bag here that he kind of wanted a divorce then. This is 6 months before the polycule developed. This is basically him saying, like, I should have pulled the trigger on that divorce thing earlier.
But that's like a year into their like a year and a bit into their marriage, with the kids having her as their forever mommy. Like,
yeah, well, also like, don't forget, this is the around Memorial Day. He said, like, by Labor Day, by September, that he would be back on radio. So I think this is probably maybe around that time if something was going on. But he gives two reasons here for turning that down. Number one, he's going to say, I'm a morning guy. I do mornings. It's like, you're not. You're an internet fool. But second of all, he said they didn't have a place for April. Which contrasts sharply with what he said later this week after the court hearing, that he should have never gave April this job. She had no experience and she wasn't good at it. He should have left her painting valves at the factory. Well, which is it? You turned down a job because there was no spot for your star co-host April, or she sucked and she should have never been doing this.
But at the time, April was a sometimes food, right? Like, she's not. Right. She wasn't on the show every single day like she was towards the end of the tenure, after Corey left, after Oz left, after Matt left.
She was on 2 days a week in the morning and nights. I think she did.
Right. So she doesn't need a place there. He was doing solo shows at the time,
and they really wanted Oz.
But I got offered an afternoon, Monday through Friday, drive time talk show. And
he's kept it a secret for 2 years. This is what's unbelievable, that he hasn't let this slip for 2 years. Aaron Imholte. Okay.
No,
he would be throwing. I've already been offered a gig on the radio, but I'm choosing the one that I want. Right. I'm not trying to get back on radio. I'm choosing how to get back on radio.
Spots.
Right.
So I held out for morning, and then it became, all right, well, here's the plan. Boom, 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 boom. Then all the bad shit happened.
He's literally Elaine on Seinfeld, yada, yada, yada. Like, but so then we talked and boom, yada, yada, yada. Like, okay, well, what was all that?
Now we're back to, all right. And then their business, both places I've been talking to, they say, business is fucking rough right now. So now I'm getting my shit straightened out. We're going to be meeting again. But man, taking that afternoon show, that could have been interesting.
He prides himself as being a man who loves war strategy, as someone who's good at business. One of the things is timing with that. Sometimes an opportunity doesn't come up again later. So when something comes, even if it's not perfect, sometimes you gotta jump on it and take it.
Right.
And he's going, I'm just gonna bide my time. It's gonna be good.
Hey, your boy's in demand.
Still could. I wonder if that's still available.
This is an insane little mind experiment. I wonder if the job they offered me 2 years ago that didn't happen is still available. I wonder if they've just been playing commercials for 4 hours in that slot and they can't find a guy. I wonder if that job's still available.
Because you can always go back. I was talking.
You can always, that's what they say. You can always go back. That is the saying.
E-Rock at the time, and E-Rock said, why don't you take what you can get and you can work it into something else? And I was like, I want to hold out for mornings. That might have been done. That might have been done. That would have been done by now. I could have been doing the afternoon thing. But
so they offered you a job in summer 2023 and you might have been doing afternoons by now?
No, he may have been doing mornings by
No,
by
that's not what he said at all. That's not what he said at all. I could have been doing afternoons by now, he said. He's acting like there's a 2-year onboarding process. Listen.
Mornings. That might have been done. That might have been done. That would have been done by
you
now.
went right to the end doing
the. No, you're talking over it again.
You skipped the part he was.
I didn't.
All right. Okay.
Listen.
That might have been done. That would have been done by now. I could have been doing the afternoon thing. But
see?
No. You need to go back like 5 seconds before where you went.
Okay.
Before
Here we go. Listen.
You can work it into something else. And I was like, I want to hold out for mornings. That might have been done. That might have been done. That would have been done by now. I could have been doing the afternoon thing.
He's saying I could be doing the afternoon thing.
I could have been doing the afternoon thing and working my way up to mornings, and that would have been done by now. Like I would have been on the mornings by now had I worked my way up from afternoon.
That's what I would infer from it too, but it's not what he's saying.
What are you talking about? Like what I would.
He's saying it could have been done. I could have been doing afternoons by now. He literally is saying that.
He's like, I could have done the afternoon thing until I got to mornings by now.
You're adding the until part. He's saying I could have been doing afternoons now. Listen to him. I mean, what are you not hearing? Listen to what he's actually saying and don't add.
Go back another 10 seconds from that. Go to 140.
Oh, holy shit, Moody. You're insane.
I'm right on this one.
Because you can always
go. No, I know what you're saying, and that's what makes sense. He's not saying that.
Yeah, but you gotta speak toe. You need to like.
Okay, so you're admitting I'm right.
I'm saying that
what you're saying. You're adding this until I worked my way to morning.
What he's saying is ambiguous. Look, if you're taking everything he's saying as literal, yes, some things he says are ambiguous, and so you're going to misunderstand.
I'm taking what he says, like human language, normal rules. What are you talking about? You're adding the whole thing.
Human language is not absolute. Like there's always ambiguity in it, and you need to understand.
Okay, I'm not going to pick straws. I'm talking about what he's talking about.
I was talking to E-Rock at the time, and E-Rock said, why don't you take what you can get and you can work it into something else?
Okay. You're taking that part and adding it later, which makes sense, but that's not what he's saying. I'm talking about what he's saying. Now listen.
Okay.
And I was like, I want to hold out for mornings. That might have been done. That might have been done. That would have been done by now. I could have been doing the afternoon thing, but I don't know.
He's not. I know what you're saying, and I know what makes sense. That's not what he's saying.
So you think
maybe you're saying he's trying to say that, but I'm talking about what he's saying.
So you're saying that he's implying that there's a 2-year onboarding process to get onto the afternoon show?
It's an insane thing to say.
That is an insane thing to say. Which is why I don't believe that that's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say,
I'm not talking about what he's trying to say. I'm talking about what he's saying.
Okay, all right.
I don't know why you can't argue with what I'm arguing. He's saying something else. The words coming out of his mouth are saying something else than you're saying.
Sure, but some people do that. Like, that's a normal part of human interaction. When have you talked to people last?
But you're arguing about what he's literally saying. I'm right. He's saying I could have been done. I could have been doing afternoons. That is what he is saying. Is it not?
Yes. But he's saying
I win. We're done. I know what you think he meant. I know it. I get it.
When he's saying
Moody, you're making sense. I'm just talking about what the words he's saying are. Are we in agreement?
Sure.
He's saying what I'm saying. Fuck. Like fuck. Are the words he's saying what I'm saying?
They could be interpreted in that way, but it would be crazy.
I'm not talking about adding shit. Holy shit. He said I could have been doing afternoons. That's what he said. Is it not?
I could be doing the. He said He could be. I could be doing the afternoon.
What's going on? What the fuck is happening?
The afternoon thing in this context is working himself up from afternoons to mornings.
Why are we doing this retard racetrack shit? He said I could have been doing afternoons. That's what he fucking said. Is it not?
He said the afternoon thing.
Right.
Not afternoons.
Okay. So now you're gonna do the Kevin Brennan thing.
I thought,
you cover it up.
Were we being literal? Were we being literal, or were we not being literal? What do you want to do?
This is how Moody gets out of a joke when he's losing.
And then
I'm not losing.
And then everything else happens.
Yeah, you're incorrect.
Oh boy.
I don't think so.
Red Fox Mad says,
yeah, you don't think he said the words he said either. You're incorrect all around.
You said the wrong words. He didn't say
idiot.
Afternoons.
I turned it down. I got offered afternoons and I turned it down.
This is an insane thing you're doing.
It's been over a year, so I think I can say that now and I'm not hurting anything. Be funny if I did. But
this is hilarious because Aaron never cared what he said. You could quote him all day and he would scream about what he meant and demand you ignore his words.
Another slurp for the toe.
Yeah, I'm on board with how humans talk and what he probably intended to say. Right. But it's insane to argue about what words he said, what the sentiment he said is. The sentiment he said is, I could have been doing afternoons. That's what he said.
That you're mixing sentiments with literal words. He said the afternoon thing.
I'm just saying what he said, man. There's no need for argument. I'm just saying what he said.
He said afternoon thing, not afternoons.
Okay, don't split syntax. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about he didn't say mornings. He didn't say I could have worked my way to mornings. You're adding that. You're adding
through context, yes.
Right, but he didn't say that. Like, I don't, like, you're being crazy.
I don't think so.
Moody, you're adding an entirely different thought from a previous statement into, I'm just saying.
That's what context, that's literally what context means.
Right, but he didn't say that. He said,
he
said, E-Rock said, I could have worked my way to mornings.
Yes.
Maybe I can go back. I could have been done. I could have been doing afternoons. That's what he said.
No, I could have been doing the afternoon thing.
Okay, I'm not going to do
it. Offer to return to afternoon drive.
Stupid.
And I'm so stupid.
You're arguing about, okay, he said I could have been doing the afternoon thing. He didn't say mornings. I said I could have been doing the afternoon thing.
Yeah, true. But the afternoon thing.
He didn't mention mornings.
As I understand in this context.
He didn't mention mornings. Am I correct or not? He didn't mention mornings. Correct or not? Moody, I need you to know, this is for my sanity. He did not say I could have worked my way to mornings. He said I could have been doing the afternoon thing. Are we done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Said that.
Thank you. Okay. That's all I'm talking about. I'm
not
arguing what he meant. I'm not arguing about what he meant or meant to say or implied. Okay. Did he say mornings? No, he didn't. Fact. Like, what are we doing? He didn't say that. You're adding it. You're guessing.
This is no. It's contextualized.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said I could be doing the afternoon thing right now.
Thank you.
Right.
If you think about it, I could have done a morning show. I could have done an afternoon show, and then no evening shows. And
So he's still not saying I could do mornings. He said I could have done a morning show here. And then an afternoon show on the air, and then no evening show. He's still not talking about doing mornings on the air.
It's not mutually exclusive.
He's
in the lead up to
not talking about it. You got to stop.
The lead up,
Moody, I'm not trying to do a thing. You got to stop.
All right.
You're being nuts. You're being
the
nuts.
plan was hold out.
I know you think like I'm trying to get a thing going for the
I'm not.
audience to go
I'm honestly not.
He's talking about I could be doing afternoon shows on the air. That's what he's still talking about. So he didn't mean to say mornings, actually, because he's still going on about
it's two
I could have
different
done my morning show on the internet and my afternoon show on the air.
No, it's
That's not
two
what he's
different
saying.
times.
That's not what he's saying.
All right, if you don't want to listen to it,
Yeah, go ahead, but you're incorrect.
Okay, what I'm saying with this now, he's saying I could have fit in doing afternoon slots on the radio and between my morning and evening show. I could use that afternoon slot in order for me to work my way up to doing the morning show on the radio during that time.
Not saying
so
that
it's
at
not
all.
mutually exclusive.
Not saying that at all. He said I probably should have taken the afternoon gig, and that way I'd just have a morning show and an afternoon gig, and then I wouldn't have to do evening shows. He didn't say in between my morning and evening show. He said I wouldn't have to do an evening show. You're not listening.
All right.
You're missing shit.
Can we move on? This is so
I mean, we can, but like you're like digging your heels into a thing he's not saying. He's literally gone on and said I could have done my morning show on the internet, my afternoon gig on the radio, and no evening show. And then you somehow heard, no, he meant work up to morning. Like you're nuts.
All right.
He's fantasizing about a life where he has an internet morning show and an afternoon radio show and no evening show. That's what he just did.
Okay.
Did he not?
It was a while since I listened to it. We'll go to play it again.
Okay. I mean,
There's
this is fucking insane.
Spot that I wanted, and that certain spot is still out there. But that's the one I wanted to hold out for. Justin Kemple says, "You blew it." Justin, that was a big part of it. April was with me at the time, and there was no spot for her with this whole thing, and I was paying April a shitload of money, and it just would have been like she wouldn't.
All right, let's go to the chat because they're all fucking chiming in on whose side they're on this fucking argument.
This is what happens when Carl's not here.
It's but like you're just wrong. Like what I'm saying is the words he's saying. And you're adding in all this stuff from the thing E-Rock said behind. But he goes on. He goes on. Yes, but that's not the context. That's the context of what E-Rock said. He then fantasized about a life where he's like, I could have done my morning show on the internet, and then I could do my afternoon show on the radio, and I wouldn't have to do an evening show.
I didn't hear
that's
that
what
part.
he fully expound. Right. Of course you didn't hear it.
Okay.
But that's a life he imagined.
Right.
So, I mean, there's just no fucking, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the world he just posited was I could do my morning show on the internet, and then I have my afternoon show on the air, and I don't have to do an evening show. That's what he said out loud. Now, of course, in the back of his head, he wants to do mornings. I would imagine he always would be working towards doing mornings. He didn't say that at all. That's all I'm saying. Okay. All I'm saying is those words didn't come out of his mouth.
All right. I agree with that.
Thank you. I think I understand how a normal person talks and what he probably intends.
Right.
Jeez, I just like when a guy says blue, I'm arguing that he said blue, and you're like, he probably meant purple.
Right. Like I'm saying like if there's a purple thing and a yellow thing next to each other, and he says like I like the blue one.
Why'd you pick
that
colors?
Sure, but like if there's purple and yellow next to each other, and someone says I like the blue one, you can infer from that they probably
like the yellow one,
or
they'd take the blue one, but they'd save up money to get the yellow.
Okay,
one.
Let's just can we move on, please?
By the way, we do this in person all the time.
Right.
This is how we pass the time when we're riding in a car together. We just argue about nothing.
You usually yell more, though.
Yes. It's fucking infuriating.
The difference is I don't have an audience that completely agrees with me in this, so I need to fight hard against the gaslighting.
Let's go to the comments. Raise balls, thank you for becoming a member. When you're good friends, you have to make up shit to argue about. Believe me. Oh God, I'm too fat and out of breath.
People think like you need to be smart to get a PhD. No, it means you're just stubborn. That's what it means.
Yeah,
so.
You just stay in school. You just don't know what you want to do with your life, and just stay in school.
With every force telling you to like go out and just earn money, you're like, no, I want to answer this problem no one cares about.
Oh my God, this is insane. I love you, man. Coach Benjamin Leviathan, time to cope and see. We're all irate. I agree. Coach DK, thank you very much for the 20 Nobody Likes Onions memberships today. We are doing it. Standalone Cakehorn. Is Aaron revising history to say he could have gotten divorced in 2023 to take away any credit Patrick could claim for causing his divorce as predicted? I put that counter up in summer. It was already up.
It was up by that point.
Oh, I'm laughing. Johnny Mars, has Moody ever admitted to taking an L? No, because even in this radio fantasy of his, he's like, yeah, I probably made a mistake not taking that. Or did I? Because if I took that and then all this polycule stuff happened.
Well, we did it.
Yep, they all officially miss Carl.
That's probably true. Has Moody? No, because he's basically saying like, if I would have taken the job, I probably would have been fired from the job for the polycule stuff. But then he also goes like, well, if I had the job, I probably wouldn't have gotten involved with the polycule. So he's really going back in a time machine and trying
butterfly affecting it,
branch out these different timelines.
He does admit to taking L's, but he frames them as W's. So he'll be like, I took a legit L this week, but my haters aren't even focusing on it. They should be digging into it. So
yeah, they're not
kind of a W.
Handling the W, right? Which basically gives me the W back. Like look, puff puff pass, if you're not gonna smoke the W, hand it over here, fellas. Coach Tits McGee, shut up, Moody. Big Sauce is right. Yes, me.
That's a member for 12 months. They don't. They're deep into your cult.
No, but this one's on your side, so now it's even. Patrick's 100% wrong on this. Sometimes the first sentence explains the second. Most autistic fight I've ever seen. You need to go back and watch our flat Earth argument.
Yeah, it's that went
hours,
on
for hours.
Hours.
Moody, but I forgot that Moody can't like picture things in his head.
Yeah,
and I think that did have something to do with that argument because you couldn't imagine a thing.
Let's not bring it up again. This show won't be about Aaron.
I asked Moody to imagine the Earth is flat. He's like, but it's not. And I like, okay, well, we're done.
I think in concepts, I've got a Fantasia. So yeah,
it's like if you handed him coffee and he's like, I don't like this. And it's like, oh, does it need sugar? I don't know. I can't even imagine what that would be like. It's just wrong. Wrong.
I can picture tastes, smells, like sounds.
I can picture tastes. Michael Ray Bauer over here.
Right.
I'm laughing so hard I can hardly see through my eyes tearing up. D Brace, and I agree with Moody when he said that. I took it as he could have been through. Look, I took it as that too. I was arguing the literal statement he was making, and then he went on to fantasize how his day would be, which also included him doing an afternoon show on the air. So I think he was talking about maybe I should have given up and just taken the afternoon show, but I don't know. I agree with Moody when he said that I took it as he could have been his afternoon time and on to mornings by now. Yes, that is also how I interpreted it, but I was arguing the exact thing he was saying. That's all I was doing, just to start a fight. He is now talking about how he could have spent his time doing afternoon. Okay, now you're on my side?
No.
Can we pretend the fat autistic is correct so we can move on, even though Moody is? See, they're taking your side.
You got to be more.
They like you.
Yeah, I don't usually have that. You got to be more precise about who the fat autistic is.
The fattest autistic.
Right. Okay.
James Gartner gifting 5 Nobody Likes Onions memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And maybe we should just bust these out while we got them. The super chats.
Hey, fellas. PDP was supposed to be behind a paywall, but I have to prove my lolcow is better than your lolcow. And I will take down your show like your name was Palestine Melton.
I'm not going to try to compete with that show. I'm sure they have 1,500 watching. They always do.
Miss Haley got me doing Horde Time Yonian.
What was that?
From revenge porn to $50 fine and a gross misdemeanor, it's a circus, can't you see? I know I'm slow, but fuck me. What the HELL is going on? Happy Friday, you bunch of fuck nuggets.
Thank you. Happy Friday to you.
We are
money.
10.
Clubfoot is dead to me. Allowing those losers at TSN to take the 4 p.m. Friday spot and not jump SJ with a live camera and wait in the parking lot like the steel toes they are.
Sorry, what?
We are 10 viewers ahead of.
Whoa!
So we have split the audience. And we are slightly beating them. So
yes,
even with our fight, people would rather watch that than Stuttering John.
It's passion over here. There's passion behind what we do. God damn it. This is real. This is boxing.
When's the shitting happening, Patty? I need to get the computer car out the dryer ready.
We're not doing that. Thank God.
Why would I take an afternoon radio gig when I can beg the 10 dedicated loyal idiots for money? Am I doing it right, Beggy Monster?
Yes, Cuckleton. That's perfect. Who needs a wage when you can take other people's wages?
This chat is going to keep this argument going forever. Queefer Stutterland wants people to type, Moody is right, 1, 2, literal pet is wrong. Wait, hold on a second. That doesn't...
Enough with the street shitter. Aaron's words, not mine. Move the hell on.
No, we're going to circle back to this at the end. 100%. Why is Melton bringing up how insane a 2-year-old onboarding process is if nobody actually meant that? I'm just saying what he said, man.
Yeah, guys, don't tell him about idioms. It's gonna blow his mind when he hears it's raining cats and dogs.
Was Adam Bush also unavailable to record tonight? No, I did not ask if Adam Bush was also available to do the show today with Moody.
No, we didn't ask because I don't want to annoy him and make him do every show. He does Carl's show every week.
I sent him an apology DM and he's left it on red or he's ignored it completely. I feel so bad.
I told him that you were freaking out, and he said, "Oh my God, I'm going to block him."
I deserve that.
And I didn't tell you that because I thought it'd be just really funny if he just blocked you after you apologized.
Yes, it's worse. He's just not responded to anything.
Melton hasn't yelled this loud since his dream machine shit the bed. Is it called a dream machine? Anyway, Iwa, secure. He could do the afternoon thing. Secure.
Stop fighting, you bitches. He clearly
look how much money we made on this fight.
He could have been doing afternoons and given up on the morning shows. Everybody is right and wrong. Ranga, danga, bunga, janga, ganjinga, banga, ranga, dumba.
Correct, Delethian. Moody, you're right. We all know. Let Pat seethe. Look how much money we made on this argument. I'm going to start more.
What do you mean we?
Yeah, that's true. You don't get any of it. I bought you a broken 3D printer. Yeah. Moody is making Patrick feel. You're goddamn right he is. Take this hat off. Joseph Hamas, Moody, can you 3D print a noose and a stool that collapses when you speak? Oh, that one made me laugh harder than anything today so far. Anonymous, why not do a poll to ultimately see who's right? Yes, we're gonna institute a poll.
Please, not in front of the chat, children.
Oh, you guys are fucking me up today. Oh God, maybe we don't invite Carl ever. Oh God, this is too good. We're stealing this show from Carl. I think Pat thinks he's right. Bless his heart. See,
you're making Papa Melty feel.
You're winning this by far. You two are definitely sleeping with each other.
I think so many people in this universe just don't have friends. Like you don't.
Is this what gets clicks these days? Arguing about what doing morning shows and afternoon shows. Who cares? Go ask Aru. Now I got to go walk my doggy. Let's go, doggy.
Do you think when he said we're sleeping with each other, he meant we're fucking? Because he said we're sleeping with each other.
Look, don't open this can of worms. And I don't mean like if you've got a can filled with worms in your house, that would be crazy. But that is what I said.
I put worms in jars.
Right.
Even though that's called canning. So I don't know. I don't understand.
Right. And like someone got canned and they got like fired from their job. Like, why would you put them in a can if you're firing them?
The fuck are we doing anymore? You should. I can't wait for Steel Toe on Sunday. He's gonna be like, "Dude, did you see this little piggy? They gave up talking about me and they were just arguing about worms." Pretty sad.
They were talking about syntactical content, syntax and context of the English language.
Oh God, I'm dying. I can go home now. I don't need any.
You are home. You're literally in your home right now.
You don't know. 1,000% Team Moody here. Come on, Moody. Yes. $100 from DK.
Hey, woman beater. Here's 50 for your current fine and 50 for your future guilty plea. Yeah.
Yeah. David R. Fuller, stop making each other feel we know you're winning the WATP viewers race. No, not anymore. I think they're fading off. They're like, we came to learn about idiots, not find two new ones.
We're ahead by 14 people now.
Keep us posted. Stop making each other. Sorry, we already read this. Aaron is a bigger embarrassment than Stutjo. I don't know. It's all relative. Hey, Geezer, one of you almost held handfuls of their own shit. Look, if you want to split hairs, we both got the same distance from holding a handful of shit over our head. Not at all.
You were $7,500 closer to it than I was.
85. And also like, yeah, so not at all.
Right.
You want to do this? I don't even know what we would argue.
I fear super tips so much I won't let my clubfoot boyfriend turn them on. Super chats only. TSN is such a bitch.
Think of the chat children. The children.
Think of the chat children. Markin says Melton is correct. Aaron is literally saying he wished he'd taken the afternoon show on radio, and all the other shit around is just Aaron's neurotic rat brain constructing a convoluted scenario. Yeah, let's agree to disagree because Aaron doesn't even know what he means. Can we, like, Aaron would take anything. Can we just, Aaron doesn't even know.
He's got an idea in his head and he tries to emote that and it doesn't always come out clear. I think because we've spent like over 2 years focusing on what he says and trying to get meaning from it, I'm getting better at like knowing what he meant by something.
Yes, I agree. Here's something else that happened this week. Let's move on and see what we can fight about and split hairs in this clip. Aaron, as you know, loves to on the beginning of the week, he loves to recap his weekends.
Right.
He's always like, I had a crazy weekend.
Yes.
And it's always like I had to get gas or I went to the mall.
And it's a recap of what he said on the members only show as well.
Yeah.
So the beginning
by
of the
Monday morning, he's got it polished. Yeah, it's like polished material. But this was an interesting little segment here.
Go and pick up his poop with a bag on my hand, put it in the poop bag, throw it away, wash your hands.
Talking again, I think for the third week in a row about picking up his dog's shit. Did you know I also pick up my dog's shit?
Right. It's a normal part of owning a dog.
Oh, God. And then I throw it in that little martini glass cone around her head like a basketball game. And it fills up with shit.
You don't throw it under your desk so that you play around with it with your feet during a show?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did that. You don't know this. Okay. So
no.
he thought there was a Tootsie Roll under his desk and he was like fidgeting with it with his toes. And
First of all,
then
did you call it a Tootsie Roll?
That's how it's spelled, and I'm just reading things as they're written down. So, so there's a Tootsie Roll that he's got. Is that correct? So he thought there was a Tootsie Roll.
I kind of like that.
Yeah,
a Tootsie Roll.
Anyway, so there's a Tootsie Roll under his desk, and he's been fidgeting with it with his feet, like in between his toes, moving. You know, like how some people do the coin thing on the hand?
Yeah, or a poker chip or something. Yeah.
But he's doing that with his toes. The toe was towing the shit, and so then he looked under his desk, and it turned out that Gordy had shit there, and he was playing with Gordy shit. This dog shits in the house. This dog shits in the house.
Yes. This dog,
and this is real.
The dog doesn't like him.
I'm not. This is a real story he told.
I believe you. There's nothing you could say to me about him that I won't believe, other than he meant morning. All right, here we go.
And I said, but if you guys do it, I'll either give one person $30 or if all three of you do it, I'll give you $10 each. Because that's how much it's worth to me to not pick up the dog's shit.
He also told a story on the morning. He didn't get into it here, but he said, my kids earn a $10 allowance for keeping their room clean and making their bed on the first of every month. The funny part about that is like, he's not with them except for the every other weekend and some afternoons when he hangs out with them after school for a brief period of time before returning them to their rightful father. He definitely isn't there when they wake up in the morning to make their bed. Like I know I get the implication here is that makes their bed and keeps their room clean at his house, but he acts like he's a attentive father who's like, if they make their bed all month, it's like all 4 nights they spend with you. Like, what are we talking about? On the first of every month, he gives them a $10 allowance, but he also gives all 3 of them $10 if they go out in the yard and pick up dog shit. And he said that they were falling out of interest with keeping up with their room cleaning and their beds being made. And he's mentioned that before, actually, how they keep their rooms gross. He said because they don't really earn money by keeping their beds made.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
They don't keep their beds made anymore. They don't really have interest in doing that anymore. Well, yeah, because they can earn the same amount of money you pay them every month in 5 minutes by going outside and picking up shit.
Yes.
Which you don't want to do for your dog. And also they're at his house every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Does he prorate that that allowance he gives them?
Picking up dog shit every 2 weeks?
Look, it's $10 a month, but then we divide it by the total number of days that you're here, so it's actually like $4.
So they do that, and they go, and instead of saving, they go, we want to go to Target. I said, okay.
Oh, damn.
They said, I want.
His kids love discount stores. They love Target. They love Goodwill.
Someone brought this up in the chat. He's Damina Morgul. She said that, or they said that he streams from 6 to 10 a.m. almost every day of the week. He's not dropping his kids off. Like this is not
in the mornings, but I think he spends 2 hours in the afternoon. Like he picks them up and takes them out for ice cream like a big brother, and then drops them off at their parents' house, or he takes them over to their his parents' house for an hour or two so they can print him a new shirt. You know,
maybe they catch the bus in the morning, but they'd catch the bus in the afternoon too. Like it's weird for him to be broadcasting during the time when they wake up and they need to be taken to school.
He's not a father. Let's just agree.
The mall. So we went to Target, we went to the mall, and they went to this international food store that they have in the mall, and they bought some exotic drinks.
His kids are 10, 8, and goo. They went to an exotic food store and bought some drinks. You can't buy your kids drinks. They have to spend their allowance on that.
Well, sometimes, like in the defense, sometimes it is fun to buy weird stuff, like
right. You think they're buying shrimp candy and
or like going to buying a Thai version of like orange juice in a little can or something. Yeah,
some exotic ginger beer.
Right.
Whatever. So, no, Nova, I don't pick up my dog's shit with my feet, you asshole.
Okay, so that's the reference.
That's what that was about.
So we took him there, and we were in Target, and my kids lost track of me for a second, and they find me, and I'm staring at a PS5.
Now,
yeah, the way this is phrased is nuts.
And they find me, and I'm staring at.
Oh wait, I didn't go back far enough. I've had that problem today.
No, Nova, I don't pick up my dog's shit with my feet, you asshole. So we took him there, and we were in Target, and my kids lost track of me for a second.
My kids lost track of me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to Adam Walsh in the 80s.
It's something that happened to him. So it's not like I lost my kids. It's my kids lost track of me. Sometimes bad things happen to good people.
Kids aren't supposed to keep track of their parents.
Right.
That's not the way that works. Everything happens to Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
This is evident when he talked about the revenge porn thing. He's like, don't ever let this happen to you like it did to me. It's like, what? Like it won't. Don't worry.
Because it happened because of the polycule. It happened because Gino and Kiki talked to the cops. It happened because he sent it. Like that's what
my kids lost track of me.
And they find me, and I'm staring at a PS5. And I'm like, maybe it's time for me to get a PS5. And then
maybe it's time. PS5 has been out for 5 years. Like
Not
they
to
gotta be. They're working on the PS6 100%, correct? Like the PS5 has been out. They have a slim version. They have an extreme. They have 9 versions of it.
Yeah, when there's like a Master Chief version of it, it's you've missed the train.
Holy shit!
Look, if you've got this, this is during the week where he was talking about getting a new camera and upgrading the studio. And I like, what's a PS5? Like $500?
$500, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. So that is like a top of the line camera as far as streaming goes. That's a capture card and a really good mirrorless camera that would make the studio so much better. And he's thinking, maybe I should spend money on the
He only takes what he needs, man. He only takes what he needs. And he's the kind of piece of shit, too, that would buy the PS5 bundle with 1 controller and make his kids watch him play. Sorry, kids, we only have 1 controller.
And I forgot for a second.
Or he'd lament for days and weeks about how he only has 1 game that came with it, and he's really got to look into more games.
A PS5 or like a Nintendo Switch would actually be a good investment for him, because then the kids would be looking forward to coming over and playing with that.
They wouldn't have to be in the crawl space with Rusty Nails trapping the dog. Rusty Nails is a chatter.
Oh, I'm 38 years old with 3 children. So instead what I did was I went on I have my retirement account with Edward Jones, but then
good to know. I have mine with Vanguard. I don't know about you. Where's your retirement account?
AMP.
Okay. Just want to get that out there.
Right.
Listen to this. I love when he learns. I love when he tells us things he just learned. This great.
App. I don't know if you know about this app. It's called Acorns. If you want to sign up for Acorns, let me know. Send me an email. I'll give you a referral. You'll get some.
I know what Acorns is.
Show turns into affiliate links. I hope the whole show.
And I'll get some free money. The Acorns app on your phone. So it's this app where
last week he taught us about laundry stripping. This week it's Acorns. I love this. This app was popular 12 years ago.
Spend money with your debit card, right? Yeah. And something's like $8.72.
Yeah.
Well, Acorns takes that 28 cents, puts it into a thing, and then once that hits $5 or $10, it invests it.
He explains it so poorly. He goes, you know how something costs $7.82 or $7.72. Well, Acorns takes the 28 cents, and you're going like, what? And you have to connect the fact that Acorns rounds it up to the nearest whole dollar and takes the remainder of money, in this case, 28 cents. He doesn't know how to tell a story.
He's getting dangerously close to explaining the plot of Office Space.
Yeah. There are fractions of a penny.
And then you can put multipliers on it up to like 10 times. So I do 10 times multiplier, do that.
What?
I put the wrong multiplier on the pennies.
And then you can put multipliers on it. And we're supposed to know what that means. Like we're all slot machine junkies.
And then every once in a while, if you're just sitting around and you're like, oh, I've had a really good week, haven't spent very much money. Let me take the rest of it, just, throw it in this Acorns account. So I'm going to buy this PS5. And then I just, at the last minute, I go, you're 38. You have 3 children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, you can enjoy video games in your part-time. You're allowed to get a video game.
He does. He does. He plays Bannerlord and Manor Lords as well.
Man of Wars.
But
wait, what's Manor Lords? Just manners?
I don't know. It's probably like Age of Empires. It's like some real-time strategy game. But he's got this. Look, playing video games with your kids is a legitimate way to bond with them. But choosing a PS5 is probably one of the least kid-friendly consoles to have. He could have made like a really good case for getting a Switch or a Switch 2 or whatever and played that with them. Like that, playing Mario Party with your kids, like that'd be fun. That could be something that they do as a family. But he was thinking about playing games by himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another thing that happened this week, which was wild, is something with Alyssa Clips and Nick Rekieta.
Right.
I think this clip is him describing that. This is a very important development.
like a bitch. That was not my intent today.
Oh shit.
I mean, not like it's the easy, not like it's the most difficult thing in the world, but it started out with somebody super chatting us today and asking me about like what's up with his latest lies, and we had to bust his payroll lie.
Oh, this is the payroll thing. Here we go.
Right. Oh yeah, you owe her so much money because she was getting notifications that they were trying to pay her and there were overdrafts or whatever. I'm like, no, first of all, if there were those, she wouldn't get those.
Nika gets alleged that while April hadn't been paid, April stopped being paid in April, that she was still receiving pay stubs from Steel Toe saying that she was paid all the way through August. And Nick threw out a number, I think it was 16,000 or 18,000 or something like that she was owed based upon pay stubs that she'd received. Aaron's trying to say, like, she would never have received those. Well, yeah, the person being paid does get the pay stubs, no? Now, it wouldn't surprise me if he set up an email address for April that he managed and ran.
She did have one. It was like April Steel Toe or April Radio, something like that.
April Imholte Radio.
Second of all, if you did get any information like that, you would have gotten it from my email, as she was not on the account. But he said, oh,
is that how it works? Like when you get a pay stub from your company, does that mean you have access to your boss's email?
Right.
It's a security risk, I think.
Pay her after and it wouldn't go through. And there's no sensitive information on here. Here's the not on payroll ex-employees list over on QuickBooks.
That is sensitive.
Just let me,
huh?
That is that is sensitive information. Like you're revealing it.
It actually isn't, because what he says here makes no sense.
Sure, and take a look. Oh yeah, look at that. Last paycheck, April 1st, 2024. Processed it.
I guess you could argue that maybe this is some violation of employee privacy by disclosing what she made publicly without her consent. But the thing is, he's going like, look, this shows she wasn't paid since April 1st. Now, this is interesting because for months after this, he was begging her to come home. He was telling us she might come back on the radio. And yet he stopped paying her on April 1st. It's like he knew right away.
It's 2 weeks. What was it, like 2 weeks after she left is when he said she's never coming back?
No,
something like
more
that.
More than that. I think it was around 4.
No, he said she's never coming back to the show. Like he changed it to not coming back.
Oh, see, it's all so fuzzy. We should go back over that timeline. But either way, this doesn't negate what Nick said. Both things can be true. The last time you paid her was in April. And Nick was saying the last time you paid her was in April, but she was still receiving pay stubs saying that you were paying her, which is fraud. That'd be some sort of fraud that your company is committing. So that was the allegation. So in order to prove Nick wrong, he just says, no, I haven't paid her since April. And it's like, yeah, that's what he's saying.
Isn't that weird? So I had to bust that lie today.
So this was 2 times this week he showed proof that isn't proof. You know what I mean? Like proof would be you showing your payroll documents that showed. The way I described it is like, if you're cutting someone a check, I can tell my accounting software I cut someone a check and then just not print the check. So that's what Nick is alleging happened. Like you were writing off this money, but you weren't actually giving her the money. That's what Nick's alleging.
And then there was another lie. He said,
he said that the goal doesn't go down immediately because there's a whole bunch of.
Yes, he kept saying we have to wait until it catches up. We figure out how much money we're going to have in surplus once April's off the books. He kept saying that all the way till August after she was arrested. After all that, he said April wasn't off the books.
April's not off the books. Yeah, that's right. He did say that.
April's truck wasn't off the books. And we were wondering why there's 2 truck payments for this company where people work from home.
So he gave himself a pay raise, I guess.
Yes. That's exactly what happened. Holy shit, I had forgotten about that. For months, even after the arrest, he said, we got to wait till April's off the books. And here he is going like, dude, April was off the books April 1st.
Right.
Holy shit. Like, I didn't even connect that.
You're right. April was off the books, but the obligations that April had personally needed in their relationship was still there.
Well, look, my bills are the same. And it's like, yeah, and April's got bills to pay too. So, like, you can't keep paying April into your own account. And this is what came out. I guess Nick said that he paid her into their joint account just like he paid himself. So, like, it literally is Debo from Friday being like, it'd be like, this money's both of ours. We'll just keep it down at my house. Just like,
right.
Yeah. So April had no money to pay bills with while you were telling your accounting software you were paying April.
About my divorce attorney being better than him. And he was seething about my divorce attorney doing a good job, which when the person who was giving legal advice to the other person is seething about how mad they are about the other attorney a year later, you know you cooked his ass good. Nick said,
he was going off about how amicable everything was.
Yes.
During this time. He was like, it's amicable.
Because he didn't want April to fight back. But the minute it's all signed, he's like, well, he cooked April's ass good on this divorce. And then he gets into the hacking, which we haven't heard about in a long time. But he let us know on the morning show from this date that he found out recently from the FBI that the hacking investigation is still ongoing. Now, what's interesting about that is that we thought this hacking investigation was a precursor and had something to do with the revenge porn case. Because remember those documents he filed and he told everybody like the reason the revenge porn case is being held up is because we're investigating this hacking.
Yes.
So he found out it was still ongoing. I thought this was part of your other case. How did you lose track of it?
I went to the police. I reported the access to my accounts. This was what, December, November, something like that. And I said this a while ago. It must not have made the rounds. People didn't clip it, whatever. But I said a while ago, they update you when it gets sent somewhere.
They update you when it gets sent somewhere. Then he says this.
And when I went to Stearns County, they told me we've sent this to.
Then he says, I went and retrieved information that they'd sent it. So do they update you or did you go to them?
Another county. And we sent it to the Minnesota Department of the FBI, the Minnesota office of the FBI. And those are the people who have it because there's a lot of work they need to do. There's, from what they said, they go, this motherfucker sent this shit out to so many people.
I have to clarify this. There's nothing. It doesn't exist. I don't know how else to say it. This is so wild. I did a fake drunk show where I talked about sending this to Dick Masterson and Ethan Ralph and a million other people involved in this universe. And I was making up this zip file or drive or whatever. It does not exist.
That,
but
our county.
This other thing, it's always retelling from his side. So they may have told him we've sent it off to all these other places, but sometimes that's what they do when they realize they don't have jurisdiction or any interest in pursuing a case. They'll be like, we forwarded this on to other places. If they want to pick it up, great. If not, the same thing actually happens with SafeSport. They've got a process where they're like, report everything to SafeSport. If we realize we have jurisdiction over it, we'll investigate. Otherwise, we forward it on to the body that is responsible for that sport.
Yeah, in the movies and TV shows, you always see people at a crime scene and they fight over jurisdiction.
Right.
They want jurisdiction, but it goes the other way too.
Yeah,
it goes the other way too, where they're like, I don't want to deal with this. You fucking do this. Like, you never see that. You never see like, all right, you handle this murder.
Yeah, the FBI also has trash cans.
Get off my crime scene.
Can't handle that shit. So I said that a while ago, and that's nothing I can't say. That's not something they don't give me enough information for me to jeopardize.
No shit. You have the only cases you can jeopardize are the ones you know about, and that's the ones you jeopardize.
Anything. So they've had it. They've been looking into it. They've been looking into a bunch of different people. Some of them, I don't even know these people. But I mentioned that today, and people went, Oh my God.
Play the clip.
That's crazy. No way. And I'm like, well, I said a while ago that that was all I knew. That was it. So that's still going on. And then that starts making the rounds. People start talking about it. And then I get some DMs from Alyssa Clips. And Alyssa Clips, God bless her, she always asks for permission. She's like, hey, I'd like to put this out there. I'd like to confirm what you're saying. I have evidence of my own. I'd like to put it out there. Is that okay with you? She didn't have to ask. And I said, sure, absolutely. So Alyssa Clips sends me a couple comments from her video she posted today about the FBI thing. And this person said, I will never stop. I would show this, but it's on my DMs. I don't want to expose other people in my DMs. Stabby McStabwood. There, I'll read the name that I can't make up. Commented, I will never stop laughing if Nick gets charged and convicted for this. Someone else wrote, NR is commenting on the Stalin 19 clip channel. He's so desperate. To which Alyssa then said,
this is a conversation that's going on Kiwi Farms that he's reading.
Is it Kiwi Farms or on Twitter? He said he didn't want to reveal his Twitter DMs.
I think the one where they're talking about Nick commenting on stuff, what I saw was like green.
Okay.
I don't know, but there is a screenshot of something from Kiwi Farms that says the same exact thing.
Okay.
I shit you not. These guys are so dumb. Alyssa is sending Aaron clips of her own comments on Kiwi Farms saying Nick had 100% had access to your Gmail. And then Aaron's going like, dude, I saw the DMs. I saw the comments where she said he has access. It's like, it's this self-referencing. I went down this hole because you told me to go watch this Alyssa Clips thing. So what happened is Alyssa sent DMs she had with Nick to Aaron. Aaron went on his show. This is proven now. And said, Alyssa Clips sent me DMs. Nick saw that and then messaged Alyssa, dude, you sent Aaron our DMs? And Aaron, because she sent the DMs by Gmail, Aaron goes, and Alyssa, that proves he has access to her Gmail because I sent those clips by Gmail. I sent those screenshots by Gmail, so he clearly saw them. Well, no, he saw Aaron say you did that. This is nothing. This is nothing. Nick got mad at her because Aaron told everyone what she did. Aaron said she emailed me these DMs. So then Nick went and said, what the fuck are you doing mailing these DMs? And then Alyssa's like, oh my God, so you have access to the Gmail. That's all that happened.
Right.
There's no proof. Alyssa took a screenshot of the Gmail she sent and sent that to Aaron and a screenshot of Nick saying, why'd you send my DMs? And say, he can see the Gmail. It's nothing.
Yeah, but if Aaron had mentioned that they were conversing, then everyone would know about that.
Yes, Aaron told.
Yeah. Right.
So they're so dumb. And again, we've talked about how hard it is to prove anybody even if it came from a text number or an email, to prove that person is the one who sent that. It's very, very hard to do legally. We can make guesses and inferences all we want. Nick never referenced, I saw an email where you did this. He said, hey, I heard you did this. What the fuck? You sent my DMs? But Aaron had announced it on his show. So like, they just make these leaps. And Aaron acted like this was a giant bombshell this week. It took me a while to unravel what had happened, but people figured it out. This is nothing. And Aaron's again acting like this is big proof, just like the payroll stuff.
He can't comment on this topic here. Not that he really comments here anyway, because he knows it's his own fault. That I can say with 100% confidence he had some level of access to Aaron's email. She then posted that on her comment section. Kiwi Farms and Twitter start going crazy over it. Then she posts on Kiwi Farms later that day as they're asking for clarification. Nick sent me a DM seething about an email I'd sent a couple of days earlier to Aaron for his attorney. He absolutely had access.
Alyssa Clips is telling him he definitely had it. And then Aaron goes like, holy shit, she's convinced. That means now look, maybe he did. Maybe he did stay logged in over on Nick's account. Maybe Nick did have access to it. All I'm saying is this doesn't prove it. This is nothing. This was a thing that was announced publicly by Aaron.
There's other explanations that are quite plausible.
That are better.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, Nick had tweeted things out that my lawyer and I had emailed about. He had referenced things.
See, I didn't see those tweets, honestly. Nick was fired up on Twitter this week, and I was tagged in a lot of it. Long arguments with nobodies. And I've told Nick, don't do that stuff. Like, what are you doing? But Nick was all over Twitter this week. I didn't read it. So look, if Nick tweeted out specific emails that he has of Aaron's, that's another story. I didn't see that. But if this is true, Aaron's saying it, so I'm guessing it's not true. But if it is true, then that's probably bad.
That me and other attorneys had been talking about. So he was definitely in there doing that. And then she actually posted the receipt of the screenshot, or the receipt of the DM that Nick sent her.
Do DMs have receipts?
Sometimes. So some people, and I would bet Aaron is one of these people.
Red receipt?
No, have these like
email receipts.
Email receipts. So basically,
but he's talking about the DM, and again, nothing in this DM proves or even remotely mentions Gmail or he had access to Gmail. He literally goes like, "What the fuck? You shared my DMs with Aaron?" That's what he says. And again, not exactly, but that's essentially what it says. And and then Alyssa and Aaron go like, "Oh, he must be able to see my email. How would he know that?" Well, he knows it because Aaron said it.
Aaron said, yeah.
So it's just retarded.
So on November 3rd, Alyssa had some screenshots that I wanted for what I was putting together. And she sent me those screenshots. So in November, I went to the police with the whole accessing my emails and files and backing it up and all of that. By the way, thank you to Patrick Melton.
This is wild. Listen to this.
Who said, "Oh yeah, Nick sent me a whole drive and it was full of all this stuff and blah, blah, blah." We were able to get that.
He got the drive.
We're going to get into another one of these these context conversations.
It doesn't even matter. It just doesn't even matter. There is no drive. Whether he meant we got Melton saying he got a drive or he got the drive. Yes. I would argue he's purposefully trying to intimidate me by saying we got a hold of this file that he sent Melton.
I'd agree. Hey, Cardiff's kids. Let's put his face.
Let's get this one, Cardiff's kids. I would argue that he's trying to intimidate me because he doesn't know what I know. This isn't real. I'm not. Again, I've said, "Fuck you, FBI. Come get me. Suck my dick." Like I'm not. I'm not worried about it over here. Like it's not a thing that exists. He's like, we got the drive that Melton sent people.
We took that. Yeah, that could mean the sentence, like you saying it or the drive. Yeah.
I think it's intimidation to me. I think he's trying to scare me, but he don't know what I know. That this is all horseshit.
And we were able to make that a big part of our evidence.
It's a big part of the evidence. We got the drive. We got it. And it's a big part of our evidence. It's like, okay, do you? You don't have shit.
Whether it's the drive/zip file, which doesn't exist, or it's you saying that, like either he's saying that this thing that doesn't exist is a big part of the investigation, or you saying that this thing that doesn't exist exists.
You know what I love?
Is a big part of the investigation.
That show, that pretend drunk show, is paywalled. And I love the fact that the FBI is going to have to become a member. Like, you should become a member of the Nobody Likes Onions channel for our members only show later tonight.
So I appreciate him doing that. letting us know that existed. So then Alyssa.
See, he's using the pronoun again, though. That. We got that. Thanks for letting us know that existed.
Right.
So
okay.
I think he's
I could
trying
see
to
that it's
intimidate.
taken the other way.
I think
Yeah.
he's trying. Again, he may mean the other thing, but I think he's trying to like, Melton, we got a hold of the drive. Like, oh, did you? Fuck.
Screenshots my email from November 3rd.
Chloe, I need to know who had access to the zip drive of all my search history.
I'm on it, Jack, but it's going to take a few months to gather all that type of intel and send it to your PDA. I'm working as fast as I can.
Damn it, Chloe.
This is Jack Bauer from 24, I guess.
Where we were exchanging screenshots and I needed some things from her. So then Nick is in my email, so he sees that stuff.
Again, there's no proof of that at all.
He sees the emails that are being sent.
Nope, he heard you say it.
And 4 days later, sends Alyssa a DM and says, "Oh, Alyssa, so butthurt you sent our DMs to Aaron to..."
Because Aaron said it on his show that Alyssa sent me these DMs.
Mm-hmm.
They're just one-track minded. They're like, he must have seen the email. It's like, well, what's more practical? You announcing it and him hearing it?
Me. Why don't you send him your nudes like you did guys in my Discord? Make sure you take his money. Now, Alyssa never sent nudes in his Discord. She was busting someone else for that. He's so fucking wet-brained that he can't tell the difference.
But
wow.
Aren't brains meant to be wet?
Yeah, you don't want a dry brain.
Right.
I don't think you want a dry brain.
Sleeping together? Whatever you do, Moody, don't let Patrick take the top bunk.
Jesus Christ.
That voice is great. That voice is great.
Hacko Burrow, TSN is also streaming Point Dabble Point. You got to add up both like a Rumble stream. Oh, yeah. Where are we at now? Because we're
I
at
think they're done.
8:43.
They finished.
Yeah, they fucking ran. Pussies.
They ran out of stuff to talk about.
Aaron will say you were angrily fighting while also saying he's never seen the show. Tootsie Roll. Cool. Cool. Tootsie Roll. Cool.
Taking 2 minutes to pick up dog shit is worth $30. 4 hours of Johnny's time is worth $50.
Yes. How does that make Johnny feel? Although it would take Johnny 4 hours to pick up dog shit.
Well, isn't picking up dog shit what Johnny does on the Steel Tomorrow show?
Can you get a scooper and a shovel on the end of your crutches so that you're doing this weird
Kids,
thing?
did you make your beds?
Master Chief, that's a good $30 for the kids picking up dog shit, but $50 to $100 for Johnny doing the show. It's interesting. Master Chief, he gives his kids $10 each. They take $7.50 of that. Ray's balls. Have you noticed Johnny stepped it up engaging more? He must have got Ray's. Have you noticed Johnny stepped it up engage? Oh, is it cut and paste? Yeah, we called that out before. We think more likely he got a talking to. Because I have a clip we're going to play next of Aaron berating Johnny on air. He does this frequently. He does this, if not every week, every other week, where he tells Johnny, like, could you pick it up a notch? Could you pep it up? Could you act interested? Could you pretend? Because Johnny doesn't. Johnny acts.
But also he's been with this girl, and I think that's given him sort of a lust for life a little bit. Like, it's made him pep
Possibly,
up a bit.
but he used to hang his head and kind of hide his face while Aaron begged, and now he throws in a "come on, guys."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Thank
he stood up for the goal.
Oh,
he stands up now,
goal,
yeah.
which was amazing.
He's more
That was
engaged.
great.
Yeah.
John O'Reilly, did he use Acorn to skim the vet's GoFundMe?
And he's hit the multiplier too large. He's still going on about how that's a win for him, but there's $222 unaccounted for. Like, he's pocketed that, and he's not giving any
win for the toe, no matter how you slice it. Either he gave it and he wins, or he kept some money and he wins. Like, you can't beat him. You can't beat him, man. Coyote, Nevada, Acorns having my data is worse than Super Tips having my data.
Hey, Hobbit, what you are doing is called speculation. It has no place in the court of the onion nor law. Talk to the Hobbit King about getting it put into your fruity word tech manual, nerd.
Thanks for defending me, little fella.
Yes, you fucking hobbit. I do hate that you get me so fired up. I don't like that you can pull that fucking string on me and make me go, you motherfucker.
We were listening to the show yesterday in the car on the way home, and we were both yelling in the same way at the radio. Like at your show, I think you were talking. What was it? Yeah, you were talking about a noose. Like, how can you just tie a piece of rope like in a way, and then that becomes a hate crime? And we had this whole thing where we're like, how can you just like scribble something with ink on like a piece of paper and then that becomes legally binding? Nerd, what are you talking about? It's just literally like liquid on a piece of paper. What does that mean? You're talking, how can you make sounds with your mouth? You're literally vibrating air molecules and that impacts someone else's emotions? You crazy. Like who?
Our buddy Edinburgh Mikey, pathological liars always end up getting caught. Not always.
No, if they're good, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow, Moody, you nerd. Let this jock bully you for a bit. Bannerlord isn't on Switch. And PS5 is for me time, where I dress like a Knight Templar and jerk it while I whip the peasants to death.
Oops. Patrick, I need your help. I made a toot in my big girl drawers, and I think there's a Tootsie Roll in there now. It's squishy like a floor turd.
Wait, what? I'm lost. Beloved chatter, give Aaron a break on the lying. Have you ever tried to make up an entirely new reality each day? It's a lot to keep track of. Yeah, that's true. Coyote Nevada thinks the feds might be raiding Hackamania. I don't know if that's true or not, but think about it. If they are raiding Hackamania, don't you want to be there? Hackamania, ladies and gentlemen, May 9th through 11th, hackamania.com. Tickets available now. Use promo code NLO to save 10%. Streaming tickets going on sale next week. If you can't make it out to Hackamania, you can stream all the events live as they happen. Tickets and information will be on hackamania.com next week for your purchase. But why not plan to come on out? We are a month out officially today. And we'd love to see you there. Moody will be there, and you can come pet the Hobbit in person. There will be a Hobbit petting rink.
A rink?
Yes.
Is it going to be ice?
To keep you on ice. You said it's wintertime where you are, so we treat you like a penguin. We build a whole habitat. Naturally negative. The earlier argument has completely shifted how I hear the toe. How does he unconsciously pull off a one-man Rashomon gate? What is this? Rashomon gate?
I don't know what that.
Google that. We need some context, like you love. Eddie Coyle. Correction to the Gordy poop story. Aaron didn't believe it was a Tootsie Roll. He said he thought it was a Sharpie he had dropped, and he was trying to pick it up with his toes.
Right. Yeah, it was. It was.
How did you turn it into candy, you fat fuck?
I don't.
All right, what is this? What's this Rashomon?
I don't know. I couldn't find anything about it too quickly.
This guy's just making up stuff.
Your Honor, thank you for declaring me the winner. Now check out this photo. Your defendant didn't do too bad, did he, Your Honor?
Your Honor. I would love to see how timid and respectful he is in court. I'm really upset we're not going to get to see this.
Didn't he say yes, boss, to the cop when he pulled him over?
Oh, the prosecutor was so great. She wasn't mean at all. James Gardner, thank you for giving 5 memberships, and James Gardner, thank you for giving another 5 memberships. What a guy. What a nice man.
And all right, also this thing about like not telling us like, I hope you refunded your tickets and that sort of thing. The best thing to do would have been to keep quiet about that, so that some of us do buy tickets ahead of time. The more type A personalities would have bought tickets, and then they would have had to refund it. Like if you want to dab on the haters, that's the move.
Okay, this is Aaron getting after Johnny this week.
All right,
for a couple things actually.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's happening.
Just going through tissues and for an unawesome reason.
Is that a masturbation?
How
joke?
about a little,
Is it a masturbation joke that he's going through tissues for an unawesome reason?
Well, I guess like a cold run. rather than leaving them for
Dude,
your
I have an
station
awesome
manager.
reason I'm out of tissues. It's like I don't know if you're using that word right.
Well, welcome everybody. We've got a great show for you today. I'm very excited about it. We're following up a perfect Monday with a perfect Tuesday. Why the hell not?
Hell yeah.
Something else he started doing this week is talking about, well, we did have that 7 perfect weeks and then we lost it. He's at it. He didn't hit 7 perfect weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He was
about to on Rumble Friday. Yeah.
Well, right. Well, no, he missed the Monday and they never made it up.
Right.
But it's now become, in his mind, well, we had that 7 perfect weeks. Like he's totally changed it into achieving that 7 weeks now. And this week, by the way, we're not doing much goal talk today, but he missed twice, once by $100. And his whole pride thing about that is, well, we didn't beg. We didn't beg this week. It's just an hour every day of him talking about the goal. He thinks if he mentions how he's not asking for money and he's like, guys, I'm not even bringing up the goal. It is what it is. We are 280 away, but I'm not begging. We're not asking for it. You know how to pay, Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, but we're not doing that today. He thinks that's not talking about the goal.
Yeah. Someone was asking earlier about, does he ever take L's? Like they get overwritten. He wears he wears W tinted glasses, right?
He literally gets begging for money and begging for the goal reframed and matted in not begging for money in the goal. And he gets to point at it and go, here's a picture of me not begging for money. And it's like, yeah, but by self-referencing that, you are begging for money. By letting us know that you're not letting us know that you need $180, because that's how he says it. Like, guys, we do need $180. We're not begging today. We're not going to tell you about it. It's what the fuck is going on?
He does that all the time. He's like, some people are saying like this is a win for the toe and that I'm a hero.
Right.
But like that's not what I'm saying, but just other people say that.
Right. Yesterday he kept saying that after the court case. He kept going like, look, a lot of people are saying this is a big win for me. It's like they are.
He did the same to Jackie. He's like, look, Jackie, I know someone's told you you're ugly, but I don't think you're ugly. You don't need all that makeup. Like he talks that way to people.
Yeah, it's very condescending.
Why the hell not? Go ahead and turn up your mic. I don't know. Maybe when you
I was talking a little quietly.
Maybe when you and Digger do a show, do you dick with your mic?
So people are speculating that he's starting to get annoyed about someone else moving in on his Johnny. He's like, yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe your mic settings are wrong when you do that show. It's like, what? Why would that be the case?
My overall volume, but not my
your volume output. Right now. Your volume is so low.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna bet I know what this issue is.
It's not. It's fine.
It's slightly lower, but it's fine.
On 1 second.
Your volume is so low that it's actually, I'm looking at the meter right now and it's alarming.
All right.
It's alarming how unalarming your voice is.
Let me come on.
How about a little, pizzazz? How about a little, hey, a little show?
I'm trying to fix it.
How about a little bada boom?
I'm seriously, I'm getting pissed off.
Now okay, whoa, there we go. Whoa, he's mad.
No, dude, my volume output on my computer keeps resetting to 20.
Same.
I'd throw it out. I'd throw it out the window.
I want to throw my computer out the window, but I kind of use it for everything that I do.
I'd set it on fire.
I heard that if you have SSDs, they kind of do that. So you need to not have SSDs.
People aren't going to get that. People aren't going to get that reference. You have to tell them. Johnny told Aaron when he needed a new hard drive that SSDs are more unreliable than spinning disk metal hard drives. Which is 100% not true.
Can we talk about the tech this week, like the camera stuff that he was talking about this week as well?
Yeah, and the sign.
Right. Okay. So the camera, I was listening, I think yesterday or the day before, he was asking SP about what she thinks about this camera that he's picking out. Now, this camera saga has been going on since the time of April, not the month. I mean, when his wife was April. And she's
still April. She's just not his wife.
Yeah.
She's not transitioning. She's not Alan.
But it's at the time, it was the age of April, right? In the Steel Toe household.
This camera has been a big goal of the program for a long time. And honestly, it's what's been holding it back.
Right. And he said that he made a mistake last time because he just went and got the first camera that he could find off of Amazon and didn't think about it. And he's hated it ever since. One, because it's a bad camera, but two, it could probably be a good camera if someone took the time to learn how to
do the camera.
Change the settings. And
well, we know for a fact he stretches it out. Like that's why it's all pixelated. It's all stretched to shit.
If you really want to get into it, he's shrunk the entire canvas slightly. So there's a black border around the full screen Steel Toe.
Are you serious?
Yes. If you look at the Steel Toe morning show, not when Johnny's on, but in the other one, he's shrunk it slightly smaller than the actual canvas.
Okay.
So anyway, they've been wanting a new camera for a really long time. First, it was like, let's get a green screen so that we can just have Aaron, but he didn't like the way
that out. He couldn't get the lighting right.
He said he didn't like the lighting when it had to be on the green screen.
Well,
properly.
he said literally what he said. If you just want to get into what he said,
right?
He said, "I have 2 green screens," which is a fucking humble brag. He said, "I didn't like the way they looked." Now the problem with that is you're not supposed to see the green screen. Saying I didn't like the way they looked is insane. But what he means is like I couldn't get the lighting right to key it out. I couldn't get the right lighting to key it out, and then he gave up on lighting and the green screen all at once.
It probably wasn't a green screen. I think he would have just bought green fabric, and he would have seen. It works if you know how to stretch it out to be good, and you get the right type of fabric that is relatively matte and doesn't have fluorescent parts. Like he would have bought a slightly silk or polyester one.
You pull it tight. You got to hang it to the ceiling tight, and you got to make sure the corners are pulled tight on the bottom. Maybe put a can of worms on each one, and you can stretch it out. But 2 weeks ago, he announced he's doing this. He's finally getting the camera, and he said one of these days, when the metal sign is done, because this listener's been working on a metal sign for weeks. Or sorry, months, been working on a metal sign. And he announced the sign was done. And he said, one of these days, we'll go away on a Friday. We'll come back for the members show on a Sunday. And it'll be all new set here in the studio. Now, he's speculated about painting and then decided I don't want to paint because I don't want to have to repaint if I move. Then he said, maybe we'll do shiplap board on the wall because boards on the wall are way easier to take down when you move than paint.
He's also speculated about a sheet, taping a sheet to the
ceiling.
Right.
And then he said the sign's gonna take up the whole backdrop, but also he doesn't want to get rid of the stuff that's currently on the backdrop. He's going to have a leaderboard. Maybe we'll keep the old Steel Toe sign too.
Right.
Mike Lindell's gotta have a place, obviously. So we've always wondered how he's gonna do that. Well, today, actually yesterday he announced the sign was
just the camera. So what's happened with he's found a camera on Amazon again. So making the exact same mistake that he made last time, which is buying a camera out of ignorance. He asked SP what she thought of it, and SP said, I don't know anything about cameras. He said, well, I hoped you would. And then
I'm your golf tournament gal. I don't know about these cameras.
And I think he's ordered one. But I mean, a streaming camera that has its own light and is good for people who don't know much about setting up cameras, about $150 to $200. You could get a top of the line one.
A top of the line
webcam. A streaming webcam, which is what he should get. Because if he starts to go beyond that, it's going to have settings. It'll need a capture card, and it's
this
going
is
to be
a $500 mirrorless Canon that I have.
Right.
But you do have to put a lens on it that is the right focal length. You have to adjust the exposure and the white balance. You do have to set it up right for your area.
Same.
Now you can you can put it on auto exposure, but it's the problem he has now. It's constantly auto focusing.
Right.
He puts his hands up to the camera and then they focus on the hands, and then he moves them back and it has to quickly refocus on him.
Right. I've set the exposure right. if it's off, it doesn't change. Like it's set to what I need it to be for the lighting that I've got set up.
He needs a dummy proof.
Right, the
camera.
one that self-adjusts, self-focuses. Because I've got an EOS M100, which is lower, like on the lower end, but you need to do some work to turn off the like squares around their head and get clean
mine's an
HDMI.
M50. It's
right,
a little less than that, or earlier. I don't know. Mine's 5 years older or whatever now. But like, so the point is, he has ordered a camera. He's announced that it should be there today or tomorrow. He said.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully Sunday is going to be the big reveal. He announced on MLC yesterday that he has the sign. He's in possession of the sign. But this is a conversation this morning because he did reveal the sign on the show this morning. We knew this was going to be bad. We said, I can't wait to see this fucking sign that he thinks is awesome. The more awesome he thinks it is, the more I know it's going to be shit. We couldn't have prepared ourselves for how bad this is. But before I show it, I want you to hear this, because this is wild. And this shows his tech prowess right out of the gate.
Buddy. Hey, I do have the new sign came yesterday. Do you want me to send a picture of the new sign to myself and show it to you guys? I think you're going to like it. This was amazing. 1-2 Skip to my Lou made me this sign. And he did such an incredible job. Email. More like Gmail, am I right? Let me send it to Gino. Your boy didn't do too bad. Did you? Sign. Oh my God, he just broke the law. There we go.
To show this sign on it, first of all, great reference to the crime that
he should be showing remorse for.
To show something on his stream, he has to send it to himself.
By email? Yes.
Well,
he's got an Android phone
and a Windows PC, and they don't work well together. Oh wait. Every time I start up Windows after an update, it asks me to pair my Android fucking phone to it. Every fucking update.
Because you've set it up to do that, but
no,
he doesn't have.
Every time there's an update, it starts a new splash screen. Like, here's some features. Would you like Microsoft 365 new trial? No. Would you like to pair your phone? No, I wouldn't. But I have iCloud. I have an iPhone. But I also just install the iCloud client on Windows. That way I can sync all my files from my Mac to my PC that are relevant that I need. There's got to be a way to share photos.
When you plug an Android phone into your computer, it shows up as a hard drive on there, and you can navigate to the photos that have been taken.
Right.
Yeah.
That seems like April stuff, like up there with template design.
Well, it should be plugged in during the show because to charge, right?
Okay, before we show this sign, and we do have the new sign, we hope you see this. I want to walk you through a steel toe retrospective of logos and signs. When he was on the radio, this was their logo. The Steel Toe Morning Show, microphone clip art, boot clip art, Rockin' 101 logo with text so small you can't read it. Talk loud. No apologies. Pretty cool.
I love the decision to make the Steel Toe Morning Show go
slant
the opposite direction to what those like gaps are pointing. It would have looked so much better if it slanted the other way and that looked like a line going through.
And the is on a completely different axis as well. It's like
Fats and the Brown.
Tech Talk with Fats and the Brown. Pretty good name. So it evolved once they left the radio and moved to Twitch, because this is what they printed on their banner. This is the Explosion era logo. And this is what we saw behind him for years with Corey and pictures of him and April together. Vacation pictures somehow printed on the bottom of the banner, which is very cool.
The thing about the Explosion era is that you've got this logo that is a very black and white logo that can be printed, but he's put it on an explosion, which would mean that this is for not necessarily like screen media, probably, but not print media in terms of like T-shirts and that sort of thing.
Well, he still prints these shirts to this day. These are still available in the store.
Putting full color on a T-shirt never looks good, and this, he insists on it.
Also, sorry, there was an intermediary logo when they were on Rockin' 101 that was before the explosion, and I think inspired the explosion logo, and that was this one. And text wise and logo wise, if you remove the Rockin' 101, this would probably be their best logo.
Yes.
If you remove the Rockin' 101, this would probably be his best logo ever. The text is legible, it's clear, it's concise, it's composed well.
Yep.
This would work.
You've got an image as well that you could use separately from the text that's being written to represent your show.
Right.
It's clip art. We'll put that aside. It's
the best option.
It's the best one so far, yes.
But they didn't like that. And you'd have to hear him say it. He's only said it a couple times. But that's what he calls the old logo. Now, he got that boot from it's stock imagery. You can find it on Shutterstock and a million other stock image clip art websites. You can go find this boot. It's in a million logos used across a million different things,
even down to the like blemish on the toe.
Yes. It's same. Just flip it
and remove the nails on the bottom.
Yeah, well, it depends. Some iterations have it, right? Like,
okay.
Some of these have those hash marks and stuff. It just depends on how he uses it. But he moved on to what him and April call the new logo. This is now the logo that he has in the lower left-hand corner of his screen opposite the Stoney's 30th anniversary, 3 years going strong, logo. And he calls this the new logo. This also comes up before a show sometimes as like a splash screen. It also is clip art, but it's even less useful because it's on a blurry, convoluted background of, again, an explosion. I guess he pictures everybody's like a metal worker, some sort of there were a blacksmith. There's sparks flying around. Again, I would argue if without the background, this new boot clip art and the text would be okay.
I disagree. I think
it's not. Look, it's not as good as this.
Yes,
but
it's a picture.
He calls this the new logo. These boots are the new logo. That's what he calls it. So
I just like that the T there is it's a strong bold font, like it's a black font, but it somehow looks flaccid. It's like drooped,
like a kickstand.
Right. It's tired.
So we're waiting for this new sign, and he said it looks amazing. It lights up. It's going to be great. And I'm like, I wonder if they're going to use the new logo. Or are they developing this program used the same logo for 15 years. And then I commissioned an artist. I actually talked to 3 or 4 different artists. Nobody could get the exact thing I was looking for right. And a fan, I paid a few $100, developed the current logo that we have, and I love it. It looks great on the wall. It looks great on merch. People like it. It conveys Onion, the show. It's updated. It doesn't look as cornball and cartoonish as our earlier logo. I love it. We're worth the $350 I spent on it.
The old one looked very like Eskimo Bob, Homestar Runner, like old Flash.
Yes,
days
for 2005.
It was fine. It matched. Yeah,
but it was time, and I knew that like the show needed an updated look. We would never be able to like move forward with that old logo. It was just corny. It was cartoonish. So he shows the new sign today. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? And he said this sign was big, and boy, is it big. It is the size of a sheet of plywood. It is massive. That's 8x4 for people in the know. ladies and gentlemen, the new steel toe sign. Light switch for scale. This is the old logo.
Yeah,
this is the same clip art boot
minus the blemish. Oh no, the blemish is
the
there.
blemish is there, and the sparks and accents are gone. And I don't know if you can see it. There's diamond metal plating on the bottom of the boot, because the bottom of a boot is always metal.
He's taken, oh God, I know this. So he's taken the steel from the word steel toe show, and he's applied steel to the bottom of the shoe.
Because bottoms of boots. Yes, it's supposed to be a steel toe inside, but you don't actually see the metal. But the bottom now is steel diamond plating. And it's not the steel toe show. And by the way, steel toe is all uppercase.
Yes.
Show is all lowercase.
He has also chosen a font that seems like almost legal, like a legal font.
It's thin. It doesn't match the show vibe. Neither one of the fonts, by the way, match the vibe of the show. There's a lot of negative space wasted. The kerning or the spacing
is off,
between letters is off.
This font was not meant to be all caps. Like this is supposed to be a capitalized letter at the beginning, small, like lowercase.
The
for the
O
rest.
has a break in it as if it was stenciled at the top
he has
and bottom.
He has to, because it's a steel sign, so he would have had to do that for those.
The corners have
serifs.
No, the corners of the orange rectangle have like what you would see on like a trunk of luggage.
Oh, right, yeah.
This bolstering and these rivets.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I shit you not, I believe all that is set upon luxury vinyl plank flooring.
Oh, this is okay. I think I know. So when he was talking about let's put shiplap behind us, I think he saw this and he took this as shiplap. And he's saying we could put that all the way behind us.
Yeah, it's not shiplap. I believe these are luxury vinyl plank flooring.
Sure.
Strips.
Luxury vinyl or laminate, one of the two. Yeah.
Same. I mean, same thing.
Yeah.
So like, and then it's framed. And I believe in the frame, there is an LED light strip that he is able to turn on to what he said, 16 different colors, and it will flash and change colors. Like you can put it on a cycle. So this is really going to be a halal cart. We're going to be looking at a New York City halal cart / electronic store. Like this is like, I hope he puts it on the color rotation and that it just constantly is changing color.
And that it's so bright it messes with the exposure of his camera.
Yes. He's never going to be able to figure out what the problem is. He's never, because let me tell you something about LED lights. Like things like there will be colors that are far brighter at the same luminance level in the software. Like a yellow or a white, for instance, will appear brighter than a red or a green. Like, it just
blue will hurt your eyes, and it won't look as blue on camera unless it's diffused.
And it also depends if the light strip is a quality light strip that has like RGBW.
Right.
Because if it's RGB trying to do W, it'll be real rough. And these are technical terms you don't need to concern yourself with, but just trust me on this. There are cheap light strips.
Wait. There's one more thing.
Yes.
You don't have your cursor in front of that.
No, that's him.
That's him? That's from his...
Yeah, I think that's him showing it. Yeah.
All right.
I'm giving like the benefit of the doubt that there's not a mouse cursor as part of the design.
Look, I
would argue they should put it in the upper left corner where you would X out of the Steel Toe Show.
Well, it would be upper right. He's on Windows.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. My bad.
But then the show, look, this is an allegory for like
the effort put into this program.
Yeah, the show is not nearly as important as Steel Toe.
So here's my problem. The current sign he has now is schluck. Okay. The round sign, barbed wire, the boot on it. But it's handmade and it has more creativity. There's actual barbed wire. There's an actual boot fastened to the sign. It pops more than the current sign. I would argue he doesn't have it hung right. He tries to center himself to cover it. Like, that's a bad move. But I would argue that the current round sign is more creative and better suited to the feel of the show than this. This feels like I walked into a weird dentist's office or something, and it's called the Steel Toe Dentistry, or I don't know what this is, or some hardware store, or maybe a sign where Kohl's would sell their steel toe boots, and it's a sign they hang above the aisle.
It's Rumpio brings up a really good point. He says that the oh my god. All right. Let me I'm gonna present something on my side. I hope you can see my share screen. All right.
I can't.
You can't? There we go.
I can't. Before why does it say I can't? Before presenting a screen, remove other media streams from the stage. There's no other. Is that it? No.
Well, if you remove that.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So I'm in Photoshop, right?
Wow. Yes, Photoshop.
Photoshop. All right. So this is something I needed to be on here to explain. But look, we'll zoom in on the steel toe part, right? So this guy is a professional sign maker, correct? Let's draw a line.
I mean, what's his name? 1, 2, 3 rubber ducky. What's his?
Do you see this?
Yeah, you love doing this to stuff.
The letters are not aligned with each other. They're not aligned. They're mismatched. So what is happening?
He eyeballed it.
Right. I thought this guy was.
You're not gonna notice.
I noticed.
Well, we know you're an exact guy who follows the letter of what's spoken and presented.
Yeah, it's quite something.
It's a curse. What about the steel?
Let's top of there.
And then can you show?
Yeah, same thing.
Can you show is that parallel to the line above it, or is it off?
I can't. It looks somewhat parallel, so I'm.
Well, looks the toe looks aligned.
Yeah,
that
but
show is almost illegible. It's so he decided to do a negative space thing with the show part of the lettering, and what's crazy is it's a serif font, and it's so slim. And zoom in on show. It's going to be illegible. The S is almost vanishes.
Yeah. You almost need something that's like you'd need something that is very much, I don't know, like we're fixing his logo in real time, but just something
that A fills up the negative space and B isn't serifed, is bold.
Yeah, but you need something similar to this, which is, like very legible capital. The capital letters should be in here.
A serif font gets thin and fancy, and
and
it's also like not bold. It's not capitalized. It didn't have a chance.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to read show behind him.
No,
which the show's not important.
Toe rectangle boot.
So, but we know that the show isn't that important anyway compared to him.
Oh God, we are running out of shit. I can't even believe. Okay,
I think it'll be a long. I don't have a hard out today, so we can go for longer.
Okay, we'll
as
go
needed.
longer. We'll hang out with you guys because we got a lot of court stuff to talk about.
Yep.
But first, I want to play this because there's so much Aaron to get to today. I mean, so much happened this week besides the court stuff. And look, the court stuff's a giant L for us. Aaron's getting off pretty easy. But there's no way to spin it.
You mentioned Nick, and he does.
Aaron's
bitch. Let's do the grave story, the pallbearer story. Oh, the Undertaker. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I'm doing this because you bitched at me is also how the previous operations manager at Steel Toe Morning Show got the gig. No, I was tired of this every day. Oh, my neck. It just hurts so much and I can't take it with this job. I would do anything to get any other job. Oh, my neck hurts so much. Like, do you want to work with me on a show, even though you don't have any experience in this field? Oh,
now a minute ago,
hey, Cubs kids. Sorry.
Holy shit. Hey, Cardiff's kids. Holy shit. Can we do a comedy and a tragedy mask?
It's almost like kabuki theater.
Holy shit. Yeah, but a minute ago, remember the reason he turned down the afternoon radio job is because there wasn't a spot for April. But here he just said, oh, we're going to let you do radio without any experience, or you don't really know what you're doing?
He said previously as well, it was his own narcissism that took April out of that job and put her into the radio,
he
which
said,
she
I was
shouldn't do.
tired of seeing my wife suffering, and I had a solution.
Right. And
I believe that, by the way. I believe he didn't want his wife there with her ex-boyfriend. I believe he didn't want his wife there with some other buff, tough guy to bitch to about him. He's like, no, I'm the guy you came to bitch to about your boyfriend. We sat in the car and ate hot sandwiches when it was cold sandwiches when it was hot. I'm the guy who stole you because we know this now that she was cheating on Devin Payment with Aaron.
Yes.
And he's paranoid that would happen to him.
The other thing is it also shows how he interacts in a relationship, which is your partner hating their job is a normal thing that comes up in so many relationships. The answer to that isn't always, hey, just come work for me so I'm your boss. It's let's work together and see how we can get you into a different career. Look, I've got this show. It's going really well for me. We can survive with you taking time off from your job as you look for something else to do. Because it's she had a job that was low skilled. Like it was not something that she needed to train for or go to college or anything for. She was painting valves. So there's a lot of other entry level things that a lot of unskilled jobs that she can.
Like my retarded wife used to bag groceries down at the Foodway, and now we found her a perfect job for her, taste testing bugs.
That, or working at pasta buckets as a waitress. Like there's so much other stuff that she could have done.
Physical labor.
Right.
And she didn't even do. So she was handed a cake job, and she didn't even fucking do it either. She was just stuffing merch in the back of a closet and getting high.
Well, he'd also not be a great boss in terms of giving clear instructions as to what he expects out of his workers. He doesn't even know. Like, look at the background behind him. That's how he organizes things.
Yeah. Again, look how much better that sign is.
It's so much.
It's a better sign.
It is better.
He's stupid for getting in front of it because it is a better sign. Like that should be up in the corner.
He should lean more into that aesthetic and go with like, let's put some barbed wire like things in places and more boots.
We got to start giving him bad ideas here. If I was him, flip this. What I think would look good, take that round sign, put that down over the holes to the right or left of you. Put the big sign on top, put the tonations board over on the other side of you on the bottom. You know, hang from the ceiling all those Jesse Ventura action figures. You know, have them just like dangling like in a haunted mansion, and you could do Mike Lindell like on some sort of pendulum, or like when you hit the goal, he like pops up in front of the camera, you know, or something like that. That'd be cool. Put him next to you at the desk. Put Mike Lindell next to you at the desk.
And look, green screens don't mean that you need your entire background to be green. So just staple that to the wall and then hang all this other stuff in front of the green screen.
Green screen just the bottom or just the top, like Blade used to do, and have outer space back there. Steel toes out of this world. No? Okay. I'm just spitballing. We're on a roll here. This could be great.
Oh, my neck hurts so much. Do you want to work with me on a show, even though you don't have any experience in this field? Oh my God.
But he wouldn't take a job because they didn't have a spot for April. But this time he was like, this bitch didn't have any experience. He used to fantasize about them both getting morning shows on competing stations and being number 1 and number 2 in the market.
And he'd be number 1, of course.
And if she didn't have any experience and she wasn't good, why would you let her run your show solo sometimes? You know what I mean? Like, it all kind of contradicts. It's like, is she good or was she not good? Were those shows awesome or were those shows shit while April was on?
He'd think that her complaining about her body aching is manipulative from her part, but it's a legitimate concern. Like, she is a tiny woman that was doing a job. She was a tiny woman doing like manual labor. Like, she's not cut out for that.
People throw around, you've never done a manual labor in your life. Like, Aaron literally has never had a manual labor job in his life. I have briefly, or normal job, even like retail, or like Aaron's never had a normal job. He's never had a real job ever. Yeah. He went into radio out of college and then he does this. He's never gone to work other than clocking into the radio show. And isn't it ironic that he feared his wife probably canoodling with other men at work and was afraid of leaving her, and then he took her and dumped her off at another man's house?
It's this recoloring of the past. Like, he went through a stage just after they broke up where he took some level of ownership over the breakdown, but now it's gone into this like Win territory where the Wins rewrite everything, and he has to say, well, no, she was manipulative. She was a real snake. She was a crack whore even before she tried crack, you know? Like, that's...
I got an idea. Get rid of the tonations board.
Okay.
And set up a windmill.
Oh,
a windmill. And because you have four top tonators, each blade of the windmill you can write a name on, and it's constantly spinning in the background. The more donations you get, the faster it goes. This could be. Did we just come up with the best idea?
You get little post-it notes. Every time a win happens, you write it on the post-it note, you stick it to the windmill, and you say another win for the toe.
I'm not even kidding. This is creative. This is funny.
And that implies that the electricity in your house runs on the winds that you get.
When it's not going well, when the donations are coming in, it's crawling like the fan in Total Recall down underneath Mars. They can barely breathe. It's spinning so slow. Like, the three-titted woman is suffering. But when the money's coming in, baby.
He's like, another one for the toe. He turns it all the way up and his hair starts flapping. It's an industrial fan.
I'm not even saying this is a great idea. You get one of those fans with a dial that you can really just turn on your desk. This is going to be amazing.
And you can't even hear the show over the sound of the...
Oh, baby.
The most amazing person. And the minute Chad Zumock makes fun of her, this is terrible. Why'd you do this to me? You're such a bitch.
That's not what happened. She said on her show she loved attacking Chad Zumock and she hopes it never stops. She goes, I hope you never stop going after him Don't rewrite history. Like, again, we all saw. I've only been following this for 2 years, and I know that happened. I've seen the clip a million times. She was begging to keep going after Chad Zumach.
The reason he stopped going after Chad Zumach is because Ashley LaRue. Chad started mentioning his names, like his kids' names, and telling people to buy Ashley's book.
Yes,
that's why he's
it
like
had nothing to do with April.
Yeah,
it was
it's like
Ashley LaRue. He's mixing up
the
wives.
kids. Yeah,
he's mixing up wives. Jeez. Why won't this play?
Sorry, you're right. You're right. It must be me. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, that sounds like someone bitching at you. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. This is why you should wait before you marry someone, so you get to know their full personality and not rush into it like a person with no impulse control.
Again, he pretends he's learned a lesson that he's proving he doesn't. He has had multiple fantasies on air about marrying Slam Piece. He told us that he drunk texted her, let's have a kid together.
He hot swapped his wives. He didn't need to. He didn't even need a UPS. He's just like, this one.
Dude, get an expansion bay. Oh, I guess he tried. Fuck.
You live, you learn at 38 years old, right?
No, you haven't. You literally rushed into another relationship before the other one ended. You didn't date around. You didn't take time to learn to know yourself and process what's happened to you. Because look, a lot of times we're really hard on the guy. This is a mind fuck. This is a lot that he went through last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he keeps just like writing it off as just like, what are you gonna do? No, this takes some time to like get around.
Mm-hmm.
Like
anyone who's attracted to you while you're going through this sort of stuff isn't someone you should be in a relationship with. Like they're attracted to a very unhealthy version of yourself, and they're going to want to keep that around. It's a terrible precedence to set.
Yeah.
Job, and she gave you back tickles, you fat. Jesus. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, if Ape's back hurt all the time, how'd she not get hooked on painkillers? She did talk about how much she liked, was it Vicodin? She did have some painkillers at the house, and she very rarely took them. But she did have them. And she would talk about how, oh, man, they're so good and this and that. But I don't remember her. I don't remember her ever getting, like, prescriptions filled or anything like that.
So
no, I don't think...
look, a crack whore, as you claim that she is, would be all over that. She'd be guzzling down those pills like you guzzled down Nick's cum off of her. Like, she would be eating that at every opportunity that she could, but she wasn't.
That's why he says this.
I don't think she got hooked on painkillers. Then again, she would leave this show 8 times in a show and not go in that bathroom there, but go all the way to that bathroom up there. And, Nick was I said no coke in this house, and Nick was sneaking her the bullets of coke during the show, coming back with, how are you, everybody? Whoa.
Hey, Carter's kids. He can't stop fucking himself with these lies. He said one time that Nick brought cocaine there, did a line off his counter, and he said, never again. Don't ever bring coke in this house again. He has told no fewer than 17 stories where cocaine was in his house, or he took his kids over to where cocaine was being done. And we know for a fact April had cocaine in the house with those kids. That happened. Like, that was happening. There's no way. She had cocaine in her purse for months. Weeks, if not months. So, like, the kids were there. Cocaine was there. He acts like this holier than thou, self-righteous guy who put his foot down. But, like, that didn't happen. Like, there was cocaine all in your house for months.
Also, she's a crack whore. She's addicted. Okay, she's got a sickness. You're the sober one, and you're allowing all of this to happen.
Yeah, come on. Like, don't act like you weren't down with the sickness.
Every time he downplays how not involved he was in everything, that's just more evidence that he allowed it to happen while he was still sane.
Oh my God, we debased ourselves in the house of the Lord.
Oh, yeah. And this debasing yourself in the house of the Lord. He was spoofing religion earlier, like about turning the donations into tithes, or like, this is the miracle and you're like worshiping me with your money. Even though he's so Christian that he was yelling about debasing themselves in the house of the Lord.
I don't know. KJ, thank you for the 10 memberships. We appreciate that. Did I just kiss her? John Woodmass, member for 8 months. Off the cuff here. When the director yells shoot to Alec Baldwin, everyone runs for cover.
Cool.
It's the wrong show. Vicky Barbalak, who I still don't understand this. 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. We appreciate all of that.
Glad you two are happy and joyful, O'Gain. Remember the sexual tension fight at start of show? You're not good. Just quit.
Moody, I torture Moody so much in other ways, demanding things. That's how he pays me back. He's one of the only people who can crank me like a lawnmower.
You don't think like being able to, with words, turn him into like a frothy man? It's so good. Like it's, but also I feel like there's so many people in this universe who just don't have healthy friendships with people, where you do take the piss out of each other and get into arguments that don't mean that it's the end of your relationship.
It's a meaningless argument. Like there's nothing to really be
right.
about.
It's
this
just
is why Chad always thinks I'm high, because we like giggle and laugh, but it's
or like when
I'm just happy and having fun.
Or when he says like going away with, like going on a vacation with someone or taking a trip is gay. It's like, you think it's gay to like travel with a man? Like, well, what are these feelings you've got? You've got to go explore them, my dude.
It does make the chat uncomfortable sometimes, but that makes it more fun for me.
That's fun.
Like, Coyote, Nevada, 7-Eleven, Circle K, Rebel, GV Grocery, or Terribles. I like a Rebel. In Vegas, I like a Rebel or a Terribles. Terribles can be a little sketchy. 7-Eleven's a real sketch. 7-Elevens are always really sketchy. The 7-Elevens around Vegas like have to play classical music outside really loud to keep homeless people from hanging out. Like they play like classical music.
What's the one that has a dinosaur on
it? Sinclair.
I like the dinosaur logo.
That's more of a gas.
Right.
Like sometimes Terribles will have Sinclair gas. Like sometimes there is a Sinclair station, but you just like a Brontosaurus.
Yeah,
a friendly Brontosaurus on your.
Sign has no time. Is it morning, afternoon, or evening? Steel Toey. The chat children need to know.
The sign's versatile. It could be a morning sign, an afternoon sign, or anything. Chicken, everything. Diablo sandwich should have gone with a sans serif font. Garbage. It is complete.
It's one of the times where he should have gone with one of those fonts that do have the lines for stencils, like a stencil style font would have looked good.
It's so hacking old.
Sure, but it's literally a stencil that was used.
I'll tell you one thing. It's not a professional sign maker. The composition of it is trash. Like no sign shop made that.
It's a hobby. It's a hobbyist who's fine.
It's a fan.
Right. Which is fine, but it's
a fan without an eye.
Right.
For that kind of thing. It's amazing. That's what we love, though. People have no business doing something, doing it. That's why Aaron constantly tweaking his set is fucking great. Like maybe we'll put another doll here. It's like
while refusing to go out and learn about this stuff or consult someone who does.
Right. I guarantee you could get his current camera looking great.
Right. Look, if you don't know how to do something, you either put in the time to learn or you go and ask someone who knows how to do that. He does neither of those, and that's his show.
It's his show.
Yo, Agent Godfrey here. How are we going to get past the paywall to investigate that hard drive?
Woods girl.
How are we going to get past the paywall to investigate that hard drive? Riles, thank you for giving 10 more memberships. We're going to go long today, so thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate that. Gray Lobster says Shuby is greater than Moody. Or Moody.
Moody. I agree. I like Shuby. He's great.
You agree that he's better than you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I like Shuby's great. I see him every time I'm in San Francisco.
Wow.
He's
hang
nice.
out with other men.
with other brown men. Yeah, I love him.
All right, here we go. We got this.
Get your fucking ass kicked. You know, Mike Tyson said it perfectly. He said the problem we're having now, the reason we're having so many struggles is because a lot of weak people have become way, way too comfortable saying shit that would get the shit smacked out of them.
This is the morning before court. He thinks that I wouldn't call him a fucking idiot to his face. He really thinks this.
I would. Like I'd say those things.
No, he honest. He this is like a boxing thing or some sort of like. He's so closed off from the world that he thinks that we would never say this shit to his face.
Mm-hmm.
You are incorrect.
Yeah, I'd 100% say all of the stuff to his face. I also concede that he could beat the shit out of me. I'm not interested.
I wouldn't let him. I'd put you in my pouch, and then I'd beat him up like a mama kangaroo.
But it's still what he's saying here is that the way that he wins arguments or would like to win arguments with people is by physically imposing himself over them. He doesn't have the words to talk about that.
Yeah, it's why it's same with Chad. All these guys like and Kevin. All these guys resort to calling other like, oh, Melton thinks he's a tough guy. It's like I've never said anything to lead you to believe that. But you want to say that so that you can say I could beat you up.
Mm-hmm.
You want a way to move it into the physical realm.
Right.
When it's like, Kevin, you're a professional comic and you were on SNL. Chad, you say you're a professional comic currently. Why can't you use your words and get your point across? Why do I make you so mad with only words that you all want to fight me? And again, I'm not a fighter, but I don't think it would go down exactly the way you think.
For me, it would. Like, it would. Like he says, if I punched you in the mouth, you would cry. I concede. Yes, I would probably cry if you punched me in the mouth because it hurts and I don't like being hurt. But I'm still going to say stuff. Like, if you're...
It would hurt and I don't like being hurt.
But I'm still going to say, like, if you're going to hit me, I can't stop someone from doing that.
Well, you win. If you get if you make him so mad he wants to hit you, you win.
The professional broadcaster who is able to like talk for a living has run out of words and needs to punch someone. Yeah, like okay, I win.
Yeah, also you'll be able to sue him.
Right.
Like just what he needs, more legal troubles. This is great for Aaron.
Like any of my detractors, any of them, wouldn't dare do it in front of me. Because I ain't the baddest motherfucker in the world, but I'm badder than any of these retards.
By the way, he was asked on MLC yesterday, did any of these guys bother you? He's like, no. But you always want to fight.
Because they wouldn't say the stuff to my face.
Right. If it doesn't bother you and it's harmless, wouldn't we say it to your face? We literally invited you to a place you liked a vacation, and your answer was, let's fight. Like
these dorks and retards wouldn't dare step to me in public because they're weak. Terrence Howard is correct on this, but now we're the dinosaurs. Those of us who do it right to someone's face, those of us who believe, hey, fuck you, I'll question your honor right to your face, go fuck yourself.
Solar roadways function by harnessing sunlight to generate electricity using photovoltaic cells embedded beneath a transparent, durable, and textured glass surface. This generated electricity can then be used for various purposes, including powering LED lights, road heating systems, and even feeding power back into the grid. A strong, transparent, and textured glass layer provides traction for vehicles while allowing sunlight to pass through to the solar cells below. Photovoltaic cells are embedded beneath the glass layer and convert sunlight into electricity, similar to how traditional solar panels work. The glass surface is designed to be durable and resistant to wear and tear from traffic. Heating elements can help melt snow and ice, improving road safety in colder climates.
Solar roads? Thought?
Yeah, I'm fine. So Aaron is saying that he's old school, right? This is the differentiating factor between us and him. He's old school. He says things to people's face, and people don't like that. All right. So Aaron, I don't make that claim. I think I would say something to your face if the opportunity presented itself, but he said a lot of stuff about both me and you over the internet. So I invite Aaron, like,
I was about to say,
why don't
you pay? I'm offering it again. I will pay for your flight and hotel to come to Hackamania and say it to our face. You don't have to perform. You don't have to stay. You don't have to do anything. Come say it to our face. No expenses necessary on your part. Come out and just say it to our face. Come out and just go, you guys fucking suck, and another win for the time. Come out. Look, ask the judge if you're allowed.
Right. That's
come
the
out and say it to our face.
But what happens when the glass gets scratched and doesn't pass enough light through? Huh? Did you think of that, you tard?
What if we put lights inside the panels for when that happens, and then we turn on those lights, and those lights will.
Is it on an MGM property?
No,
but like there's security there. If anyone if there's any sort of trouble, they will get your side on it.
Yeah,
like they'll
come say it to Ethan Ralph's face. Come say it to Nick Rekieta's face. Come say it to everyone's face. You're an old school guy. You're a dinosaur. There's very few of you left.
Or get a visa, get a passport, come to New Zealand. Like, my address, you found it on Kiwi Farms. Come by and say what you want to say in person.
You gotta say what you want to say. All right. There's a big development. Aaron is back in the news. It happened. Embattled YouTuber Aaron Imholte pleads guilty to gross misdemeanor of non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images.
They could have just stopped. Exactly. They could have just stopped that headline at gross.
He loves it when he makes the news. And he thinks this is they're probably just feeling him out to see.
Can you increase the size?
They're probably feeling him out to see if oh wait, I'm doing that on the wrong browser and it just made this StreamYard fucked. Okay, hold on. That was bad. Whoa. I got 3 computers here. I can't figure out shit. Yeah. You guys need shoes?
I didn't see this.
Your boy didn't do too bad, did he? St. Cloud, Minnesota. Aaron Imholte, owner of Steel Toe Morning Show YouTube channel, pleaded guilty on Thursday, April 10th, to a charge of non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images, according to Stearns County Court.
This would have killed him, that they're calling him the owner of a YouTube channel rather than a broadcaster.
Yeah.
This guy owns a YouTube channel.
I sent a text message to Gino Bisconte that contained a partially nude image of a woman, said Imholte with a sigh of relief while on a live stream. According to Imholte, he and his attorney will meet back up in June for sentencing. The court will also require a pre-sentence hearing and a domestic abuse allegation or evaluation. So we got to talk about this in a second. What we agreed on, I'm very happy with. I'll pay a $50 fine and nothing else in life will change. Okay.
Insane
this is very
line.
misleading. This is very misleading.
And it was pre-sentence investigation, not a pre-sentence hearing. So there's 2 investigations happening. One is into domestic violence because revenge porn is classified as adjacent to domestic violence, and they need to look at whether that has happened.
Because he had a relationship with this woman that he did this with. He also admitted yesterday to the felony. Now, he has said many times that the felony charges were bullshit.
God, I thought it would be cool if I smiled during my prison photo. I never thought it would be published on the internet with title sexual abuser. Holly hell. I look really creepy.
You don't want to smile during a mugshot because it makes you look unrepentant when the charge is there. Like
the difference between the misdemeanor and the felony charge they were both for the same crime, but the felony charge implies intent to harass.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has said that he knew all along the felony thing was bullshit, and that he said I pleaded guilty to what I did and not to what I didn't do. But then he proceeded to say he did it to bully her. He said those words.
He said it was a bullying thing.
It was a bullying thing. Sorry. Yeah. I know you love the word thing added on the stuff.
He loves it.
So he said it was he said, but he basically said, I was bullying. I was bullying. He also called it a fuckboy thing to do, an immature bragger thing to do. He called it a bunch of things. But at one point he said it was a bullying thing. And that in and of itself is an admission to the felony.
Correct.
Now it doesn't mean the felony's getting charged. He's really getting a slap on the wrist with all this, but it's more than he would imply. He has already got a 90-day jail sentence hanging over his head for a violation of a harassment restraining order for his first wife. Now he somehow has gaslit his first wife into getting rid of that restraining order, which would have lasted in perpetuity, I think. Something like 50 years.
No, as I understand, it was 1 year, and April's was 2 years because she didn't turn up to the hearing.
It was something like 50 years. I remember seeing it.
Yeah, there was a line about 50 years, but I think it just naturally expired 1 year on.
Okay.
It is something.
Either way, he got his wife to terminate it early. And because he mentions Ashley all the time, he says that's all fine. He says he doesn't have that anymore. But he does have the 90-day suspended sentence hanging over his head that if he fucks up at all and does anything criminal, that he will go to jail automatically for 90 days. That's hanging over his head until August. He had a court, once this was all put in motion in November or October, he was ordered by the court to not mention Kayla indirectly or directly ever again. He has since done that a few times and shown her face picture once on his stream accidentally. And he also has to ask the court or notify the court if he's leaving the state. So when he goes on and he says, I'm going to plead guilty to a misdemeanor, $50 fine, that's it. Nothing else in my life changes. It leads you to believe that nothing else is part of this plea. But he has said 1 to 2 years. He won't be able to mention Kayla's name. And also 1 to 2 years, he'll have to notify the court if he wants to leave the state. These aren't small conditions. And he says there's one condition. I don't have to mention Kayla's name. There will also be, almost certainly, and we haven't seen details of this that I know of, another stayed jail sentence hanging over his head for those 1 to 2 years. Meaning if he commits another crime, especially related to this kind of stuff, he will automatically go to jail. And it probably will be for something like 364 days, I would imagine.
This line about nothing else in my life changes is so weird to me because there should be something in your life changes. Like, you don't get an article written up about you like this without you doing some level of introspection and saying, I've gone too far. I need to change something about myself. He's saying, nope, everything's fine. All I need to do, keep on trucking. If revenge, I'll do revenge porn again, probably. Also, I just need to pay $50 because that's what it costs.
Also, your record changes. You have you are now guilty
permanently
of this permanently. A gross misdemeanor charge for disseminating sexual content without a woman's permission. Like, that's on your record now forever. Just like the harassment restraining order thing is on your record forever. Just like the restraining orders are on your record forever.
In Minnesota, he can get it removed, but he needs 4 years after the sentence is over of good behavior. So we're looking at like maybe another 6 years before he can petition for it to be removed.
I have something that nobody's seen.
Okay.
My spy was at the courthouse again yesterday. And we have that famous picture of him last time walking into the courthouse in his blue suit. Unfortunately, this time my spy set up on the wrong side of the courthouse. And we only got a back view of Aaron Imholte. But this is Aaron Imholte leaving the courthouse. Spy report. Spy report. Here we go. This has never been seen footage. Okay, that's one. I know it's dumb, but this is. That's Todd Peterson, the bad things happen to good people lawyer. And we got another one. We got another longer one here. These are stupid and pathetic, but I do want to share them because they're just funny. It's just funny to see him walking out of the courthouse.
It's really
I don't
nothing.
know why. It's not. Yeah, it's nothing. But I can't stop watching. It's just stupid. I love it. I love it.
But interesting, he's there alone. Like, there's no one supporting him. Why is no one supporting
Is Ashley
him?
gonna come? Is April gonna come? Is Slampy's gonna come? She's got a job.
I don't know. If my partner went to like the court hearing or something, I'd be there to support them.
April was the only one who held him when things went wrong.
Right.
Sobbed into her.
This is a big event in his life, and he's there alone, which is
He's not there alone. He's got Todd Peterson.
Him and SB have been dating for 11 months now. Like that's you turn up to your You turn up to your court appearances.
I didn't think about that. You're right.
Right.
11 months.
Right.
So we got to get into this. You've read through the court documents.
Yeah, I can bring it up if you want.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what do we really know about this plea deal? We don't know yet because it's not entered into the court. Aaron said yesterday, this is all done. The judge has
the court.
It is. Okay. He said the judge agreed to it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that at the sentencing, this is what he's going to receive for punishment.
Right.
Could be totally different, correct?
Yeah, so this will answer those questions.
Okay.
Did you want to read through this?
I mean, just tell me I don't know what it is. So.
All right. So basically he's saying he's Aaron Imholte. He sees his name, age, and understands the charges. So this is basically
does he fill this out or the court?
He fills this out. So this
so
is
he
his
wrote
writing
his age and crossed it out and go, oh no, I'm that many.
So yeah,
it's like what a child does. Oh, I forgot I'm that many now.
Well, there's always amendments to this sort of thing. There'll be parts crossed out and all of that. It's normal.
But I'm saying he filled out his age and then crossed it out and then said, "Oh no, I forgot. I'm 30."
They would have printed this out for him. His lawyer may have printed this out, and then he would have gone through and changed things that are not correct. It's nothing.
The last grade. Hold on, no, don't go by that. The last grade I went through in school is 2 years of college. These are like the questionnaires kids fill out and put on the wall for parent teacher night. Hi, my name is Ashley and I'm 4 years old. I like spaghetti and I am in the 4th grade. It's like, what are we?
The purpose of that, as I understand, is to prove that this person is competent and literate and is able to understand what they are agreeing to here. So
I'm surprised he didn't just write 2.
Right. But that's the purpose of that. It's not to. I'm represented by my attorney, whose name is Todd V. Peterson. Sometimes bad things happen to good people.
Todd versus Peterson.
And I feel that I have had sufficient time to discuss my case with my attorney. I'm satisfied that my attorney is fully informed as to the facts of the case. My attorney has discussed possible defenses to the crime that I might have. And I'm satisfied that my attorney has represented my interests and has fully advised me, which is true. He said he's the best lawyer in town.
town.
I have never been a patient in a mental hospital. Okay.
How long until we start hearing Todd Peterson lawyer ads on the show, and this is how he's paying his lawyer bill off?
This one's contentious for me because he says, I have not talked with or been treated by a psychiatrist or other person for a nervous or mental condition. Do you remember last year when he was going through this stuff, he said, I went to talk to a therapist about my narcissism.
Yes. He said, I am a narcissist.
I am a narcissist.
Then days later said, found out I'm not a narcissist. And then weeks later announced he was a better psychiatrist than a psychiatrist. Just like he said, he's a better lawyer than Nick. Like he's the best, man. You should see what he did to the blacksmith in town.
But that's not true. Like he's lying here.
He's
like,
lying?
Yeah.
He's lying.
Right. But like on a court document, this would be perjury. I have not been ill recently, and I have not been taking pills or other medicines, which I feel like you always need to say I have, because it's like if you take painkillers or something, that'd fall into there now. I do not make the claim that I was so drunk or so under the influence of drugs or medicine that I did not know what I was doing at the time of the crime. I do not make the claim that I was acting in self-defense or merely protected myself or others at the time. How do you do self-defense revenge for? So it's just silly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess this would be the only thing I can imagine is some sort of duress situation. Someone was threatening you and making you do something, or under.
It's a catch-all for every crime, right? So
Sure.
It's for all gross misdemeanors and felonies. I do not make the claim that the fact that I have been held in jail since my arrest and could not post bail caused me to decide to plead guilty in order to get the thing over with rather than waiting for my turn at trial. This seems like a loaded question. It's like implying that had happened to him, but he's. I was represented by my attorney when I have not had a probable cause hearing. Yeah, he waived his right to challenge evidence. That was,
which is weird because he was like, we may put this thing off because we have a lot of stuff we want to. Remember when he was like, we got a lot of stuff. We might tell them no deal because we actually have some stuff that they're going to want to.
Yeah, Todd V. Peterson did nothing. Like there was nothing official that he did. Didn't file any motions. All he did was say, my client snitched so much that it is relevant to the case.
Yes.
My attorney has told me, and I understand, that the prosecutor for the case against me has like just a bunch of evidence against me. I have a right to a pre-trial hearing.
I understand there's HD footage of me committing the crime.
well, I didn't have a good camera, so it's only 480, but stretched to HD. If I wish to plead guilty, I am entitled to a trial by the judge of guilt, a jury on the issue of guilt. All jurors would have to agree I was guilty before the jury could. It's just regular
Normal
stuff.
Yeah.
Stipulations I want to get into. There was something about the judge not accepting the deal. I would be presumed innocent. I told my attorney that if I wish to plead guilty and not have a trial, I'd be entitled to require any witnesses that I think are favorable to me.
So, like you said, nobody came.
Yeah, no one.
If he wanted to plead not guilty, he would have character witnesses.
Yeah. I've been told by my attorney, and I understand that a person who has prior convictions or a prior conviction can be given a longer prison term because of this. So he falls under that camp. The maximum penalty that the court could impose for this crime is imprisonment for 1 year, and it's 0 months for the lowest amount. So any time between 0 and 1 years is conditions. These are not applicable. My present probation or parole could be revoked because of the plea of guilty to this crime, which I don't think is applicable here because the probation happened after the crime was committed. So,
yes.
And
we
prosecutor,
already knew that.
The prosecutor is seeking an aggravated sentence of not applicable. And that's just the prosecutor, though. So there can be an aggravated sentence.
Yeah. So what about this pre-sentence investigation?
Right.
Like, what are they going to be looking into?
Let's just look into. I just want to finish this document, then we can talk about that. I've been told by my attorney and understand that these are the conditions. My attorney discussed this case with one of the prosecuting attorneys, and that my attorney and the prosecuting attorney agreed that if I entered a plea of guilty, the prosecutor will do the following: plead guilty to count 2, that's the gross misdemeanor, no contact order with Kayla Recator continues during probation, no restitution, dismiss the remaining count, felony, no executed jail, and $50 fine, and the pre-sentence investigation and the domestic abuse investigation. And B, that if the court does not approve this agreement, I have an absolute right to then withdraw my plea of guilty and have a trial, and any testimony that I have given concerning the guilty plea could not be used against me unless I am charged with the crime of perjury based on this testimony.
Got it.
That my attorney has told me, and I understand that if my plea of guilty is for any reason not accepted by the court, and I don't know if you can, oh no, these are just from, or if the plea is withdrawn by the court order on appeal or other review, I would then stand trial on the original charges, and the prosecution could proceed against me just as if there had not been a plea of no guilty and no plea agreement.
So the court is the judge. So
Yes.
when he's talking about accepted by the court, it means the judge gets the final say. And so am I right? This pre-sentencing investigation, this domestic violence evaluation, this will be a presentation, I imagine, given in court to the judge in front of Aaron and his attorney with the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's doing the investigating? Is there some special investigator that's independent of the prosecution and the defense? Is it the prosecutor? Is it the DA's office?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It says probation officers gather that information from what I did, from what I
just
Googled.
officers of the court.
Yeah, so they'll seek to understand the context around the crime, why it was committed, what his headspace was at, and what led to it happening. And if the sentence that he's going to get is going to stop him from doing that in the future or make him think twice.
And from what I understand, there's going to be a victim statement, and she will get to...
Yes, so Kayla can talk to the court, say how this crime has impacted her, as well as present any other evidence that she thinks is appropriate. And the domestic abuse investigation, they will be talking to previous partners, which I think Nick would technically fall under that.
I've heard this morning that this will include April, Ashley possibly, Kayla, Nick, maybe SP.
Yeah.
But Nick will be, because they shared a bed.
Mm-hmm. And he's also claimed that he was in a relationship with Nick on his show. He calls him.
Even yesterday he was saying, I only know 3 people in the relationship, because he was trying to say, I don't know Kayla. I can't talk about Kayla. Should we discuss what happened yesterday after he got out of court?
Well, before that, I've just got one small video, which was from last year. This is on the Wednesday show, I think, when he got back from jail. After he was arrested for revenge porn initially. So I just want to see how he presented this whole issue to everyone and contrasting that with what he was like yesterday.
Yeah.
So Thursday I find out about this warrant, and I just looked and I went, fucking horseshit. Obviously, like, if you want my opinion on that part of it, horseshit. The whole horseshit. That if you want a comment from me, if you want me to discuss that part of it, Todd V. Peterson is my attorney. Horseshit. But I talked to Todd on Thursday.
So basically, when you hear him say the words horse shit, it means I wanted to admit it. I just can't because I've got charges against me. Horse shit doesn't mean horse shit anymore.
Right. It's one of my biggest things is like the whole time he's yelling out for Nick Rekieta, like, why won't he come clean? Why won't he admit what he did? It's like the same reason you didn't.
Right.
Until you had a plea deal. Because we've heard Nick come out now and say what he did. We've heard about him talking about cocaine, how he transported cocaine, where he kept his cocaine. We've heard that from Nick's own mouth, but we didn't hear it until there was a plea deal in place. Just like you. How yesterday you came out, I've wanted to say this for so long. This has been weighing on me.
And what you're I'd be willing to give Aaron the same level of grace for Nick. Like, I don't think what Nick did was good. I think Nick really fucked up and hurt his family. He's got, I don't care about people.
I don't think anybody thinks what Nick did was good.
Right. But like, I don't care about people taking cocaine. That's fine. Like, do that as much as you want. But when you know that it's illegal, and you could disagree with whether or not you think it should be, but you know the consequences for getting caught with it. You get the consequences for getting caught with it. You've got kids that rely on you. You've got a wife that relies on you, and you've brought this like hand grenade of a person into your life, Aaron.
Any due diligence into like what type of a person Aaron is would have let you know that this is not a person you want to divulge secrets to, have any ammo to use against you for anything. Like, this is a guy who turns on everybody, turns everybody in. He can't walk away from a toxic argument or fight. He has to not only get the last word and win, he will tear you down. He's resentful. We've seen it with Ashley. The way him and April laughed about what he got in trouble to for the violation of the restraining order, laughed about murdering Ashley. And he said, when I don't have child support to pay anymore, she's going to rue the day. He was using her name, LaRue. She'll rue the day because I will wreck this woman. He is very vindictive and
like Nick brought his family into that situation where he didn't need to do that. And I think that is the worst thing that he's done. Hopefully he sees that as a wake-up call and doesn't act in that way in the future. And it seems that there's like some level of thinking about that coming from him based on the conversations I've had.
There's definitely going to be like a period of time where if he were to get caught with drugs, probably alcohol, that it's gonna hell will come raining down. I imagine just like Aaron, that this suspended sentence will all come back if you fuck up.
I've seen nothing of that sort coming from Aaron's side. Aaron saying, I will pay the $50 fine and my life will carry on as normal. That is not the sentiment to be having here. Nick's is, I'm living in hell right now. My life is not good. I fucked things up tremendously, and I hope
about his depression and all this. You don't hear any of this really from Aaron.
And I hope to rebuild and get back to a level that I was at before. That's like the charges should devastate you into that state. He's riding high and winning. Like, he thinks this is a victory for him.
Yeah,
and everything continues as normal.
One of the things that Aaron keeps saying, and the problem with Aaron is he mashes everybody who hates him and all the people who like A-log him or make fun of him. He mashes them all into one big goblin identity. And if any of them have an opinion, they all have that opinion. Mersh, I think, Nick, I think, have all said he's going to eat this felony. He's going to get this felony. He's going to jail. I've never said any of that. We really just I don't know what to expect. I don't know anything about court or how it fucking works. I never knew what to expect. I never thought he was going to jail, ever. I've said that a million times. He keeps saying Melton thought I was going to jail. Melton thought I was getting a felony. I didn't know that. Here's what I know. Whatever happens, Aaron will be hilarious tomorrow. I said this last night. This all is making Aaron, like you said, feel invincible, unbeatable. You can't bring him down. That will create an even funnier version of Aaron going forward. I'll stand by this prediction. Aaron will go to jail one day for something he does to a woman.
Yep.
He cannot stop it. That's my prediction. Will he go to jail for this? Probably not. Will he go to jail for the next thing? I don't know. Probably not. The guy seems Teflon. I don't know. I know he can't stop getting in his own way, and I know he hasn't learned anything. He has the wrong attitude about it all. He's not contrite. There's no genuine sympathy for the victim. We heard yesterday for the first time him saying, like, I am sorry, like this did hurt somebody. We heard that for the first time.
But then he joked about
he's joking about spending it again, and
Keanu and Gino being the reason he went to prison.
Yes, and that's what I want. That's what I want to play next, because what I know is that he can't stop fucking up. He chooses not to stay on the right side of the law. He wants to walk the line. What am I allowed to do? Okay, I'm going to do that. What am I allowed to do? Okay, I'll do everything up to that point. And we see that yesterday. This happened on MLC, which he went on, and we'll watch up to the point where the thing happens, because this is nuts.
I'll be right back. I need to go for a scene, but
you gotta go wee.
Yes.
All right. So he's going on MLC.
God, I'm not really. Yeah.
Were there any red flags when you hung out with April Imholte?
Her? To me, no. Looking back, I guess.
So the problem with this is Kiki claims that she was good friends with April. She claims that, and remember when they're falling out with Aaron, like she was just like, this guy was a monster. And I've been talking to April, and actually April has told me more stories about physical abuse, and I have no reason to not believe them. So she learned about all this physical abuse that Aaron had perpetrated upon April, his wife, at the time they were married. And she was disgusted by this. Now that she's back on Steel Toe's side, we know that she was feeding information from April to Aaron, which is insane if you're friends with April. And now she's going to act like, well, there were all these red flags with April. I should have known better.
Now I'm looking back. No, things.
Oh, look who's here.
Oh, my God. Yeah, were there any red flags about that fucking bitch? Oh.
She's a fucking bitch now.
Hi, Kev. How are you, buddy?
Look, you're over here now, too.
Look at that. That's crazy.
Fucking misdemeanor and committing son of a bitch.
We were just talking about your ex-wife.
Aaron's drunk at this point. He's had 3 old fashions, and he's on his second beer. So he's really feeling himself after court. Why won't this play? Literally won't play.
I didn't see it.
Hey, what's up? The reason I had to go to court today?
So there it is. This is after his big apology and taking responsibility. He's calling Kiki. Now, look, maybe joking, maybe not. And actually not, because later on he's going to say a really passive-aggressive thing that he has planned. He's one of these guys. He's having them come out for his anniversary show to kind of make them bend the knee. I'm not even kidding. Like, I really think he's I'm paying you. You're coming out to be a part of my show. And when you hear what he has planned for when they get there, it's fucking insane. But yeah, high reason I had to go to court today.
What's up, dog? You're welcome. You're the reason you are the reason you had to go to court today. Not me.
100%.
You are the reason.
100%. To quote the great Kevin Brennan, I was a bad boy.
You were a bad boy.
Wait, so I don't even know if you know this, but
Keanu
seems to think that April.
This is the day he's pled guilty, and he's making fun of it. He's like saying bad boy. Like, it's not even remorseful. It's like, oh, look at me, how naughty I was.
That part's done. That was on his show. Now he's having fun with
right,
his buddy Kevin. He's another one of these idiots who thinks Kevin is his friend. Hey, buddy. Hey, Kevin. It's like, you're an idiot.
Is now living back with her parents.
The court documents would spell that out. Yeah.
So she went from wow. So she's had quite a couple of years.
Wow. You know, I read the discovery, Keanu, and I will say this.
What?
Gino stayed loyal.
He's a loyal boy.
All Gino told was the truth.
Well, what did I tell? That's all I told. I told what I saw and what I knew. Was I meaner about the truth? Maybe.
Yeah, the spices you threw in were a little.
All right, but don't think I didn't tell the truth. Maybe
No,
it was.
you didn't say anything that wasn't true. But you
Gino was spicier. He was like, "This is fucking stupid."
Okay, you're right. He was spicier.
Your camera's
but
fine, mommy.
it was more in my favor.
He's getting upset. She called him a dweeb and a nerd and a vindictive man.
These
and that
people. So the interesting thing is, like, when this all happened, they were buddy buddy and they were on each other's show, and he sent the picture and yada yada yada. Then they had the falling out, and then when the paperwork, when this charges were filed, they were not on talking terms. They had the falling out. So Kiki and Gino were talking shit to the cop because they didn't like Aaron at that point. And Aaron, these people have both said the most heinous shit about each other when they were split up. Aaron was discounting their talent and they were useless and they needed the clicks and they were desperate and yada, yada, yada. Same with Will Heron. And now they're back buddy buddy. So they have to like reconcile all that hate. You know what you kind of did. You know what you were. But Aaron said all this horrible shit about them too. It's just not in court documents.
And they all seemingly have never heard of the Fifth Amendment or your right to just not talk to cops.
Right.
They think when the cops talk to them, they're like, "Oh yeah, let me give you
Same
everything."
as Aaron. This is what the narrative Aaron was pushing this week about the arrest. This week he went back and said, "I didn't snitch." You know, first of all, last month it was April snitched. She's a dirty, rotten rat. This is after he admitted to snitching several times. And now he said, I didn't snitch. I was a suspect. The police called me in, and I think they were going to arrest me. But I ended up telling them everything I knew, and then they let me go. That's the definition of a snitch. That's the definition of a wretch. In exchange for not getting arrested and in trouble in the case, you provided them with all the information you knew?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rat.
Right. He's a suspects can snitch. They're usually the ones who do.
Right.
Right. It's you get a deal like we won't go after you if you tell us what we need to know.
Yep.
Wait, did your lawyer ever think this would?
And by the way, they couldn't have got Aaron on anything if he didn't say anything. But he's just a nervous, panicky. Like, they can't arrest you because you said you were doing drugs with a guy last week. That's not, you can't get arrested for that. Like, that's not, like, literally, like, they had nothing on him.
Like a serious charges, like you were saying, we watched a clip. You were talking about a felony. Did your lawyer really, or did he never guess on what it would be? You'd end up being.
He said two things at the very beginning. He said you'll never do jail time and you won't have a felony.
That is
because what you did
insane.
Was in the grand scheme of things, it's so insignificant. I mean, you sent a picture on your phone. It wasn't.
What lawyer says that to their client? You don't give guarantees as a lawyer. No. It says you probably won't do jail time, and I don't think this felony will stick. Not no felony, no jail time.
Keanu and Kevin both now. Kevin doing it here now. What's the big deal? You sent a nude picture of a woman to her. Let's not forget, Keanu accused Kevin Brennan of revenge porn for sharing her OnlyFans pictures. This is far worse than that. Keanu doesn't have an expectation of privacy about nudes she's published. Whether it's behind a paywall or not, she knows human beings are going to see those pictures. She's the one who released them. This is a photo that was taken privately, and again, with or without consent, whatever. It was taken privately, and there was an expectation of privacy. As a matter of fact, they were using an app solely for the purpose of keeping all this stuff off of mainstream text channels. Like, so there was 100% an expectation of privacy. Kevin and Keanu are being dishonest here. This is not this is insane to be like, what's a big deal? Like, you know what the big deal is.
Also, Keanu is, I think it's hard, but she's really fighting for the position of biggest piece of shit on this panel. She's doing this, like, she's always billed herself as a champion of women, and she has decided to.
She's full of shit.
She's decided to show her body off on OnlyFans and all of that. Great, that's her choice. She can do that. She should be the top person that said, there is a difference between me making an active choice of sharing that part of my body and those pictures specifically, and someone leaking that out. Like, there is a
and again,
difference.
April shared stories of abuse that she said she believed when she didn't like Aaron, and now she doesn't want to talk about it when pressed. And she was feeding information April was giving her to Aaron, her ex-husband. Like, it's insane. There's no loyalty of women. She is a giant piece of shit.
She described herself as April's ride or die. What that means is you either ride with this person or you die for them. Like, that's the thing. And
I don't think she meant she rides with him. I think
all right. See, she got herself into a position of trust with April to the point where April told her pretty incriminating stuff about
doing drugs. Yeah, that she was currently doing drugs, and she ran and told her ex-husband that, who we knew would spill all the beans on air immediately. Aaron can't keep his mouth shut.
She also said that Aaron used to beat her, and Keanu believed her about that. So it's the believable woman. It's your ride or die. This person has told you about abuse that she suffered, and you, Keanu, as a victim of abuse, prior victim of abuse, should understand that. Now imagine your best friend that you were speaking to then runs away and tells your abuser stuff that they can use to hurt you on their show and talk about you for. Like, it is, it's not just betraying someone and speaking in a shitty way about them. It's talking yourself into a position of trust with that person and then betraying them. And not only betraying them, but going against everything you stand for, which is believing women, not being a security blanket for domestic abuse, which is one of the things she didn't want to be with Aaron when he said, I talked to Keanu. I'm feeling much better about everything. Yes, he is now. So he's using her. He's saying Keanu would not be my friend if she really knew that I beat April, which implies that Keanu does not believe that April was beaten, which is, how do you do that?
She was asked that question when it happened. And she said, and I believe her, and I have no reason to not believe her. And the stuff she's shown me and the stories she's told me, I know he's a piece of shit. But it's all fair weather friends, these people.
It wasn't anything.
And by the way, when pressed about April's abuse, she didn't say that didn't happen or I don't believe that happened. She said, I don't want to talk about that.
There's a moment here, I don't think it's in this clip, but she actually she closes her webcam and goes away when they start talking about April being abused. I think this was cut here.
Because I think she saw some evidence. I think she knows something and she has to ignore that in order to be friends with Aaron. She has to. She has to shut off that part of her brain.
But it was wrong, and I hurt people.
People do things all the time.
I know, but I don't. It's not a. It's I know a lot of people. I've seen people writing on Twitter and shit and on YouTube and all that. They're like, another win for the toe. I did a shitty thing. I did something mean. It was a bully thing, and it was a fuckboy shithead thing to do. And I'm really glad I got to go to court today and say that, because now.
So the bully thing is what makes it a felony,
mm-hmm.
and he's said that now.
And him saying that other people are calling it a win is for him to frame it in some people's minds as a win. So
a lot of people are saying I'm a hero.
Say it here. You got to remember, people are like, "Oh, Aaron."
Wait, did you say fuckboy in court?
Oh yeah, I said I was an N-word fuckboy, and they appreciated that. It's saying,
why did he have to throw the N-word in? This is like his show. Everything has to like trans, Jews, N-words. Like that doesn't even fit. But he had to throw it in.
So we know.
Does this little piggy bother you, Aaron?
No, I gotta say that, like, as a guy who grew up watching Stern and as a radio guy and all that stuff, I think any kind of attention is good attention. Like, either people hate you a whole lot and they just root against you and they're passionate about it, or they love you and they want to see you do well. The thing you hate the most is people who don't give a shit. So I love that I've inspired people to do whole shows based on how much they hate my guts.
Can you say, Toe?
It's his. So through that framing, he's trying to say, I don't really care about it, which is the thing that he's saying is like the worst thing.
But also, they would never say it to my face.
Right. Come and fight me. He challenged you to a fight, a 5-on-1 fight.
Every day.
Aaron, pay my way to Minnesota and hotel to come say it to your face. I've offered that to you. Offer to fly me to Minnesota to say it to your face. I'll get on a flight tomorrow.
Can't afford 3 seats.
Right.
That was the response. Yeah.
Right.
The person that kept calling every day.
There is a man.
We don't know who this was, right?
That I don't want to say it because.
Well, there's only one person I can't mention.
Having to do with your court thingy, and then that person called every single day and was crazy.
You're gonna have to.
I don't know. You texted us about this.
Put it in the private chat.
Okay.
So I love that he has a private chat with her and Gino. Remember when this leaked initially, when they had the falling out, she was like, Gino doesn't even participate in the private chat. He's annoying. He doesn't want to bro out with you.
I think he's meaning the private chat in StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
There's literally a tab that says private. Yeah. But,
I appreciate you being very careful with that, though. You're being too
general.
General, yeah. I don't know what you're trying to
Rakeda, Nick in the chat saying Keanu thinks this was me, but Aaron is confused because it isn't true.
Kiki is still friends with the toe.
Here.
Even after the court documents where his wives texted about how he strangled and abused them.
Okay. These are court documents that include screenshots of texts between April and Ashley, Aaron's 2 former wives, dated from 2022. This is well before any of this polycule stuff, divorce stuff, any of it. This exists. They call him a monster. Ashley laments I really hoped he would be better to you. I hope
you're so strong. You're lovely. You're amazing.
Right. He's incapable of change. He's a monster. All this stuff implying psychological and physical abuse to Ashley that she had to endure, because she said, I hope this wouldn't happen with you. She said all this is in court documents. Here's Steel Toe's answer.
I don't believe there were any court documents about that.
Wait, who strangled who?
This is the stack of level 10 bad that he was talking about.
Yes.
We'll say
and this gets written off by both Kevin and previously by Aaron as, well, when people are going through divorce, they'll say horrible shit. This is 2 years prior to the divorce.
Yes.
This had nothing to do with any of this polycule drama, drug drama, arrest drama, divorce drama. This is less than a year into their marriage. April was being physically and psychologically abused by this man. He told her to crawl back into that hole where she came from in Litchfield. There was all kinds of shit.
Angled April. And I think Keanu, I'm not going to defend myself on that. I know what did and didn't happen.
But it was consensual, right?
Yeah, every time I choked April.
It's a joke thing.
I will say this.
Now look at Kiki. She is uncomfortable. She knows there's some where there's some smoke, there's some fire here.
Every time I ever choked April, it was 100% consensual.
She grimaced. She grimaced while he was saying that.
She's uncomfortable here.
Yeah.
You took her to service.
I will let Keanu address that herself.
So now this is the same thing he did when he used to drag Keanu on Thursdays while he badmouthed April. He's getting Keanu now. He's dragging her into this with him. You co-sign this. Say that I didn't hurt April, and watch what she says.
Gonna monopolize. They asked her. Keanu can tell you if she thinks I beat the shit out of April.
She's so stupid. She remember when we talked to her and she's like, I thought he was just a dweeb. I didn't realize he was manipulating me. And now she's walked into the exact same situation.
And again, he gets to make her say it. He gets to make her say it. And she doesn't say, I don't think Aaron hit her. I don't think Aaron abused her. She doesn't say any of that. Listen to what she says.
I don't want to talk about her anymore. I just want her to have some peace.
That's weird. He asked you, do you think I hurt or hit or choked April? I don't want to talk about this.
It'd be, I think, Kiki being married to Gino as well, and Gino being someone who yells that April wasn't beaten enough. and Kayla's a manipulative piece of shit who deserved for this to happen to her. That sort of stuff. I don't think that you could last in a relationship with someone like that without turning into this pile of mush.
This is a leftover loyalty to April. This is like, I'm not going to completely bury my old friend. And it's crazy because Kiana was just in the news over this dude that like beat her and beat another woman that he dated. So like this whole thing, there are these like fake advocates for women. And it's like, but when it really comes down to it, it really matters. Like you said, like she's just walking right back into the manipulation.
And she said that there was so much more than what was like the stuff that we knew about, which is him hugging her until she couldn't breathe. She said there were more incidents than that, but she never spoke out about what those were.
She said,
this would be a great
private.
time.
I believe him. I believe April, and I believe all these things happen, and they're horrible, heinous things. But I'm going to keep April's privacy.
Well, I guess she doesn't believe those things anymore. So why not just say what they are so everyone knows? Because they're not real, right?
You know what? Both situations, but I'm not gonna. But no, I'm not gonna say anything about that. She doesn't.
Why would you not say yes or no? I don't believe he hurt April. You're with a guy who's alleged to have hurt April, coming from April's own mouth and another ex-wife's testimony, and you go, I don't want to talk about that. I can confidently say I don't think you fucking beat your wife. I don't think you think I beat my wife. No, so like
there was
if I did, if I thought you hurt your partner, wouldn't I say like, yeah, I think Moody might go over the line sometimes and abuse her?
You wouldn't. I don't think you'd be my friend if that was the case. Like,
right?
You wouldn't invite me over, or
right? It shouldn't be I have no comment on that, really. I don't. I was friends with April. She used to get hit. I'm friends with Aaron now. He does a lot of hitting. I don't want to get involved. Like it's like okay.
There's one of this. Like going back to when I first started dating my partner, I was holding a hot pan and I turned and it had just grazed the back of her hands. And I remember her going, she held it back. She yelped and she's like, she looked at me and she said, "You hurt me." And to this day, I still need to be soothed when she brings it up. Like it is, that kills me inside that I had caused any level of pain, whether accidental or not.
One time my wife was standing in the kitchen and I just took a vegetable peeler and just stabbed it into her abdomen. And she was like, Jesus Christ. And I just kept turning it and turning it.
You'd probably say that's what you want to do right to her face. And she'd be like, whatever.
Do it, faggot.
Person. So
what?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of difficult when someone keeps, trying to bring you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little late to not want to be a public person.
I just want her to be okay.
That's like I just want her to be okay now. Like she's saying it without saying it. She won't say, I don't think he hurt her.
Like Hunter Biden go, hey, can everybody leave me alone?
Yeah, I will say this. I think April got in a little too deep. I think she wanted to be on the show that she was on until she.
Why is he saying it like that? The show that she was on? Just say Steel Toe.
Just what the internet was, and then it was too late to turn back. And I should have cautioned her against it. I should have told her no. I should have told her to stay with the job she had. And we should have just, me and the boys should have done our stupid fucking show we had here with Corey Adam and Oz and all those guys. And she should have stayed where she was. But I had a lot of fun being around her. So she was like, I want to do this. I'm like, all right, fine.
I on your show with you. She was cute. She was good.
Thanks,
McLean. The darker parts of doing a show, she wasn't.
Aaron is so much better now that he's dating the slow.
Can you show this?
I don't think.
Huh?
I got I got something from Nick.
Keanu, this is a message from Keanu to Nick.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it now, probably, but y'all will get through this, and he'll still be an abusive, sociopathic dweeb with no real friends. He's still an abusive sociopathic dweeb with no real friends. Keanu and Gino aren't his friends. Yes. Kevin's not his friend. Matt's not his friend. Johnny's not his friend. There's a reason this motherfucker for the third year in a row is inviting Gino and Keanu out. They're the only ones pathetic enough to say yes. They're the only ones dumb enough to be manipulated into going out to his stupid thing again. I cannot believe it. They all deserve each other. They're retarded. Like so you're lying to Nick? You lied to April when you said you believe her? Just Jewel in the chat said it a minute ago. Keanu said there's a whole bunch of other stuff Aaron did that I'm not okay with. She said that.
Yes.
She knows. That's not a normal reaction. I don't want to talk about this. My friend was abused. I don't want to talk about that. That's not a normal reaction. That's fucking damning. That's damning. It's another bombshell report right here on the Pig. WPIG.
We call it slam.
You'd be KPIG.
Wait.
I want to get to the meat here. The real juicy part. Where is it?
That was the one where he called him the RP. Oh no, there he goes.
With the timestamp. Where's the part with the timestamp about his current show? Here it is.
Still on Facebook?
Does it still exist? Mine was taken over by a Vietnamese lady.
It was before, just a little bit earlier.
Hold on, it might.
Stolen right out from under me. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Okay. So Gino just made a joke about April.
All right, so this is big.
I don't want to talk about her, but listen. Yeah.
Court order, domestic violence, evil, another win. Gino just covered that.
By the way, Kevin was sweeping for Aaron. You talk about sweeping.
Yeah.
Kevin was sweeping for Aaron hard, not letting him in. Hey, don't worry about any tough questions. We'll just take them off, pretend like it didn't happen.
Yep.
Zebra Man.
Protecting him to keep him on because he knows that there might be something juicy that comes out of it. Or there's something juicy that might come up, like last time when he found out that April and the Ricadas got arrested.
Right.
Live on the show. Right.
Aaron, why are you sending go ahead. You read it, Aaron, if you can.
I can't read that, but I can tell you this is not true. But
I'll read it for you. Zebra Man, thank you for the $5. Aaron, why are you sending KR's booty pics on Facebook as shown on your morning show today? Timestamp 2458. Show the clip. We don't know what you're talking about, Zebra.
We don't know what you're talking about. Although you referenced a specific show and a specific timestamp.
And we have the ability to share our screens and play videos.
Right. We don't know. We can't figure out what you're saying here. We don't know what you're talking about. So then all you have to do is go over to his show, which, hey, 3.3 thousand views. Really, really a big one for him. He's showing a video making fun of Haley and Jackie, a clip that someone sent him, pretty antisocial. Yes. And down here in his recently sent or received media, there is an ass picture that is known to be, and this is confirmed because you sent me the larger version of the picture. This is Kayla Ricada's ass from a picture she put out on Locals behind the paywall. Why is this the third most recent piece of active media on Aaron's Facebook? And now he's showing it on his stream. He's not supposed to show Kayla Ricada, but he's showing her lingerie picture now live on his stream. I mean, this is insane.
This is what happens when you full screen a media that you were sent on Facebook Messenger, and it'll show all other media that was sent during that conversation, not necessarily who it's from. So both things he sent and things he received would show up as thumbnails on the bottom. But he was discussing with someone about Kayla Ricader's pictures, and someone sent it or he sent it. We don't know.
And then shortly after this
I
happened,
had no idea.
Now, Aaron was completely unaware that was happening. And then shortly after it happened, Aaron had to leave the show.
At least. So
wait, people
he dipped his toe in the river.
He's typing. He was typing on his computer, and then minutes later,
and still can't say Kayla Ricotta, or Kayla.
Also, there were a lot of comments coming in mentioning Kayla. Gino called in and was calling Kayla a lying, stupid cunt whore and all this awful stuff. And he kept coming back and leaving and kind of laughing like, ooh, I can't be around that. So this mocking, jovial tone around Kayla, because he's beating Kayla. He's getting away with this.
And for people who don't know or don't use it on StreamYard, which is what they're using and what we're using for this show, it will come up with like highlighted comments whenever someone super chats or does a membership message, which is he would have been seeing that.
And he has to duck when I say it.
Kev, I gotta roll, buddy. I gotta get going. I have a dog that needs to go out, and I have a girlfriend that needs attention.
So 100%, he's panicking. I think he didn't know that butt picture was in his show, and he was checking it out. He realized that's true. Also, all this Kayla stuff was happening on Kevin's stream, and he panicked and had to leave. I believe he asked Kevin Brennan not to put that show up. That show has been taken down. There's a million of these clips now, so everybody's...
He takes down clips all the time. I don't know. MLC doesn't get hosted on YouTube anymore, doesn't it?
No, it's on Patreon.
Yeah,
but he took it down.
Oh, it's not on there anymore?
Yeah, but it's too late because all these clippers, or he might have put it back up now. Last night he took that down, but it was too late. Of course, everyone had it recorded. Nick has this now. I imagine Kayla's attorney or the public prosecutor would have this now. And this happened before court.
Yes.
Like this is what I mean. Like he finds out what the line is and he's like, I'll walk the line. He puts himself in situations going on MLC with these people, knowing what MLC chat is. He knows what he's getting himself into. He likes it. He likes flirting with the trouble. Now, I don't think anything will happen. He gets away with everything. I don't think anything will come from this. But like he has now shown Kayla's face and her ass and lingerie pictures live on his stream, and he's not supposed to do that.
He can't help himself. Like from this, he didn't mean to show it. I think we can all assume that.
Sure.
But that means that he's having private conversations where these pictures are being sent. If he's in any way remorseful, he should be saying, don't talk to me about her. I'm not interested in these. Just leave her out of it. Don't send this to me. Instead, he's encouraged this guy further to the point where he's sending him pretty antisocial videos and all of that. So he's fostering relationships with his audience and members of the Toe Boys, because this is on Facebook, that's where they talk, that discuss Kayla and send pictures of her around.
And there's a large contingent of his audience that are probably trolls messaging him this stuff, hoping it shows up on stream, sending him this stuff, commenting about it in his chat. And while he can make these claims that, like, I'm not responsible for things that go in my chat, it's like at a certain point when you cultivate it, it's like the N-word chants at his live events. I didn't start that. It's like you say out loud, I hope you guys don't start chanting the N-word. It's like, well, judges aren't stupid. Here's the thing. Judges aren't retarded, man. Like
it's not just that he chooses video clips where the N-word is being said, and he has those as celebrations or milestones that people buy. Like his show is centered around that, so you wouldn't be surprised if someone does an N-word chant. I think if someone tries to start an N-word chant at Hackamania, they'd be told to leave. Like, what are you doing here? Get out of here.
Everyone would look like, if anyone in my chat just kept making Hitler jokes, everybody would just be like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
in his chat, it's celebrated. You can go look at his Rumble chat. It's like the lowest IQ idiots just making fun of black people and Hitler jokes nonstop. You hear the usernames that his fans have. You know, it's all just racism, and it's very, very weird. Dabble Babble, member for 4 months. It's a repo
report.
Repot? It's a report.
Yeah, but he's talking about like it's an official, like literally what he's saying is you're repotting something. So I mean, if that's what he wrote. That's
talking about the pre-sentencing investigation.
Yeah,
I just want to know what they're going to look at, like all of his streams, and like, are they going to look at Reddit? Are they going to look at? Are they going to ask Kayla? Are they going to ask Kayla's attorney or Kayla, like, what has he been saying or doing about you? Like, I want to know how much influence she has on, like, hey, this isn't okay. He's not going to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's going to keep pushing the line. Holly McSpiteful, member for 7 months. Celebrity Deathmatch, Esquire. Is that what she's saying? Kiana versus April?
Mm-hmm.
Why Esquire? Yeah, let's get caught up on these, and then I have one more clip if you can stay. I don't know how long you got to get.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Out of here. Coach Ubiquity, I'm pretty sure the back of that sign is just a top of a shitty Amazon coffee table. That could be it too. Steve C. Mahmoud loves pics of dinosaurs, Pat. You're basically friends with a Dune Coon Sheldon. Jesus Christ. From the Big Bang Theory. Your PhD means nothing. Mahmoud. Does that mean you have really fast moods? My moods.
I'm at Mahmoud.
Yeah. But what if the road was made of a scratch-proof lucite?
That's a good point. Have we looked into lucite?
I lose sight of it.
God damn it, you made me miss it.
I too also love making the news.
I love making the news. Ricada Law, to be clear, Kayla didn't consent to this picture and was not aware it was taken or existed. This was not shared, was not known. Yes, that's the difference. That's the difference. Why Kiki can sit there and with a straight face say that the nude photos of herself that she herself put out, if you share those, it's revenge porn. But this picture of Kayla did not consent to this picture, is what we're hearing now. She didn't know this existed?
I don't know. Like, from what Keanu and Gino have said, they said that she was like looking at the camera and aware that it was taken. So I guess that would imply that she knew that a picture was being taken of her.
All right,
I don't know.
You're a liar, Ricada. How would you know what Kayla thinks?
Right. But still, even if that were the case, even if she knew that it was taken, the understanding is that it's private. It's like, just because someone wears lingerie like in a bedroom, it doesn't mean that they're on the stripper pole, right? Like, there's different environments where you can do the same thing, but these expectations of privacy.
Nick, tweet the photo. You can blur it. Let's see what's what. Tweet it out.
I don't think
Tim Bollinger, my favorite part of the intro to this show is him walking into court. I always giggle a little. Yeah, that's why those videos, I know those videos are nothing, but we're gonna add them to the intro.
I love that he's got the, like, you know, when politicians mess up and they do that face where they like put their lips up and puff their upper.
Yes,
he's doing that.
TV's Will Heron wrote the article. Yes. Will Heron wrote that article. That's your buddy Paul Shea wrote an article. Your buddy Will Heron wrote an article. Man, your friends love writing articles. That's good stuff.
I do own a YouTube channel.
YouTube
channel
owner. You worried about LL Cooley being all over you at Hackamania?
I think he's gone off me a bit.
You can always get him back.
That guy Moody, his closet is full of skeletons. You can see it in his eyes. They're pure evil. No doubt in my mind. I should challenge him to box. It's called We Just Make a Little Fun of You.
Yeah, everybody should just box it out. I don't know why people aren't boxing it out more. All right, this morning, Aaron went on a long summary Cope Fest.
All right, I haven't seen this.
About everything that's happened. And this is a great way to end today. Thank you guys for hanging out on this extended version of the program. Hit the like button and buy a membership. If you got a membership, buy a membership. Yes, it's Carl free. And we'd love to. Hold on, Nick is texting me. Maybe have some breaking news here. Oh, it's the same thing you got.
Right.
Got it. Sorry, I don't check my text as much as Mooby during a program. Here we go.
But yeah, I had court yesterday. People like people who, and I really found like how bad my psychological hooks are in so many people. I mean, you talk about broken. I mean, broken.
That is this show today. Today we are broken.
I mean, you're not supposed to let the person who like owns your mind know you own their mind, but they don't really care.
It's like what you said before was exactly where I'm at as well with this. It's either he gets in trouble now, which would be funny, or he is emboldened by the lack of getting into trouble right now, and it'll just escalate more. Because it's last time was just a misdemeanor. It's a gross misdemeanor this time. It keeps going.
It's how every serial anybody gets caught. You can get away with killing somebody. You can get away with speeding. You can get away with beating a woman. Eventually, if you keep doing it, you will get caught. Anything. No matter how careful you are. You never know who's going to turn down a road while you're beating your wife in a parking lot. You never know who's going to knock on your door while you're killing a woman and she's screaming. They're just, life is full of entropy. And the more you do something, the more likely you are to get caught doing it with circumstances that are out of your control. And if you become, blind to your blind spots, for lack of a better term, but like once you start, you just get sloppy. Like he will get sloppier and sloppier. He's already admitting the conditions of the felony, which he said he didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown Kayla multiple times on the stream. It's just like
it's if he's like, all right, well, they're clearly not going after me for mentioning Kayla on the show on MLC. Maybe I can start bringing her up in the chat during my chat, and then like the envelope will constantly get pushed as he's realizing he'll never get caught.
K-Murph said SP is a great enabler too. Yeah, I mean, when you have, this is why he surrounds himself with less than people. Johnny, clearly Gino and Keanu are like mush-minded, manipulatable people. Like they've gone back and forth with Aaron, and he can say anything he wants about them. And he's making them feel guilty for talking about him and telling the truth about the horrible thing he did. He's going to grind that into them forever. It didn't come out in that clip, but he said, I have your statements that you gave to law enforcement in my safe. And when you come to Minnesota, I'm going to give them to you so you can read what you said about me. I mean, this is like psycho shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all so he can keep this thumb on them.
And SP is absolutely an enabler of him. They got into a relationship while he was going through the violation of the HRO and then the revenge porn. Like she's attracted to this mess and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And so she's going to be okay with and perpetuate him to continue acting in this way. This is a terrible person for him. Anyone attracted to you while you're going through a crisis is not a person you should be in a relationship with. Like
it's like we said, like he's too much of a insecure pussy to take the time, not only after a normal breakup, to like kind of process it and kind of reevaluate and find yourself. But like this was this is a humanizing thing. Like we would all, you should be reeling from this experience and it should take a long time to recover. He like hits the ground running with a new woman and it's just like, it was less than 2 months. People don't remember this of him going like, I have a real relationship with a real woman now who loves me so much. I didn't know what love was. This is healthy. She's teaching me that it's okay to miss her. Like this is psycho shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like weeks after. And then he would go through these sad things about April and then He just
It's
erased her handwriting.
It's
Let's
like,
not
look,
forget that.
Yeah. It's like, look, if you're depressed, like, and you're single and you get into a relationship with someone, that person is going to be drawn to you in that mood of feeling. And as they're going to resist you trying to get out of it, if you ever do, it's really difficult to crawl yourself out of that. But
apparently there are court documents about SP where she has been domestically assaulted before.
Right.
She's been in abusive situations and relationships, marriages, possibly. And you fall into that role too. This will allow him to continue perpetuating that behavior, and she will fall into the role of enabler.
Yeah, and these people, like, if you were depressed, got into a relationship with someone like that, they're gonna want to keep you there, whether it's intentional or not. That's what they're used to, and that's the partner that they've chosen. Because if you change that, you're no longer the same of what you used to be before. It's not a good. Don't get into relationships if you've got stuff going on in your life. Like, be good.
Everything that happened yesterday was what I told you would happen yesterday. I mean, people, they acted like there was this big surprise, like there was this big shocking moment. I said, misdemeanor, $50 fine. That's what was decided yesterday. That's what we agreed to.
He says also that the judge agreed to this. That didn't happen. That hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that what we saw said the judge can throw out this plea.
Right. So, like, the judge hasn't agreed to a sentence. There's still work being done.
So I got to go through this process where they ask me, hey, you know,
Nick's being psychologically abused now as a former lover of steel toe, and I imagine this will go in the domestic abuse valuation. Nick has these fond memories of Aaron lapping up his seed, and now Aaron's like denying him of those memories. I'm like, that's a mind fuck. You know what I mean? That's psychological abuse. April is used to sticky titties from cum and saliva. And now she has none of that going on. This is abuse. This is abuse.
This. You did, and I'll be like, yeah, I did it. That's why I said I did it. They're like, okay, we're just checking. We're just making sure. Because if they start, looking into it, they call it a pre-sentencing hearing.
Listen to this.
Domestic violence check. They got to make sure I'm not a big, violent, scary guy.
It's not a pre-sentencing hearing. It's a pre-sentencing investigation. There's two investigations happening.
Hold on. He's going to tell you what it is, though. He says that what that investigation is, they come to him and they go, did you really do that? And he goes, yep, I did. That's the investigation.
So
it's like he's telling people that's the investigation.
Look, the court just needs to do an exit interview with me, and then they'll tell me, look, it's all good.
He's going to say that.
Hey, between you, me, and a fence post. I don't understand what kind of idiot they get in these screenings. I guess when you deal with career criminals, I suppose you get some dummies, but I don't know what kind of dipshit you would have to be for the probation investigator people to go, hey, between you, me, and a fence post, and hey, I'm your buddy here. You really do it? And then the other person goes, no, I was just with those idiots. Got him. Yeah.
He thinks that the investigation is going to be they're going to come ask him if he did it.
Yeah, they'll be part of it for sure.
We've already pled guilty to it.
Yeah, but they'll ask. They'll see. They want to understand the context around it. So I've looked it up. Here's a very brief overview. Pre-sentence investigation is a detailed examination of a defendant's background conducted before sentencing to assist the court in determining an appropriate sentence. It involves gathering information about the defendant's legal history, social circumstances, and any relevant factors that might influence the severity or leniency of the sentence. The PSI is typically conducted by a probation officer, blah, 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 with interviews and things. So it's not just that one question.
Well, I imagine if anything, it'll be some clips of him, like what he's like him going around doing a tour, a victory tour, like he did on MLC, telling everybody, yeah, I was bullying her. It's like, okay.
No doubt they'll talk to the Ricators about this as well. And as we've learned, there's no shortage of evidence that they've got.
I think
that
they'll
Nicole-
talk to April. I think they'll talk to Ashley, and unfortunately, I think he's got Ashley back. He manipulated these women once. The only way they get out from under his spell is if they get away from him. Ashley can't because she's the mother of his children. It's in her best interest to have the father of her children not in trouble, so she will go and toe the toes line. Like she will go, no, he's a good guy. He's changed. He's different now. She will 100% say that, I bet.
Ooh, I don't know what kind of retard you would have to grab for that. So here's the deal. Pled guilty to a misdemeanor yesterday. The felony gone, dismissed. And when the whole texting Gino and Image thing came about, when they brought this whole thing, I was like, well, I did a dumb return, because by the time they brought it up, by the time it was a thing, it was like I was so past it and not in the same place that I was then. I was like, oh yeah, well shit. I was like, the felony's ridiculous. The felony's silly. The felony's dumb. Obviously,
it's just not. The felony is about intent. What you wanted to fuck with Kayla and harass her. You wanted to rub it in.
You wanted to bully her. You wanted to do a bullying thing.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I understand you don't want a felony, but it's very, very simple, and it's 100%. That's what it was. We've seen it. What you're doing to April now is insane. Smelly pussy, untalented whore. Should have left her at the. You're so insane. And you've talked that way about Ashley. And we've said this in the beginning with Slam Piece. It'll be worse with Slam Piece. Whenever whatever it is, falls apart, marriage, relationship, whatever it ends up being, it will be worse. You're getting worse.
He's not any part of this. So when my attorney and I got together from the very beginning, we said, let's just get rid of this felony. Let's get this felony dismissed, and that's what we're good with.
But I believe that's the strategy, and that's what they did.
Yeah,
this happens all the time in law. You just plead things down. You make deals. This is what happens.
Misdemeanor.
Go ahead.
I've just pulled up what he told law enforcement when they, because you were mentioning that just before.
Yep.
So law enforcement spoke to defendant. He acknowledged the relationship and using the Signal app. However, defendant stated he did not recall ever receiving or sending a nude photograph of Kayla Ricada. He later said he didn't want to definitively say he never received a nude photograph, but cannot recall being sent one.
And now we know he took the photo.
Took the photo.
And Nick says without her consent. She didn't know. That's what Nick's saying.
And he said he's been wanting to say he sent it for a really long time.
Right.
So he lied to the cops when he said, I don't recall. Because
that's what I don't get. It's why not just plead the fifth? Just say I'm not going to answer that question.
He thinks that that's equivalent to I do not recall.
Right.
Which
but
is
you lied to police, which if they really wanted to, they get you for that.
Right.
It's insane. Now you have a clear memory.
Dismiss the felony. Good. They didn't want to do that at first. They kind of.
He is one of those guys, though. People in the chat get it. He thinks the cops are his buddies, and as long as you just, hey, I don't know, maybe it's hard to say.
They played this game where it was plead to the felony, and then after the thing, it'll drop to him. And we're like, no, that's not good enough. And then Gino, and I think the final nail.
That's not a terrible. That's not a terrible deal to plead to a felony and then you agree to get it removed from your record, because he doesn't have any such restrictions or conditions on the gross misdemeanor right now. That stays on his record.
I've done it.
Right. So you become a felon for a few years and then gone. After that,
you're not even a felon for a few years. You just have to complete the requirements and then it all goes away.
Right.
You just have to stay out of trouble. And then it all goes away.
Which is what Nick has at the moment. So years from now, provided neither of them get into more trouble, Nick will have a clean record and Aaron won't.
From what I'm hearing, 18 months. It won't even be. All you have to do is not get in trouble for a period. It's called a deferred entry of judgment. So they don't even put it in that you've pled guilty.
Right.
But you sign paperwork to say that you are guilty. And if you just behave, they rip it up and throw it away. You're free, complete conditions, and go away. You're not even like a felon for a minute. Like you're just not a felon.
Okay.
For the felony was Gino and Keanu weren't served. Gino and Keanu weren't coming. They were not cooperative. So the prosecution came to us a couple of weeks ago and they said, look, let's put a bow on this thing. Let's not drag this out any longer.
Yeah, you're never convicted. Aaron's convicted. Aaron's pled guilty. It's in the books. He is
not convicted yet, but
but what I'm saying is what he's taken. The other one is probably a better deal because it would have just disappeared. But he can't behave.
Yeah.
He can't behave.
Nobody wants to. Basically, they came to us. Nobody wants to drag this out any longer. We were still of the mind. We were like, well, maybe we do want to drag this out a little longer. Maybe we do want to go the whole way. I mean, we know what it's kind of like that line in Rounders. We know what we're holding and we know what you're holding. Maybe we want to go the whole way. And they said, all right, felony is a thing of the past. Forget the felony. Misdemeanor, $50 fine. The terms of your release will extend for a year or two. If probation says
year or two, he said 2 years. Like it was just a year previously. Now it's 2 years.
Good
there's
boy,
no
after
cap.
a couple meetings, they'll cut you loose. And I said, that sounds kind of nice. No, I mean, they made, they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. I mean, the motivation with no Gino and no Keanu was like, let's roll, let's go. And they said, how about, and then they just came to us and they said, how about this? And, my attorney even said, he goes, this is everything we wanted and more. Like, this is everything we wanted when this whole thing started. So, I asked him yesterday, I go, what do you think? And his opinion was, Aaron, it's $50. And I said, okay. And he
It's not. It's also in a few years from now, looking your teenage daughter in the face and saying, this is what your dad did after she Googles her last name on the internet. Like that versus cleared of all charges. Like there is a great difference between the two of those. Anyone brings it up, he could say, I didn't do that. I was cleared. Like you can't say that.
And again, if anyone ever does this to one of your daughters, you're going to have a tough time being like, well, daddy did it too. They're
going to ask for $50.
Daddy, this man published my pictures or sent my nudes to a friend. Horse shit.
Horse shit.
Did you do it?
Yeah. That's $50. There we get 2 entrees at Pasta Buckets tonight. Like,
come on, I'll take you to the specialty drink store.
The text message. And that's the other thing. I took one day I was streaming. I was talking to Stevie Lou is now part of this lore. I was talking to Stevie Lou on the phone during an evening show it was sometime between late December and early February. And I'm talking to Stevie Lou and I wheel around and I take a picture. And then in May, I sent that picture to Gino Bisconti.
So she might not have known.
Right. She could be not facing the camera. Who knows?
Yeah, he just took a nude.
That was a guy who was looking for a little validation from a friend. And I cannot urge you against something like that more. One thing I did learn in the whole journey afterwards was like, hey, maybe internalize some of that shit. Think about it. Let it stew. Talk to a professional about it. And then you'll work through the process internally with a professional and you'll be fine. And then I saw some people, they were combing through the plea agreement. They're like, no, they were like Jesse Pinkman. They were like, he can't keep getting away with it. And I kept telling these people, like, I didn't get away with anything. I pled guilty to the thing I did. I took responsibility for the thing I did. It's not a nice thing to do. Don't do that to people. It hurts people. TJ, I'm looking forward to the
he feels, and to an extent, he did get away with it. Like,
yeah, of course.
If
this will all change the minute he's out of any danger, this will all change again.
As long as like
the tried to fucking get me. She's a bitter, jilted ex-lover. She should read a proverb about it. This bitch tried to fucking nail me. The toe won again. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
As long as the sentencing doesn't come down on him hard, which it might, but it also might not. Who knows?
He's got this tell me when I'm telling lies. It's like, how long do you have? It's all we do.
He's already emboldened to a degree that we haven't seen before. Like he's saying he's now, like, there was the getting away with the, what do you call it? The prize night stuff, the lottery stuff. You thought you could get me with that. That was nothing. And then the HRO, you thought you could get me with violating the HRO, but that was nothing. We've dealt with it. Now he's faced a felony and he's saying, I got away with that too. It's a constant escalation. And look, if you're thinking that this is the end of following Steel Toe, or it's not going to be interesting from now on.
Well, it's all aces over there, and Melton's just mad that his show's over now because there's nothing to cover.
Thing is, it could be all aces if his mindset was somewhere else. If he was like, I got away with that one. I need to reevaluate and change things about my life. The things he's saying that he needs to do or should do right now, if he actually did those, yes. He's not going to do any of that.
We didn't play it, but yesterday on his little victory stream after court, he said, to tell you the truth, I didn't even know that was illegal. He said, I thought it was like showing your buddy at the bar a picture of your new girlfriend. It's like, that's also fucked up.
Right.
That's also fucked up. Like, you think because it's in person, it's fine?
Today, too. I mean, I don't watch it, but I hear those guys have some great copes on there, and they're not doing so well with this. And again, if I could make those guys feel any better, stop being so upset. Like,
stop. Moody, calm down.
I'm not there's the only, like, I'm not really upset. These people have zero bearing on my life. Whatever result happens in Steel Toe's life, it carries on as normal. It's funny either way. I can't believe this guy has pled guilty to a crime that's going to be on his permanent record, and he thinks he's winning against me for some reason. I have nothing to do with
He's the only one to involve. Literally, like, he pretends like the show and the internet and his real life are all separate. It's like, it couldn't be more entangled. This proves it all. We're the ones who don't give a shit. We're the ones who are taking it light and breezy. I never said you were going to fucking jail. I never knew if you'd get a felony or not. We said you were you're being charged. You're being charged with a felony. You had a warrant out. You ran to the lake. We're laughing at an idiot who takes the wrong turn every time he's at an intersection. Every time you're faced with something, you do it wrong. Have you seen the sign?
There's people like Kiki, for example, who I thought better of, that I am just really disappointed with. She has zero bearing on my life. Nothing she can do really impacts me, but I expected better of someone like that. And it's strange and like not a nice feeling to have someone turn out not what you thought that they were going to be, but there's no impact. Nothing happens. The show. Sorry,
you talking about Kiki?
I'm saying like the show ends and then really leads.
Right.
My life carries on as normal. I'm not facing felonies. I'm not like this.
Right. I mean, Sopranos isn't on anymore, so we watch this.
Right.
It's like
this whole thing can be whatever you make it. You can make it. Oh, you know what you can.
It's like never once have I thought, this is an L for me or anything. Like, I'm not in any legal trouble from anything that's ever happened from Steel Toe. In the 2 short years I've been watching you, you've been involved in 4 legal battles, I think. It's been insane. It's insane. You have to ask a judge if you can leave the state. You're going to have 2 suspended jail sentences hanging over your head for 3 months and then 1 for a year or 2. Like, this is amazing. It's unreal. There's no, I've never, ever in my life considered any of this an L. This is fucking great. This is great TV.
The only impact Steel Toe has had on my life is now my Saturday mornings I spend with some friends and I chat about Steel Toe. And that's positive. I enjoy that. This is fun for me.
Yeah, you told me this is an amazing escape for you. We don't give Moody any money for this.
I do. I'm the only one doing it for the love of the game. I just it's so fun. This is so enjoyable.
To be clear, I don't let Moody pay for anything when he visits.
Right. Yeah, he doesn't. I'm a kept man.
Yes. I think we're sleeping together.
Aaron's in a puddle. Aaron's depressed about this. He's barely hanging on. You guys tell yourselves shit anyway to make yourselves feel better. Do that. Like Melton's got sores all over his face yesterday. He's crying about Nick said he'd get the felony. I thought there would be jail time. Blah, 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 blah.
These are seething sores.
Right.
I've been seething so much out of my mouth, I can't even get it out. It's like just leaking through my face now.
Like, yeah, but I told you there wouldn't be. And I was right. I told you the truth.
You also said that it was horse shit and you plead guilty to it. Right. Why would you plead guilty to horse shit?
You didn't remember it happening.
Whole thing. You listened to me, you would have gotten the straight dish. They're having a hard
butter dish.
I'm with it. And that's just going to be amazing to me. They also think so. There's one condition on this probation, and
nope. There will be a suspended jail sentence. You will not be able to mention Kayla. And what there's one other fucking.
There's
thing
the two investigations.
There's two investigations happening. There's something else that I'm forgetting.
The fine. $50 fine?
No. But also you're pleading guilty. It's not like he just keeps acting like it's a parking ticket. It's like this will be on your record.
Condition I've been living under for 8 months. And I did. I told him in the back room in the meeting, I said, make it
the travel to leave,
right. That's the state. Probation. But he never leaves.
I don't care.
Yeah, but like
that's totally fine with me. So now all these people are mad about the condition, and they think that if they write the thing in a chat, that counts as me breaking the condition. It's like, guys, you can write that all you want. That's totally fine. Again, they're living vicariously through me, and they now think that condition is on them. It's
why would you not, if you had this condition on you, preemptively or proactively ban the word Kayla and KR in your chat? There's no need for anyone to be saying that. And that's a thing you can point to and say, I've done that.
And it's wild to go like, go ahead, write anything you want about Kayla in my chat. It's like,
it doesn't.
Yikes. Yikes.
He
but
doesn't
this is what I
care.
mean. This is today. Every day he will get more and more bold until one day he steps on the wrong fucking lily pad and it just sinks him.
He doesn't care about protecting himself or anything like that. He just cares about what he's getting away with. That is, so there's no proactivity in anything
It's almost like he doesn't have an ability to look backwards and be retrospective at all. Same way with the goal. Somebody can give him $100. The next words out of his mouth is how much he needs to hit the goal, not how much he just got. Someone will send in $100. He'll be like, hey, thanks for that. 180 to go till the goal. It's always the next thing. It's never what just happened and let me reflect on that.
He has also lost the ability to look at himself from a different perspective. This whole thing about turning everything into a win has poisoned his mind to an extent where he can't consider a random member of a jury hearing him say this sort of stuff exactly and how bad that'll look, whether or not he doesn't have that anymore because of his self-preservation to make everything a win.
Let's not forget, I came up with his catchphrase.
Right.
But
it's real. It resonated with him. Yeah.
No,
it was originally to make fun of you, but now you own it. It's like, no, you're just saying it. You're saying what you were saying before, but now just saying it in my words because it's catchy.
It's Poe's law, if you've heard of that, which is like you can't discern really good satire from like an extremist position on something. So he's so far gone about thinking things are wins that when people started to make fun of him for pretending to win all the time, he's like, that's my catchphrase.
Yes, I did win. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point. It's Toe's Law. Yeah.
Toe's Law.
Say it till you blue in the face. Go have fun. I don't feel bad that people are taking this so hard. I'm just more confused that they're taking it so hard. Like,
who's he watching? Who's he talking about?
Again, I think every enemy is just an amalgamation of like what he pictured. That's why everybody has the same voice. It's like it's just whatever, whoever today, you know.
I think Nick and Kayla. I mean, maybe he's got a point there. I don't know what it's like at their household at the moment, but if there's someone seething, I would say that they have the right to. But there's zero impact outside of that.
I imagine the mood in that household yesterday was similar to Hillary's campaign headquarters in 2016, where they were like, well, we're going to have to take down all these balloons very gently in the net now, since we're not dropping them. We're going to cancel the cake.
Is it though? Because he admitted to it. He said, like, the record will forever show that he did the thing that he's been saying he didn't do.
Yes. My daddy's a sexual abuser.
Right. Serial.
Talking about the MLC show yesterday, and Keanu and her mom talking about all of that. That was a lot of fun. That was a good time. It's and then people were like, "Oh, Aaron got scared," and
again, like, he's bolstered himself with all these phony friends. Michelina and Kiki said the worst shit about him. Like, he's just like, water under the bridge, but don't ever do it again. Be loyal to me. It's like he doesn't have a real person in his life. I genuinely believe that. Like, there's not one person he can genuinely count on and trust in his life. Maybe SP, but other than that, like,
it sounded like
everyone's a phony
Matt
friend.
may have been.
Where's
like
Matt?
Right. He pushes those people away.
And also, like, those aren't people he doesn't hang out with those. He always, like, he goes out drinking on St. Patrick's Day with his drinking buddies. We saw one time Johnny ask him to hang out on a Saturday night. It was genuine. Right. And he laughed it off and moved on and just started reading comments. He's not hanging out with this cripple. This guy's a downer. Every time they do hang out, it's at a steel toe event. And he complains about him, like, Johnny, could you get off the stage? Or
you're bumming everyone out with bumming everyone out with your MS.
Oh no, I mean, again.
And by the way, Johnny is so fucking suckered in and manipulated by this guy that, like, you know, when asked why you love steel toe so much, because I was going to kill myself,
right?
And Aaron Imholte got me involved in the radio, and it turned me around. It's like, don't you have kids?
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Your children weren't worth living for, but Aaron Imholte.
And now,
and by the way, how long does that pay back?
Right. It's a very, like, you've given him the hand, like, the rails over your life. Like, he's in charge of what you do,
I guess.
I was responsible for my own behavior. I behaved myself. I was good. Other people were losing their minds and writing everything they could. Again, you guys are allowed to do that.
If Aaron Imholte had a Discord and was writing insane things about me every day, like he says we do in our Discord, like fan fiction and all this stuff, I would have a segment on my show every day.
Right.
Like, how is he not showing our foolishness?
Mm-hmm. And he always attributes the Discord to, like, one person, right? It's like, this is what the Discord is the character, but there's many people in there who have differing opinions from each other and often say contradictory things.
Yeah, sure. But like, they also, all of them attribute, like, they're in there plotting and they plan gay ops and nefarious shit. Like, it doesn't exist. And you know how it doesn't exist? There's never been one screenshot of me in a private conversation or a public conversation plotting or planning anything like that. Like, show it.
they get laughed out of there and told it's cringe. Like,
right.
It's like there was, what was it? There was a person, Mega Princess, tried to do that. She's like, I want to bring down the toe. I'm starting a new Discord. Everyone join this one. We're gonna do our toe.
Literally everybody in there was just
Get well soon.
like bring down the toe.
Right.
This is a noodly Midwestern guy. Let him just be a noodly Midwestern guy that we're watching.
Grab the popcorn and watch him do it himself.
Yes. Yes.
I have to stick. I'm responsible for my behavior. That's it. And
sometime
it'd have to go. Like, I wasn't even,
unless it's Kiki's responsible for me being in court. Depends on the day, depends on the time.
I wasn't going to do the Kevin thing, but Keanu called me and she's like, hey, I'm doing MLC. Will you come on with me? I'm like, sure, absolutely. I was doing my members only thing. And it was getting really late. And I had a night with SP that I had to get to. Gordy hadn't gone out in hours.
I love how he left his dog home for 26 hours on St. Patrick's Day, and that was fine. I love how he's literally done shows where he's like, Gordy, I know you better not piss on the floor. I got to hit the goal. I'll get you in a minute. But yesterday he was panicking a little bit about the Kayla stuff. And I think I got to go take Gordy out. It's like, since when do you give a fuck about your dog?
Yeah, just put him in the closet like normal.
One day he was whining in the closet, and you were like, I'll have to get him in a little bit. It's like he's trapped in a closet.
That poor dog, man. Like, there's no creature deserves that.
So I'm like, I got to go spend time with my girlfriend and let my dog out. And
Can the dog get in on this custody agreement that Aaron has with Ashley so that he at least gets a few good days a week?
People who really wanted me to slip up and say something bad, which was never going to happen. And they were like, oh, he ran away. It's kind of like, they were kind of like the Black Knight in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
If he thinks he didn't slip up and say something bad yesterday after all the things that he did, I'm so excited.
That's what I'm saying.
What comes forward?
The guy thinks he's bulletproof.
That was him not slipping up yesterday. As he said, my life won't change at all. It's just a $50 fine. This doesn't hurt me. The fine hurts me more than the misdemeanor does. Like, this is... Oh,
Can somebody do the dog on fire in the kitchen meme where he says, this is $50 fine?
Yesterday, MLC, you seemed a little cagey with the questions Kevin was asking. I don't blame you. Well, that's because I'm responsible for what I say. And when Kevin asked me a certain question, I would be like, Kevin, I can't. I'm sorry. Can't do it.
I can't answer if I beat my wife. I'm not allowed.
He can. He can say whatever he wants all day long. He can scream it and yell it right in my face. I'm responsible for my talk, if you will. Mild says it
isn't like the language that we've seen, and maybe this is different language on this restraining order, but the one he got from Ashley was he needs to dissuade his co-hosts as well from mentioning the person. So it didn't just extend to him; it extended to others.
Order. This is just a court order. It's not a
court order. It's different, right?
Right.
But maybe there's who knows? Yeah,
I don't know if it will become a formal restraining order when, and I imagine she can get one.
Mm-hmm.
She could go file for that. I imagine. I imagine there's going to be some sort of civil action.
Yeah,
he has now admitted everything that qualifies this as a felony, and while it will have no bearing on his criminal case, he has said he's guilty. He will not shut up about it, and if Kayla does have any sort of mental distress about this and can prove it, and a track record of this. Like, I don't know. We don't know anything about Kayla or what's going on. So, but again, I love the idea of just constant legal paperwork landing on this idiot's door because he cannot stop.
And it's that civil case will be not about whether or not he did it. It's about whether or not there are damages and he needs to pay Kayla something for the thing he did.
Make no mistake, the only thing that stops him from talking bad about Kayla is this order.
Mm-hmm.
You see it now with April. You've seen it with Ashley. You've seen it with Kiki. Like, he's got a problem with women specifically. And unless his hand is forced and there's some sort of restriction placed on him to shut the fuck up, he will talk shit. He will talk shit. He will continue to get himself in trouble.
He told April, I think it was about a month ago, my advice, stay offline. Don't enter into this. You don't want any part of this. Right. Like, let's not start.
But then he doesn't shut up. Stinky pussy, untalented. No, like, it's getting worse.
A stinky crack whore. Like, he just keeps going up. Like, what else do you want April to do or not do so that you don't mention her again? Is there an option? By the way,
it's his favorite thing. Every time he insults April, it's a cell phone. Because he married her and threw his family away for her.
Yeah.
So, like, she was such a stinky, pussy, untalented, stupid crack whore cunt who possibly was addicted to pills that he threw his family away and access to that cabin, that beautiful cabin and that barrel boat.
You misunderstand. She manipulated him into that. She got in his head and she made him get away from all the other important relationships in his life.
Oh, just like she did to Kiki.
Right. See, she's there. Davo. It's Davo. She was the abuser in all of this. That's why.
Then it's legal proof. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But what I'm saying is, like, that doesn't have anything to do with me. That has to do with him. I mean, whatever, right? When Nova says when Aaron came on, Kevin's lip licking went into overdrive. I always have fun with Kevin. I always have a good time on that show. He's great. No,
he's the best.
I will not tolerate anybody talking shit about Jackie. No how, no way. He says Jackie is an emo Miss Piggy. Jackie is a lovely woman.
Divide and conquer.
She's a big Steel Toe fan too. She loves me. She loves my mugshot. She thinks it's gorgeous. So
he does the same with me. He's like, oh, this Moody guy stands up for me. I think he's a toe guy. He shows proof of my innocence, and he'll do that.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Could you cut that out?
I got nothing but
it's really detrimental to our angle over here.
Right. Sorry, we got to.
And her
Steve.
Dog. This is the lesson it should teach you. If you're anti-steel toe or pro-onion or whatever, here's the lesson you learned yesterday.
Those are the two genders.
Yes.
Legal advice from Nick Rekieta, and you'll be fine. What did he got you guys all gassed up? He went dead to rights on the felony, jail time, blah, 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 blah.
He didn't get me gassed up. I never made a proclamation about what was going to happen to you. People wanted to bet me, and I would not bet them.
Yeah, we didn't.
I have explained since the beginning. I don't think he's going to jail. I've said that from the beginning. Like,
but he is dead to rights on the felony. He did it. He said he's done it, and he said he's done it for a bullying reason. Whether or not that gets up in a conviction, who knows? But he did. He is dead to rights on that.
It's like Chad Zumach wants to pretend like he didn't steal credit cards from veterans because he didn't get charged with that.
Right.
It's like, no, I got charged with fraudulent use of a credit card and possession of someone else's ID. It's like, yeah, were they an old veteran? I didn't steal it. I didn't get charged with stealing it.
He tried to say the line yesterday. I wasn't charged with revenge porn. I was charged with the non-consensual dissemination of
sexual
images. Sexual images.
It's
like that's revenge.
Well, then he goes, because there isn't a charge called revenge porn. It's like, but if there was, that would be it.
Right.
It would be the same exact law.
He's like saying, I'm not steel toe. My name's Aaron Imholte. I don't know who the steel toe person you're referring to is. There's no one with a steel toe on their birth certificate.
It's like going to the coffee bean and ordering a venti iced latte, and they're like, "We don't have ventis, sir. That's Starbucks." And he's like, "But if you did, you have a large, right? That's what I mean. That's what, like, no, he did not order a venti. Even like, it's like, what are we doing?"
So you're saying sometimes people say things that aren't literally what they are.
I was about to say, like, this is like.
It's wrong from day one. I'm a better legal mind than he.
I'm a better legal mind. He's a better psychiatrist than a psychiatrist. He's a better lawyer than Nick.
To him. Mm-hmm. And if you won't listen to me, listen to Sean. Sean, by the way, has nailed every fucking step of this from day one. I mean, Sean has been right on about all this legal stuff from Jump Street.
Here's the funniest part. I remember Sean going over the charges when the warrant dropped, and he looked at the felony and the misdemeanor, and he goes, I don't know why this is, because they're the same exact thing. I don't know why. That was Sean the lawyer. Sean the lawyer couldn't understand the difference between the felony and the misdemeanor. I read it. It was in plain English. One had intended harassment. The felony had an intention of harassment assigned to it. I remember specifically that lawyer because there's a clip of me going over it. Him going like, I don't know why they're charging him twice, one misdemeanor, one felony. These are the same thing. I don't know. Then just moved on. Yeah, he's had it right from the beginning, other than the fact that he didn't.
I know that the Onion Discord and the Reddits don't like him. And the reason they don't like him...
I have no problem with the guy. He just missed a giant thing early on. And I was like, I don't know if we should be listening to this.
Because he doesn't tell them what they want to hear. He doesn't let them live in their fantasy world.
To be true, too, I haven't watched anything of him since then, so I don't know what he says. I don't even know what he says about any of this. Do you?
No, I don't.
Have you watched any of his clips? So how can I be against what
not
he's
recent
saying?
Last time I watched the clip was last year, where he said that if you hate Nick, you want this to be another win for the toe. He used that line in there. So it's like,
because that is how all these QE Farms people are. You see, I saw it on that Alyssa Clips thing. 270 comments
and all of them
views.
All of them were about Baldo washing, not about Aaron.
Baldo. It's like, oh, they're all just like fucking bots. They're Baldo bots.
Acts that fantasy, and he's correct. Let's go ahead and pop this up there.
By the way, the Baldo is a weird fucking thing. That's crazy. That's
right.
a nutty thing.
It's weird. I don't know why you would show a sex.
Fuck a woman with my nuts.
I don't know why a lawyer would be showing a sex toy on his stream. Like I don't like. What?
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. It's very odd.
It's
but
weird.
Also, like that's a weird sex toy. It's just a weird sex. I've never thought about.
I wish
do a cheese grater or some sort.
It's like I wish. Who's sitting there going like, I wish my balls could fuck. Like.
Quite happy with them just tapping on an asshole from time to time.
Well, I thought 1-2 Skip to My Lou did an amazing job. This thing looks like it's going to take up the whole background.
Also, I just love that he calls his wall the background, and there's an entirety of it. Like it could take up my whole background.
This is so big. It's so big.
His only option, right? First of all, he talks about hanging this. He's never hanging this. Prediction: this will sit on that shelf. This will never hang. Don't get it twisted. And I predict it will also fall occasionally.
Right.
It will get bumped.
It'll
will never
be heavy,
mounted.
though.
It will never have it's heavy as fuck, I'm sure. This will never be mounted. It will sit on that ledge and it will fall more than once.
Right.
You have my three predictions.
Because he wouldn't know that you need to find the studs in the wall in order to hang something up as well. It would.
He's the only one that lives there. There's no studs in the walls.
And it's lit up, by the way. I should have taken a picture in the dark with the whole thing. He gave me, there's a remote control with 16 color options and the background lights rotate. I'm going to have to sit there with this remote control like a fucking boomer trying to figure the damn thing out.
I don't know why this guy spent so long on this. This guy has access to a CNC machine. He's found some orange powder coated metal or something.
You think that the orange is metal?
I thought it
Why?
was. Oh yeah.
I don't think there's any metal on this other than the studs and on the boot.
Why
would it need to be metal?
It could be. What do you think it is? Do you think it's acrylic?
If the letters are metal and the orange is metal, that's insane. Why?
I thought it was metal. Metal.
It may be because he said a big metal sign, but
right.
Why would you make that out of metal? Look, Buck Naked in our chat was talking about making me a metal sign, and what I would want if I was having a metal sign, what I would get to replace this, I'd want a negative space of the logo, so that I want a rectangle of the metal with the cutout of the logo and a light behind it.
Right.
That's what I would do. That's the only reason to make it metal is to get that kind of industrial kind of look. This could be acrylic. It could be. There's no reason for this to be anything. These could be letters you go get from a hardware store to like put on your house or business sign or like, like house numbers. Like, which may be metal, but like there's no need for this to be metal and 300 pounds.
Okay.
Imagine if I assume the guy's local because shipping this would be insane.
Yeah. And he has like a CNC or some sort of water jet or whatever that they use to cut things out.
Or 10 snips and sanding. Like
that boot is vectorized, and he like a machine did that. A person did not do that.
There are ways to print on paper and then transfer that onto wood and cut it out. I don't know. I can't tell if this is even 3D and like raised off. Now, there's a world where these are like bolts or nails and it's nailed on, but there's also a world where this is printed on. There's a world where all this is printed. No? Look at it. I don't see a shadow.
There's no shadow there, no. But there's a shadow on the boot.
Where?
Yeah. Just underneath the boot. You see there's a shadow.
Or is it low resolution?
It's the same shadow that's the same shadow on the show side of things as well, on the show. So all of that is raised. I think.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
There's rivets that
is this not raised then? Is this printed?
No, that's a hole in the. I think that is a hole, or it's printed.
That's like carved out.
It's either carved out or it's a hole. But yeah, it's either carved out or printed. Sorry.
Okay, so yeah, these little bolts are the same as these. Okay,
and this is where I think
3D, and this is 3D.
Yes,
but this is either like embossed into the whatever this is. Wood. This could be wood
because it does look lighter in the middle of those stalks. It's like it's a slightly lighter color.
This could be wood.
Could be. But it's not raised, it's behind.
You think this is a giant slab of like aluminum and he carved into this with a water jet or something?
Either that or he put steel toe on the decal.
Why just make this so heavy for no reason?
Right.
Look, I can't wait to fucking find out.
Yeah. We'll see when the lights are on.
It'd be weird to have this attached that way. If that's metal, it'd be weird to have bolts going into it. I would assume this is wood. Because metal, you don't generally attach. I wouldn't attach metal to metal with bolts like that. I don't know. And I can't wait to see where the light is. Either the light is like behind the orange and shines out, or maybe it's somehow into this external frame, or maybe it's behind the whole thing and the whole thing glows like a big TV.
Or it might be behind the boot and the show. Like those might glow, and it'll spill from there.
Cool. This could be really cool. And again, I hope he puts it on color rotation. Don't pick one when you can have the rainbow. Or maybe change it like people can donate to change the color. That'd be cool. Das Optic Boot Nerves wants it red. What is his name?
Also, having it on the wood in the background, you've gone for a metal sign. Like, keep it metal. Or
there's no reason to have anything outside the orange part. Unless, again, I think it's hiding lighting But the thing is, it doesn't look that raised. Like, the orange doesn't look that far raised off the...
It is a bit, though.
Yeah, but not enough to be off with lighting. So, like if you look at my... If you look at my background, you can tell that that's pretty far off the wall because behind it, I also have to have room for all the lighting, like back here.
Yep.
So like there's a good amount of space.
But lighting strips can come quite thin now, especially if it's a cheap one.
Yeah, they're like that. But I don't see that much space. The shadow I'm seeing is like if the plywood was directly on the wall. That's
no.
what
It's
shadow I'm
there's ways you could, if he'd mount it, if they were very thin strips, cheap LED strips that are stuck to the back of the sign pointing at the wood behind it. I think you could get away with that. Very thin strips.
I don't see that kind of distance here. But we'll see. I'm thinking, hold on.
Another hole. Jesus.
Got holes all over.
Got holes all over his walls.
I'm thinking, and I shit you not, and it's hard to tell because there could be a hole behind this to put the lighting. This is obviously like the control box or something, or the plug or something.
Who
Maybe.
knows?
I think it would be really funny if the lighting is around the outside of the whole frame, shining outward, and the sign is so big you can't even see the lights when it's behind him.
It's such a big, like, he's going to have such a hard time fitting it into that space.
It's just going to be interesting how he decides to fit the goal board and Mike Lindell, and like, you don't want to lose any of that stuff, really.
Northside says the only fight Mersh lost was with poverty. Oh, by the way, Mersh was another one who said, Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Aaron's going to have to eat that felony. Another one of your bets that didn't hit. Ouch.
Gloating.
Good.
What?
He feels invincible. He's gloating. Like, don't say, I got lucky. I got unbelievably lucky that things went my way.
There's no luck in tow.
I'm not, look, I did a bad thing and I pled to a naughty thing that I did, but I will say this. There were a lot of people who I get to dunk on today because they said a lot of stupid shit and made a lot of retarded predictions. Maybe if you would have...
Who? Nick and Mersh? Who else?
Maybe if you would have spent a little more time knocking out that car note rather than worrying about what I wasn't going to have to plead to.
Mersh.
You might be in a little bit better spot there, kid. You'll get there. You'll get there. Hey, look, life is a journey. It's it's all about where you end up.
Look, say what you want about Mersh, but Mersh has he's not brought a child into his mess of a world, and he doesn't need to sit down and look at a teenage girl and say, your dad abused women, and that's on his record forever. He's never gonna have to do that. You will.
April is 6 years older than Charlotte when he met her.
Then she is now, not.
Then she is.
Then she is now. Yes.
Reminder: Melton and Tukey boasted how they had access to latent media application by Aaron. It wasn't even an application; it was a presentation that they had us draw up for the ideas we had for what they wanted us to do.
Yep,
that was. Yeah, old Rocco and Melton sure did clam up about that.
Nope, I got it. I have it. Not clamming up. I have it. Never clammed up.
That was in the hands of the authorities.
Got it from April. Didn't hack. Still have it. April had it. Got it from April. Hello. Not clamming up. Still have it.
What's wrong? Why don't you just admit? Now they're trying to pretend they never did.
Nope. Still have it. Got it from April. Never hacked. That's a fucking phony false flag. Got it. Wow, they're really trying to clam up and pretend they never. Nope.
Can't walk it back, boys.
God damn it.
You know what? If you're lucky, they won't do anything with it.
Yeah, you would know.
Don't know if they will or they won't. I have no control over that.
First of all, I've never even heard that. Rocco and Melton had this thing, and now they won't even talk about it. Nope.
It is out of my hands at this point.
Look, I tried to warn you guys, but now the FBI is going to take it from here, boys.
Yeah, they also said they were getting Toe kicked out of his gym. Yeah, not only...
I haven't seen any videos of you boxing or coaching lately. Scott seemed to shut the fuck up. Remember when Scott said these charges were bullshit until you were proven guilty? Now you're proven guilty. Now what?
Let me just check. Nope, he's still suspended. 48 hours. Drop of blood. You're still
the gym already got an email saying he's good to go.
there was a fight you were preparing for that you couldn't do anymore. You can't be a coach. Scott said he's not a coach anymore, and he's saying that publicly on Google.
Scott said he never was asked to coach.
Yeah.
The gym got a thing from
Listen to
USA Boxing and Safe Sport this week that said no more temporary suspensions for you, boy. None of that.
So they sent an email to Scott, not to Aaron yet, but to Scott saying no more suspension. Your boy's good to go. But on the website for Safe Sport, it says he's temporarily suspended.
Yes.
Huh. But why would they email Scott? Why, before they put the ruling into their system, would they email Scott and say your boy's good to go? I'm confused.
He says, no, so thorough Joe Burrow. Wah, Aaron's a snitch. Also, Joe Burrow compiles a dossier of Aaron like Christopher Steele on Trump. Yeah, even people who like that so thorough Joe Burrow guy are like, bro, are you sure you want to be spending this much of your life doing this shit?
It's fun. It is fun. Like a guy who is so arrogant and thinks that he's above everything and convincing himself that he's winning by lying all the time. It is fun to point out the lies and see where that and see the real picture for what it is.
The bigger your head gets and the higher you float, the harder you're gonna fall. We're all just hanging out watching, man.
It is fun. Catching Aaron in a lie is so fun because he either pretends that he never said that in the first place, or he doubles down and it gets bigger. And that's meanwhile, he's saying he never lies, which is just the funnest lie of them all.
Are we beating Dabble House?
God. Poor so thorough Joe Burrow.
It's a pay-per-view. You can't find it.
Mad that we've been knocking out our goals and not doing the begging segment, that he's now counting.
He's saying we've been knocking out our goals when he missed 2 this week, won by $100. It's like, I don't even know what's real anymore.
He's knocking out the goals.
This is a perfect week.
His viewership is higher than ever, is also things that he's saying, which it's not. It's objectively not. He's never been lower than he is at the moment.
Right.
Anytime we get a super chat as begging. And then he's like, oh no, this one's fake. This one's fake. By the way, his source, his own asshole.
Play the sound.
Like, I like that I impact people that much.
He doesn't.
I like that so thorough Joe Burrow is my bitch. Yeah, Mint Diggity says.
Is he
is
he? What is being your bitch? Like, what is that? What
you hit on them?
It's like when he says, these people are my lol cows and I go over and milk them from time to time. Are you doing that? Because it's like a lol cow is you would watch and laugh at that happening.
If I lived in Aaron's town, he'd go like, I met Patrick at the store earlier and beat his ass. Anyway, guys, the goal. He would just that's how he'd make up stories like that in person. Just like the same way he's like, they would never say to my face, fly me out there or I'll fly you out here, bitch. And I'll say it to your face. Let's see what you got. I every time you challenge me to something, I take it up and you go, oh, I wasn't serious about that.
But also, how are these people like, they're just talking about you.
I'm not supposed to hit Melton right now. The FBI's involved and they're crunching the numbers and they got that thing.
Thorough Joe Burrow's source. Trust me, bro. Oh yeah, Walter. Somebody sent me the other day. Walter, if you're listening, so thorough Joe Burrow thinks you're fake.
Walter?
That's got a sting, right?
Because he's got all these donations that come in from Walter and Stephanie and Margaret and all these other old-timey names.
Elton told Rocco to go to Safe Sport in Colorado and file a complaint in person. Do you?
No. Rocco was going to go to Safe Sport and do a Tukey puppet video outside screaming, what about the kids? And why would Rocco file with? Oh, they're just trolling it. They're just trying to get him to be like, oh, wow, they think that's
a bitch. Rocco
look like Rocco is a clown. Like it's like he clowning. It is what he does.
Wait until you see Rocco's next big reveal.
Right.
Because it's gonna be good.
And I'm not trying to say like clown as in like internet clown. I'm like saying like classic clown. Like that is what Rocco does.
In the baskets sense of the word.
That where the mean steel toe man. Oh, Will Heron DM'd me yesterday. I don't know if I don't think he was drinking, but Will Heron DM'd me yesterday.
Again, he's constantly just like needling people who've wronged him. Will Heron's a drunk. He hangs out with.
He did this thing again this week where he's like, I don't drink, and then he was talking about how he always has oranges on hand for his old fashions, and then he was like, he ran out of old fashioned juice, so he went and got beers. Like for a guy who doesn't drink, he sure does drink a lot.
Mm-hmm. And look, Will this is one of the things that I asked Will. I'm like, Will, you never challenge Aaron on any of the things he says about other people. You just sort of repeat and let him get away with saying that stuff. Why don't you ever challenge him? And now Aaron's doing the same thing to Will that he was doing to other people because he did a slight bit of that.
But that's what he did to Gino and Kiki, but now they're back in line, so he doesn't have to do that.
And he was like, I'm going to write a story on this. I'm going to write a story on your plea deal. And he goes, where was that? I have to update your web story. Like, well, you don't.
I thought you liked news.
I wanted to. Do you have a comment regarding what took place at court today? It's like, mother, have you been listening? If I do not hear from you, I will just use your tweet and say whatever you say on your show. And then I said, I'll call you later. I'm a bit tipsy. I never did call him.
Oh,
what an.
He says, is there a picture you prefer to use? And I just wrote, I don't care, but you aren't the most unbiased reporter, LOL. Let's be honest. And he goes, I just want to be fair.
So when Paul wrote the article, my old buddy from high school wrote this positive article. Then when it came out that Paul wasn't a big fan of Steel Toe, he's like, everybody knows we don't like each other. Fuck that guy. Also, Fox News, Rekieta paid off to do that story. And now, of course, Will can't be trusted. It's like, well, hold on. What the fuck?
That article from Will was just what happened. The same with Paul's article. It's what happened.
Well, he doesn't like what happened.
Right.
He likes to tell you what. He
did. He liked seeing.
Read the article. He never read the article because it wasn't good ever.
Wow, this drunken horse tooth-faced retard.
I thought you liked the straight across hairdo. You said you wanted it. Hey, how do you get that straight across hairdo?
Has gone on pretty much every 50 viewer show there is, trashing me up to everybody and sucking the baldo.
That's what you do, though. That's what you do. Remember, you went on United States of Australia. I don't think they get more than 50 viewers. Happy birthday, Dean. you go on Kiki's show.
Oh, he went on Hughes' show, not United States of Australia.
Hughes' show. Yeah. Oh, sorry. United States of Australia is still a loser show that nobody should watch. The point is, you go on you won't never go on a show where anybody can ask you serious questions and hold you accountable. And I'm kidding, of course, because Dean was actually asking him questions that were ticking him the fuck off. And that's why you won't go on that show. So like no one ever, he'll go on Ray's show. He won't go on anyone who's smarter than him show. He won't go on anyone who really knows what's going on show. Kevin will guard him, just like we saw yesterday. It was incredible, guarding him from hard questions. Ray wants everybody to get along and will constantly be like, all right, can we not? Like, so those are the shows.
He's a good egg. He's a good egg.
Right. Those are the shows he'll go on. And then when Dean started asking those questions, he's like, no, if you do it legit, I'll go on your show. And Dean was like, okay, I'll message you and you'll come on my show. And he goes, well, you know what? Now I won't. Because I didn't like the questions you were answering. You're just one of those Reddit guys anyway. It's like, okay.
And he's going to be like, oh, you just want to be fair. And then he got a talking to from his bosses because a bunch of crazy internet people called them and said, hey, should your reporter really be getting shit hammered and showing off his cheap dental work he had?
This is 100% Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron's calling. I think Aaron's doing Chad. I think Aaron is calling places of business. He threatened to do it to Paul Shea live on air. He's a giant piece of shit. Like, I think he's calling people's workplaces and trying to get them in trouble or fired.
Mm-hmm.
This is nuts.
Mexico, not a good look. So I said, your boy will give you what you need. Be careful. He might be grumpy. I can use what you said today.
He's riding so high. He's ecstatic.
Yeah.
Like, this is an unhinged steel toe.
As well about a quote. I can't imagine that he talked to him first. That sounds crazy. He said, I will have it later, just affording you the same opportunity. And I wrote, buddy, relax. It's okay. You're Team Nick. There's no need to be fair. Do what you do. It's okay.
Like there's two teams in this. Again, no mention of Kayla. Like, I know he can't mention Kayla, but it's like, you did do this thing to this woman. It's not all about Nick. I know that the people who like Nick probably hate Aaron, and the people who like Aaron love hearing Aaron stories from Nick, like us. But like, everything's not black and white like that. And there aren't just, like you said, two genders, like onion and toe people. Like, it's such a weird way to frame your existence.
Telling him, like, unburden yourself. You don't have to pretend to be non-biased. There's nothing wrong with having a team.
Now, when Will was covering all Nick's trials, I don't think Will's team Nick because he was making fun of Nick. He was having that K girl on who would go to all Nick's shit. He was pretty much aligned to a steel toe, and he loved it. He wasn't biased then. It was all like, anyone who's just calling out what's happening is an enemy to Aaron.
And he goes,
and also, I don't think we're Team Nick either. Like, there's no
I don't know the
there.
guy, and honestly, April 18th is his sentencing hearing, and he says he's coming back to streaming April 18th. So that's a week from today.
Mm-hmm.
So I look forward to hearing it. Aussie guy was kind of going off on him, like, he's been teasing all this stuff, but he never fucking shows receipts. Just says he has recordings.
He's not
of Aaron.
wrong.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
but I also understand why he's not yet.
Right.
So here's the thing: when he gets sentenced, he said he's coming back to 18th. We'll see. We'll see what he said. We'll see. I look forward to him streaming and telling his side of the story because we've only heard one side, and we know that that's covered in cope. Like Aaron or not, like Nick or not, we know Aaron is a complete compulsive liar. He lies about everything. He can't stop lying about any, like, simple facts. So, I look forward to another perspective. But we've also seen Nick lie. Nick said he wasn't drinking. It came out on Dick Masterson's show that he was. I don't, is that a consequential lie for anyone? I don't give a fuck whether Nick drinks or not. But, like, let's not pretend like all these people, including myself, don't lie if it's behooves them. I'm sure I lie all the time. I say that. I lie all the time.
I don't watch Nick's stuff. I don't find Nick's content particularly engaging for me. I know that other people do. I think Nick's beliefs and my personal beliefs are quite at odds from time to time, but I have no problem interacting with someone or like not wishing death on someone who's different to me. Like he's gone through a very bad period of his life at his own hand. Like he put himself into that situation. No one forced him to do that. I hope for his sake and his own family's sake, just as a human, that he learns from that and is able to give those people a more stable life. That's it. If that makes you Team Nick, I think that is a weird thing to put on people. I just don't.
The relationship people have with these people, like they don't. First of all, no one owes you the truth, so it's like that's why it's funny. It's like Aaron will be like, Melton lies about everything, and it's like then I tell the lie about the zip drive or whatever, and it's like, and he's like, "Ooh, we're taking that to the police," and it's like, okay, Dad, like fuck, I thought I lied about everything.
My main focus is laughing at Aaron. Whatever helps with that, whatever is relevant to that, I'm gonna watch and interact with.
So what did you do with your copy of the zip file?
I don't want to get extradited, but like that doesn't mean that I'm going into like I'm starting to like attack the people are. I'm not calling into SP's work and calling like saying stuff about her. Or
are you worried that when you land in the U.S., the FBI might be waiting to ask you some questions?
Well, they can come here. They got Kim.com in his mansion.
Yeah, but they know you're coming for Hackamania, May 9th through 11th.
They've been asking more questions lately, though, at immigration. Like it's been more like more thorough.
Reading my emails.
Dude. This is what I kept telling him, like, don't embarrass yourself. He said, I asked Nick for a quote. I asked you for one. I asked Nick if he had a pick he preferred. I asked you the same. It's all in your head. I did my due diligence. I'm like, bro, don't be silly. I get it. I understand. He's very convincing when you don't know him. It's totally cool. I would never try to convince you otherwise. You can't take back the hours of shows you've been on, brother. Sorry. He goes, what would I take back? I said, I don't think you should. I don't think he was understanding what I was saying. I was like, I don't think you're fair. I'm not going to give you anything for your story because you're going to make it the way you want to, and I'm fine with that. Basically, I was trying to say, we don't need to speak. I said, I don't think you should. I'm saying you don't need to come to me to be fair. Unburden yourself. Everyone who talks about you
Look,
says
Will is giving him the grace of choosing his own picture and making any comments. Like that is what a journalist will
complain about Fox News. It's like they didn't even reach out to me and asked what. It's like, yeah, you would have told him to go screw.
While we're here as well, because I just remembered. Do you see the black border around this? This is not a border that StreamYards puts in. This is a border that is there because Aaron hasn't set OBS properly. Which I don't know how you do that because everything snaps into place.
Stop giving him advice.
So you don't need to do the journalistic credibility.
It's getting a new camera. It's getting all new stuff. Don't worry about it.
It doesn't matter. He never listened. You could tell him everything he needs to do.
He's getting a new sign. He might paint. You're fucking it up. You're fucking it up.
I'm sorry to be blunt, but I figure why be phony? Do your thing. So he said, whether I like you or hate you, come on. I will always do my job. It is my job to ask your side. You don't have to answer, but I will do my job.
You were telling him like, dude, you have a real job. You work for a real news outlet. I would do your job. Now he's doing his job and you're like, dude, don't come to me with this I have a real job shit. It's like, what are we doing?
Great honorable Mr. Ed. I says, it's your job to cover Louisiana. This world has put you at risk numerous times. This is you trying to get into the internet game, which, no offense, is not going to work. News is your meal ticket. The grass is greener where you water it.
But who else tried to get into the internet game and it didn't work out?
Don't worry. This is
radio is dead.
Yeah. We're building something bigger and better. Guys, I can't wait to get back to radio.
The internet people are crazy. The radio audience is more cerebral and they understand.
Given you advice numerous times. And then he finally got the hint after that and stopped responding. He wants to get into that internet world, but here's the deal. He's not talented. Like, he's got to stay in the news business because in the news business, if you read the teleprompter, you drive out to all the stories they want.
So hold on. Untalented people go to the broadcast world and talented people belong on the internet. Whoa! This is a self-own.
But this does turn into just you're not good. You should just stop. But he
Aaron's
is saying it with more
on a
words.
broadcast station, and he's like, "Dude, that's where you can go fake it." It's like, no shit.
Drive out to basically, if you're a good lackey and you keep your nose down, you read the teleprompter, and you do the basic job, they'll keep you around for.
Holy shit.
Read the ads, read the news, remind people what they're watching.
Tip your hat to the sponsors, deliver the weather.
But on the internet, you have to like be able to draw a crowd and draw an audience. And unfortunately, there's no spot for like journalism on the internet.
What?
Holy shit.
Like in this kind of realm. And Will isn't somebody who can draw. No offense. Like, name a show that Will's been on where Will's personality was like the big get. And it.
By the way, I called that all from the beginning. I was like, he's actually one of the laziest, worst Clippers. And Aaron was like, he's one of the best Clippers in the game. He's doing it. It's like, you're the only one that gave Will Heron time. You're the only one who paid attention to Will Heron and embraced him because he was telling your narrative for a while.
Yes.
Like that's what's funny.
Will Heron's the one that had like
believe,
notifications come down over the video.
I want to believe that Will Heron was pretty much quad-fathering you like he did, like was basically being the quad father to Stuttering John. He was being to you. He was just fucking with you the entire time. He was pretending to be on your side to get you to say more and more crazy shit and pretending to be aligned with you. And you're too dumb to know. Just like Kiki and Gino. Do you really think Kiki and Gino are your fucking friends and don't talk behind your back? We saw the DM. We saw the DM today. Where Kiki's like, he's a fucking dweeb who's a sociopathic abuser. It's like, that's what she thinks of you. So she can smile and come get on stage for $2,000 at the anniversary show. But what you can't put what people say back in the box once they express their real opinion.
And there's no April for her to hang out with this time.
Right.
She's gonna get so bored hanging out with Aaron.
Well, Slam Piece. I bet they all go because Slam Piece golfs. They're all gonna go golfing again. And like, yeah, because
she'll
women
want to
just
film.
Just put another woman next to Kiki and then they'll get along because women.
Kiki will want to film it and Slam Piece.
Oh.
Wow.
Kiki and Gino, if you're listening.
Oh no.
I will pay top dollar for footage of Aaron and Slam Piece. I don't know what that means, but if you can get me better video than we have of Aaron coming out of court.
That's a very low bar.
The Thing, remember, for 12 months, case over. He got it dismissed if he had balls. No Gino, no conviction.
Right. He's trying to say, even though I'm pleading guilty, I could have won if I tried, but I didn't want to. So
right.
He both wins and loses.
He went a double wins. Six String Man, thanks for the long show, Big Sauce and Moody. Yeah, this was a great one. This is really fun. Crowdcat gifting a membership. We appreciate that. Mike Whipkey, Aaron is not out of the woods. He is talking himself back into trouble. Possibly, but I doubt
he's
it.
out of maybe he's out of
everything.
He also might make it out of these woods, but there's more woods ahead.
Yes. It's all woods in Minnesota.
He likes driving at trees.
Yes. Go hunting. Josh, do you think Mooby knows how to hang a sign that heavy, or he'll just screw it in the drywall? How long until it falls on him?
Yeah, leaned.
That's what I said. He's just gonna lean it on that thing. James Gardner, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You guys are fucking amazing. We appreciate that. Let's get to these super tips and we'll get out of here. Mahmoud is the terrorist version of going plaid. He can't spell plaid like Spaceballs did, but terrorist like Moody. You should be on the no-fly list, Moody.
I think if you write like this, you should be on the no-fly list.
How
are you filling out forms?
You got owned. Just take it. Coach Aaron's coming lips. Guaranteed he ramps up the online harassment of April once the latest slap on the wrist is finalized. He's already started doing that.
Of April, of Jackie and Haley, and any other woman.
Like you said, be emboldened to start creatively insulting Kayla as well.
He'll let his chat.
He's a shock job.
If for whatever reason Nick isn't able to like get chat mentions or co-host mentions as violating of Kayla, he'll start allowing that into his show. So he'll edge as close as he can to that line.
Lil Toe, Dad, some boy shared a pic of me. Aaron, sucks to suck. Maybe don't dress like a whore. Have him call me. I have a great lawyer for this.
Inagata Davida, honey, don't you know that I love you? Inagata Davida, baby, don't you know that I'll always be true?
Yes, I'm sure he'll never hurt Slam Piece. She's safe.
Backamania 2025. Moody is mine. You better have something stronger than pepper spray. I've built up a natural resistance from reluctant lovers just like you. Feed me.
I think that guy's favorite Jolly Rancher is grape.
I am looking forward to seeing LL Cool. He was a nice guy. Too nice.
Don't lose your wallet this time. Tim Bollinger, let's keep this show going until the members show 24-hour piss cup stream. No, but I will be doing a members only show probably in a couple hours, probably around 8 my time. It's 2 hours.
Your camera's gone real low quality for some reason.
I haven't touched it.
Right,
Might be a StreamYard thing.
It's like the stream. Yeah, the straight. Can you stop cam and restart it again?
I mean, we're done.
Okay. All right.
Just in the middle of me talking, it just flipped.
Yeah. It's like all pixelated and terrible. I can barely read the super tips.
Okay. I don't know what to say about that.
Okay.
I'm glad to see you two, GAYS, getting along the fight. You had early reminded me of my youth. And don't forget this boxing rung, dung, or whatever.
The blur. Weaver Sutherland. Now Pat is not literal when it comes to coffee. Got it. Coffee? Did coffee come up? I don't know what this is about.
I don't remember.
Patrick!
Got me.
I was playing with aluminum foil and the microwave mysteriously blew up. Now I'm playing Fire Girl in the kitchen.
You gotta get down there. Pell L. Aaron is proving his points to convince people like Stuttering John, proving he's insurance his Mercedes with an ID card for a 14 Camry. Take your time typing these things, people. No need to rush.
You people are so stupid. It had nothing to do with the old fashions we drank. He didn't get arrested for drunk driving. He was arrested for operating under the influence.
Right. That's what Chad.
right.
I got led down to a reckless operation, so I guess I didn't drive into a fucking tree. Beloved Chad, are you trolling us with this sign analysis? Yes.
It's something that both of us really like.
That. Yeah.
It's seeing what someone was thinking as they were creating or making decisions about something. It's
the thing we always say, like, you've seen signs. Right? You've seen shows. You see, like, it's so funny when people try to mimic something and fail hard.
I love getting into meta narratives, like figuring out why something is the way that it is and getting a story that you normally are not seeing because it's not what's directly being presented. It's why I like Aaron. Like, he's such a gold mine for that sort of stuff.
I thought the name of the show was Steel Toe Morning Show.
No,
why does the sign say that? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
That Happy New Year stream of his was hilarious. He just kept saying it. But it was like the 13th or something. He's like, so Happy New Year. And by the way, Happy New Year. It was like the end of January.
I love that the word show is in blackface on that sign too.
Wow.
Sometimes you win. Sometimes you learn.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. I wonder whatever happened to his tattoo. April left before she could do it. We should check her Pinterest now. See if it's better or worse than it used to be.
She got rid of that karaoke playlist. It's not there anymore.
No, you got to move on. Shane M, just start the members show after TLP ends. You're not the fucking boss of me. Drowning McKilla listener, Aaron is no better than Cyrax. Ha 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 ha. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. NLO members only show in a couple hours. We hope you'll come hang out. Moody, thank you so much for doing a 5-hour show.
It's a marathon. Yeah.
It was a lot this week, to be fair. There was just a ton.
And there's no Carl getting in our way. It's like we could actually do the show.
We would always do this long, but Carl's always in a rush to get off. We always hang out backstage and talk. Carl just runs away. I gotta get to Dabble House.
I've got a hard out. I gotta go. I've got a life to live. Rochester needs me.
And anything else you want to say to the peeps?
Stay away from me.
There's a show in town, it's going down. Every week we're back on solid ground. Steel toe slipping, but we're gripping. Got the tea to spill, it's always flipping. From April's script to Aaron's glee. Oh, this drama's just a spree. Polydrama, legal trauma, another win. Oh, that's the karma. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on Rumble now. This little piggy's begging for dollars, and this little piggy's breaking down loud. Every week when we cap it slow, tune in for this little piggy show. turned to felony. It's a circus, can't you see? The toe is bent, the goal is spent. His empire crumbles, all hell sent. April's playlist on repeat. Aaron's lies we can't defeat. The countdown's on, it won't take long to see this piggy squeal his song. This little piggy went to YouTube. This little piggy's on Rumble now. This little piggy's begging for dollars, and this little piggy's breaking down. Wow! Every week we'll recap it slow. Tune in for this little piggy show. Oh, this little piggy ain't missing a thing. Just sit back, laugh, and watch the king.